and immediately after his shoulders slumped. "Sir, Colonel Keller says it's critical he speak with you." Scholes blew out a breath, lips pursed. "Put him through." Keller's face appeared on the main viewer. His eyes looked tired, more so than the last time he'd addressed them, but the determination that always filled them was there nonetheless. None of them were getting much sleep, and she imagined Keller was getting even less. Not that she felt the least bit sorry for him, but was that worry as well? She couldn't tell. "Colonel Keller, Scholes started. "Time is critical, Major Scholes, so I'll get right to it. We are powering the ultra-drive cores and setting a course for Earth. We will depart as soon as the cores are fully initialized." "You can't do that," Koskov shouted. "We have people down there." "Colonel, this is outrageous," Scholes added, this time not bothering to admonish Koskov. "We are in the middle of an operation and—" Keller cut him off again. "We are under attack, Major. That blast, whatever it was, nearly disabled our entire ship, and the ship is struggling to keep the systems from completely collapsing. I have said from the very beginning, we are not equipped to defend ourselves against any kind of assault. I will not allow this ship to be destroyed or captured. This matter is not up for discussion. I have made my decision." Koskov stepped closer to the screen. "Colonel, we've lost contact with the surface. We have no way of letting them know what's happening. You have to at least give us a chance to retrieve our people. We can't just leave them down there." Keller hesitated for a moment, looking to the side as if listening to someone off camera. He nodded, then turned back. "You have until the cores complete the initiation sequence. If your people are not back on board by then, and confirm that they carry no infection, then we will leave without them. No exceptions." "We are not leaving without my husband," Koskov said, jaw clenched. Keller's tone was steady and even. "The situation is regrettable, and I am sorry, Lieutenant. I certainly—" Sir?" Baker looked up from his console, cutting Keller off. "I've got Pharaoh on comms." "Put her through," Scholes snapped. The pilot's face replaced Keller's. She looked more than a little frazzled.
"Ops, be advised, there's something really strange happening down here."
"We experienced the power fluctuation as well, Pharaoh. We're not sure what it was."
"It's not that, sir," the pilot said. "There are people looking at my ship."
Scholes and Baker exchanged confused looks. "Looking? What do you mean?"
"Just what I said. They're along the tree line north of my position."
"What are they doing?"
"They're just standing there, looking."
Scholes frowned, looking at the others as if wanting to verify he'd heard correctly.
"The UH-2C Starlifter is equipped with multiple external video feeds," Cam told Koskov through her comm disk. "Can you patch in your external feeds?" Koskov asked. "Yeah, wait 1 second." She moved out of view, and when she answered, her voice was slightly muffled. "Here we go." The image changed, becoming a live feed from one of the dropship's external cameras, the aft portside turbine exhaust wafting up from the ports on either side. "Hold on, I need to—" The view panned left, scanning the tree line 300 meters away. When it stopped, Koskov could just barely make out the human figures, partially hidden in the shadow, tucked behind the wide fronds. "There. I believe I can access the remaining feeds," Cam said in Koskov's disk. "Do it." As Pharaoh adjusted the camera, 7 other feeds appeared on the secondary screens, showing various angles of the ship's hull and the surrounding forest. The shadows were growing long, making the already eerie scene look like something out of a horror hollow. Scholes leaned closer to the screen. "Can you enhance that? Zoom in?" "Stand by," Pharaoh said. Koskov traded confused glances with Applin as they stepped forward to see. The camera zoomed in, focusing on a group of 6, all standing just outside the clearing, unmoving. Their clothes were tattered and torn, hair long and disheveled. Dirty and malnourished, they almost looked more like zombies than people. A shiver ran up Koskov's spine. First aliens, now zombies. What the hell else could possibly go wrong? "What are they doing?" Applin muttered under her breath. "Why aren't they attacking?" "Maybe they're waiting for orders, like the ones at the colony," Koskov suggested.
Pharaoh, Shoals said. Confirm that the ship is locked down.
Roger that, sir,
Pharaoh said off-screen.
Locked up tighter than a virgin's thighs on prom night.
Love coughed, looking horrified at Shoals. Applin and Koskov both shared a chuckle in spite of the tension. Shoals frowned as if confused by what the pilot had said. That's my girl, Koskov thought. Anything to put that smug bastard off his game.
Holy shit,
Applin said, pointing at the top left panel.
Is that a kid?
Baker enlarged the image, filling the entire view screen. Appearing out of the tree line, a child stepped into the clearing. She was dressed in dirty and tattered overalls, her long brown hair matted and tangled. She walked casually, like she was out taking a stroll through the park, eyes scanning up and down the dropship, curious. She couldn't have been more than 8.
It's a kid,
Pharaoh said, urgency growing in her voice.
It's a goddamn kid!
Pharaoh disappeared off-screen, footsteps fading. Pharaoh, wait! Meyer called, appearing on screen briefly before chasing after her. What the hell is she doing? Shoals demanded. Pharaoh, report! Pharaoh!
The dropship's cargo bay ramp is opening,
Cam told Koskov in her ear.
Oh no, Koskov said. She's going outside.
Shoals looked horrified. She's what?
There,
Applin pointed again. The view from the dropship's tail feed looking forward showed Pharaoh jogging down the forward ramp, then walking cautiously out toward the child, hands extended out to her side. She crouched down slightly, obviously trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. Her lips were moving, but the only thing they could hear was Meyer shouting at her to get back on board. God damn it, get her back on the ship now! Shoals shouted. Something's happening, Baker said, pointing at the screen. More figures began appearing on either side of the small group, adding almost 20 more to the line. A second later, 3 stepped into the clearing, 2 men and a woman, all armed with rifles. Their clothes were in slightly better condition than the rest, and it looked like the men had trimmed their hair recently, though from the haphazard cut, it was obviously style hadn't been taken into account. Those guys don't look like zombies, Baker said. Koskov shook her head.
No, they're the warriors.
What was the word Lander had used?
Vindicators.
What? Shoals asked.
Lander said the colonists had a name for those people, or the Hive did. Vindicators. Those others must be drones.
And does that mean there's a subjugator out there? She wondered. One of the Vindicators shouted something at the child but got no response. Like the others still partially hidden in the shadows, the girl simply stood there, staring at Pharaoh. The pilot hesitated when the man shouted, then continued inching her way forward, hand extended, palm up. For fuck's sake, what is she doing? Love said. Koskov crossed her arms, frowning. For several long minutes, the group just stood there, silent, unmoving, and completely focused on Pharaoh and the child. Her attention shifted to the people still standing behind the tree line, wondering whether they were confused, waiting for orders, or just trying to intimidate the pilot into doing something stupid. Finally, the Vindicator moved, stepping further into the clearing, holding his rifle across his chest, muzzle down. The other 2 followed, leaving the drones behind. The trio stopped 30 meters away from the child, where they continued to stare slightly at Pharaoh, as if continuing to consider their actions. Pharaoh said something no one in Ops could hear, and got no response. Sure are a talkative bunch, aren't they? Applin muttered. A commotion among the drones drew the crew's attention back to the tree line, where the drones were now hurrying to get out of the way of something coming up behind them. The Vindicators turned as well, but didn't move from where they stood, almost as if they were expecting what came out of the forest. The child continued to stare unmoving at Pharaoh. Suddenly, a Nasser horn thumped into the clearing, moving slowly through the line of cowering drones. The rig's movements were steady and confident, each step of its heavily armored feet crushing the earth beneath. It stopped a few meters out from the tree line and centered its twin cannons on the dropship's cockpit.
Fuck,
Koskov muttered.
Come on, Pharaoh, get the fuck out of there. What are you doing?
The Nasserhorn's armored canopy folded up, revealing a woman at the controls. The entire right side of her head was shaved. The remaining hair, dyed blood red, hung down past her shoulders. Koskov leaned forward, eyes narrowing. She recognized the woman but couldn't recall her name. The woman tilted her head to the side as if somehow confused by the dropship's presence, or maybe judging how difficult it might be to conquer. Her mouth moved as if she were having a conversation with someone. "Who's she talking?" Applin cut herself off as the child lunged forward, crossing the 10 meters between her and Pharaoh in an eye blink, catching the pilot completely off guard. Pharaoh fell back, scrambling across the rocky ground. The child leaped into the air, flying impossibly far, and landed on Pharaoh's chest, hands grabbing at her head and face. "What the fuck?" Scholes yelled. "Pharaoh!" "Meyer!" Koskov shouted at the screen. "Get her out of there!" 27. Koskov's breath caught in her throat as Meyer darted down the ramp, racing to help Pharaoh. The pilot had kicked the child off and was struggling to her feet. Grabbing her, Meyer pulled her up, half carrying, half dragging her back to the ship. "Go!" Applin shouted at the screen. The child got to her feet and just stood there like she hadn't just attacked a woman twice her size. She appeared calm, breathing normally, looking thoughtful. She reached up and brushed a strand of matted hair away from her face, calm as ever. "What the fuck was that about?" Love asked, looking around the group. "The girl is crazy. You saw her, right? She's insane." "Shut up," Koskov snapped. The lead Vindicator shouted something, pointing at the dropship, and charged. The other two right on his heels. Meyer and Pharaoh were halfway up the ramp. The main viewer shifted to a shot from inside the cargo bay, looking toward the ramp. As soon as the two pilots reached the top, Meyer slammed the heel of his hand against the ramp control. The whine of the internal hydraulics rang through the feed. "Go, go, go," Applin said, teeth clenched. "Come on, get out of there." The drones charged out of the tree line, sprinting across the field after the Vindicators, faces contorted in rage and hatred. It was surreal, watching them transform from seemingly docile creatures to blood-crazed maniacs. Just like they'd done when Lander had first contacted them, Koskov thought. Just like they did during the raid. Her thoughts shifted from Pharaoh's plight to her husband's, wishing there was a way to reach him. Without comms, there was no way to know if he'd even made it out, and not knowing was almost unbearable. Unlike the colony raid, however, the Nasserhorn held back, the woman's eyes locked on the dropship as the slaves raced past. Her gaze seemed to track up the camera Koskov was watching, and they locked eyes. Koskov studied her face, trying to recall her name, but it wasn't coming. Gray something? She couldn't remember, but the fact that she cut and dyed her hair was very telling. It meant that the subjugators were more than mindless warriors, and that raised even more questions. "Why are you doing what you're doing?" Koskov wondered, trying to read the woman's face. It was stoic, emotionless, but there was a determination there that couldn't be denied. But whose determination? Hers or the Queen's? The forward turbines rotated down, glowing orange as they spun up. Waves of superheated air pounding against the ground and throwing up grass and dirt. The wing flaps folded down as the rear turbines fired up. "Yes," Applin whispered. "Get the fuck out of there." The first Vindicator reached the Starlifter and slammed the butt of his rifle against the hull. The second did the same. The third launched himself off a meter-high boulder, leaping onto the protruding sensor cluster on the dropship's nose. He almost lost his grip twice as he pulled himself up, then carefully straightened to pound on the cockpit's viewport. "Son of a bitch!" Pharaoh shouted, still off camera. The first group of drones raced past the Vindicators, heading for the rear ramp that was still closing. Two stopped under the rear starboard wing and turned to face each other, putting their hands together. "You've got to be kidding me," Koskov said. As a third drone approached, he jumped, put a foot into the cradle made by the other two, and they launched him onto the wing. A moment later, they did the same with another, and another. They crossed to the fuselage, splitting off the ship's spine, 2 toward the cockpit, 2 toward the rear. The rear turbines coughed, sending a blast of air out in all directions, knocking several drones off their feet.
"Goddamn, what is she doing?" Shoals said, teeth gritted.
"Pharaoh, lift off!"
"What the fuck do you think I'm trying to do?" Pharaoh shouted. "All my systems are fucked. That blast must have screwed up more than we realized."
At the rear, 2 drones were pulling up a meter-wide panel, pried loose from the fuselage, exposing an emergency access hatch. They tossed the panel aside, immediately going to work on the circular wheel, trying to open it.
"If they get inside there,"
Love said, trailing off as he exchanged a horrified look with Shoals. "Pharaoh, you need to get out of there," Shoals said. "Take off, now!" The engines flared, sending powerful waves across the rocky field. The sound of the drive pitching up reverberated around the crew as the image on the screen shook, flicking slightly as the ship started to lift off the ground. One of the Vindicators jumped and grabbed the edge of the wing, holding on as his feet left the ground. The one on the ground fired into the ship's belly, the hollow twangs echoing through the open feed. The rest of the drones slowed, spreading out to form a line on either side of the Vindicator, watching.
"Come on," Koskov thought, mentally trying to push the ship higher into the air.
The Star Lifter pitched slightly to port, causing some of the drones to lose their balance and slide off. They hit hard and didn't get up, their bodies pushed across the rocky ground by the turbine's jet wash. The Vindicator on the nose lost his grip on the bottom rim of the viewport and fell back, losing his rifle in the process, and slammed into the boulder he jumped from.
Koskov cringed at the way his back snapped on impact.
On internal feed, the dropship's interior lights flickered. The engine sounds changed, pitching down, and Pharaoh cursed. On the external feed, the horizon, which had slowly dropped away, abruptly came back up as the Star Lifter's nose dipped back toward the ground.
"What the fuck?" Pharaoh shouted off screen. "I've lost flight controls."
"Pharaoh?" Shoals asked. "What's going on? What's your status?"
"My engine's just shut down. Not sure what happened. It's like someone flipped a switch or something. I'm having a hard time even working through the system. It's like something is fighting me for control of the aircraft." "Cam?" Koskov asked, not bothering to hide it. "I'm attempting to connect to the shuttle's flight computer."
The dropship touched back down, landing almost exactly where it had taken off from. The Vindicator hanging from the wing pulled himself up and moved across to the fuselage, before continuing along the spine toward the cockpit. He pulled his rifle around on its sling, shouldering it like a professional soldier. Blood pumped in Koskov's ears as a second Vindicator followed the first. Another group of drones followed, and more joined the group clustered around the emergency access hatch at the rear. Others took up pounding at random segments along the dropship's underbelly. Some were wedging fingers into the seams around the hatches, trying to pry them open.
"Cam?"
Koskov repeated.
"Working."
Koskov gritted her teeth, cutting off a curse.
"Work faster!"
"Pharaoh, report!" Shoals snapped.
"I don't know,"
Pharaoh said, coming back into frame.
"I've been cut out of the system. Flight controls, life support, everything. I'm locked out completely. My request for access has been denied. Blocked." "Blocked by who?" Koskov asked.
Shoals straightened, turning away from the screen, arms extending, palms up. "What the hell is going on here? Baker, did that Nasserhorn do something?"
"I don't—"
Koskov didn't hear the rest of Baker's answer as Cam spoke.
"Approximately 2.3 seconds prior to the dropship loss of power, Stork established a remote connection to the Starlifter's flight computer."
Koskov didn't need any more explanation than that.
"Keller, you son of a bitch."
She pointed at Baker.
"Get him back on the line."
"What is it?" Shoals asked. "What's going on?"
"Keller shut her out,"
Koskov explained.
"He's using Stork's AI to remotely control the dropship."
"That's impossible," Love said. "He can't just override operator control."
"Apparently he can,"
Applin said. Shoals opened his mouth but closed it again without saying anything. Finally he said, Can we work around it?
Cam's trying, but Stork is fighting her, Koskov said. Why would he take over the dropship? Love asked. That's insane. No one would do that, especially not while it's under attack. Those people need help. They could get exposed to whatever's affecting the rest of the colonists. That's precisely why he did it, Koskov said. He's ultra-paranoid about letting anything get back to the ship. If those people manage to get on board the dropship... There is a threat of contamination, Cam said. If Pharaoh has been infected somehow... She's not infected, Koskov said, cutting Cam off. He's acting on fear. The bastard hasn't been reasonable since we got the initial messages about the attack on the colony. We need to shut down his access to the surface. Cam? I do not have sufficient permissions to interfere with Stork's operational routines, Cam said in Koskov's ear. Just try!
What are you doing? Scholes asked.
Someone's got to fix this shitstorm before it gets any worse. Cam, I want you to cut the link. Can you do that?
Scholes pointed at her. Now hold on a minute.
I do not have access to Stork's communication array, Cam said, her voice as calm as ever. More reverberating clangs echoed through the dropship's feed as the drones and Vindicators continued their efforts to get inside. The lights flickered again, followed by a klaxon alarm. Pharaoh looked away from the screen for a brief moment, then turned back, her face terrified but resolute. They breached emergency egress hatch 2. Meyer, look out back there! They're getting through! Can you shut it down somehow? Koskov asked, trying to keep her mind off the chaos around her and focus on the task at hand. Physically disconnected from the system? What about going out there and beating it with a stick? Applin suggested.
Scholz's finger moved from Koskov to Applin. No one is destroying any part of this ship, not under any circumstances.
Keller is going to get those people killed, Scholz, Koskov said. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with just standing around here doing nothing when we could have done something to help them?
Scholz looked away and spoke robotically. We don't know enough about the situation to make an informed decision at this time.
Don't know enough. Koskov put her arms out to her sides. What more do you need to know? No, you know what? That's bullshit. If you're not going to do something about this, I will.
Scholz reached for her as she turned for the ladder. You're not going to do anything! Before she'd even realized she was going to do it, she spun and slammed her fist into his nose. There was a barely audible crack, and Scholz's head snapped back, hands coming up instinctively to protect himself. He stumbled back a few steps before he caught himself, his eyes wide in shock and confusion. A rage like Koskov hadn't felt before burned in her chest. She could feel her entire body quiver as she pointed, every muscle clenched. When she spoke, her voice was stone.
Don't fucking touch me.
Scholz pulled his hands away, fingers red with blood. Love stepped in front of the Major, his expression mirroring Scholz's own shock.
Stand down, Lieutenant. Do you have any idea the shitstorm you just brought down on yourself? I'm going to fix this clusterfuck of a disaster before anything else goes wrong. I'm afraid you're not going anywhere, Lieutenant Koskov.
Keller's voice rang out around them, even and calm. They all turned to see his face on the main viewer.
You will all stand down immediately. This mission has quite rapidly gone from bad to worse, and I will not allow it to deteriorate any further.
Koskov squared on the display.
Won't allow? You don't have any authority over our mission here, Colonel. Yes, I believe we have established that during our previous conversations.
Keller sounded like an irritated adult trying for the 100th time to explain something to a child.
It is a fact you have not let me forget. However, as I have repeatedly been forced to remind you, I am in command of this ship and its contents. I am solely responsible for the souls on board, and I will allow nothing to interfere with or threaten this responsibility.
Scholz stepped forward, both hands cradling his damaged nose, his voice nasally. Colonel, I believe...
You can't stop me, Koskov said.
Stop, Scholz mumbled. I am in command here.
You aren't, Koskov said.
then pointed to Keller.
And you are not a god. You can't dictate what we can and can't do, and you can't keep me from helping those people. You're going to get those people killed.
A regrettable situation indeed, Keller said, not sounding the least bit regretful. But I will not risk the security of this ship.
So you're going to let Pharaoh die? You're going to let Meyer die? What about my husband and his team? What about the hundreds, thousands of people down there that need our help? What about them? Are you just going to let them die?
Lieutenant Koskov, I understand your feelings regarding this matter are—
You don't understand a goddamn thing,
Koskov said, cutting him off.
Release your hold on the Starlifter right now.
I cannot do that.
For fuck's sake, what is wrong with you? Koskov shouted. I'm going down there.
She spun and reached for the ladder. As I say, Keller said, his voice still even and calm, I cannot allow that to happen. The hatch to ops opened and 6 men in navy blue uniforms filed in, each taking a position on either side of the hatch. All had crickets holstered to their thighs, and all wore stone-faced expressions.
What the hell is this?
Love demanded, moving to the edge of the platform, hands on the rail. Koskov hesitated, 1 foot on the top rung.
You've got to be kidding me. What are you going to do? Shoot us?
My sincere hope is that it will not come to that, Keller said.
This is insane,
Love squeaked. Colonel Keller, this is completely unacceptable, Scholes said, taking a hand away from his nose, checking to see if the bleeding had stopped. Koskov slid to the bottom of the ladder.
You can't stop us all.
Stand down, Lieutenant Koskov, Keller said. Once I am sure the danger has passed, I will release my control of the operation. But until then— Halfway to the exit, Koskov spun, desperation filling her entire body.
You're a real son of a bitch, Keller. You're not going to get away with this. I won't let you.
Keller only nodded. Sergeant? Sir. The guard in the middle nodded and stepped forward. The 2 directly beside him moved with him. Lieutenant Natalia Koskov, by order of Colonel Keller, commanding officer of Colonial 1, you are under arrest. You are advised to remain silent until legal counsel can be provided.
Go fuck yourself,
Koskov said, holding her ground. Do not resist. The remaining guards came forward, hands on their weapons.
Tally,
Applin called from behind her. Koskov turned, and Applin shook her head.
Don't.
All the rage and hatred and fear she'd ever felt in her entire life was nothing compared to what she felt at that moment. Her hands ached from squeezing so tight, blood pounded in her ears, and her chest felt like it was going to explode. She felt an almost overwhelming urge to lash out as the guards moved around her, grabbing her arms and holding them tight as they secured the wrist cuffs. They turned her to face the main display. Keller's face looked just as stoic as it had every time they'd talked, and that, more than anything, enraged Koskov even further.
You can't do this.
Yes, Lieutenant, Keller said. I can. 28. Lander slowed his rig, trying to catch his breath. He keyed his comm. Rodriguez, come in. No answer. He checked his watch. The plan was to meet back here 20 minutes after the mission. They were a little early, but that didn't help ease his anxiety. Son of a bitch.
Still nothing?
Conley asked, coming up beside him. Lander shook his head. He checked their trail, but there was still no sign of pursuers. Why aren't they following us?
Maybe we're just lucky.
No one's that lucky. He keyed the comm again. Hector, Giovanni, come in. Conley arched an eyebrow at him. Behind him, Williams approached, his armored canopy up. He was drenched in sweat. We need to keep moving. Not until I know my people are safe, Lander said. He turned, squaring up to the old rig. And why the hell aren't they following us? Honestly, I don't know. The drones don't ever venture far from the colony without a Vindicator nearby. Maybe that subjugator we took out gave them pause. Conley laughed.
Never seen moves like that before, boss. Don't think they taught that in driver school.
They didn't, Lander said. That I learned from the greatest escape artist that's ever lived.
Oh?
My daughter. Lander explained. He tapped the comm again. Rodriguez, come in. He clenched his jaw at the silence that followed, not wanting to consider its implications. He checked his watch again. They were late. Boss? Conley asked. We give them 5 more minutes. We need to get back to the outpost before Sakato and Jamil go to blows. Lander motioned with a steel arm. Go. We'll follow. Williams hesitated, seemed to see the determination in Lander's eyes, then nodded and turned to leave. They watched him disappear through the trees, and Lander wondered just how much shit the man had gotten himself into. Not like it matters, he thought. Survival isn't the same thing as living. When the sounds of Williams's rig had vanished, Conley said, What do you think? Lander turned, searching the forest, resisting the urge to try the comm again. I don't know what to think. Maybe they got turned around. It's possible. He checked his watch. 4 minutes. You should head back. Not a chance. Lander picked bits of grass and earth from his cage as the seconds ticked by, trying to keep himself busy. Losing soldiers was a part of war, but for some reason he couldn't quite reconcile what was happening now as war. Not to mention that his people weren't soldiers. They were construction workers just like him, for all that he wanted to think differently. It was the truth. And what kind of war is fought by construction workers? He asked himself. After clearing most of the clumps of dirt, he visually inspected the rest of the rig. Everything looked functional, and he had all greens on his internal diagnostic. The blogger caught his eye, and he realized the chamber was empty. The image of him emptying the weapon into the Nasserhorn flashed in his mind. He reached back, grabbed another cylinder, and slapped it into the chamber with an echoing clang. The sound startled Conley, who spun, raising her sword above her steel frame. It's okay. Lander raised his hands. Jesus, boss, don't do that shit. Lander was about to answer when a mechanical whine of servos and heavy footfalls caught his ear. He turned toward the sound, raising his steel arm, leveling the blogger. 2 orcas appeared through the trees and brush, frames burnt and scarred from fighting. Hey, boss, it's me, Rodriguez said, his voice about 3 octaves higher than normal. Don't shoot! What happened? Lander said. Rodriguez stopped his rig in front of Lander's and lifted his cockpit cage. Fucking mean bastards. Nasserhorn charged us, Sabatini said, stopping beside his partner. We pushed in after our initial attack, and the damn thing rushed us. Lot of armed fighters flanked from the west, and before we knew it, they were pushing us deeper into the colony, Rodriguez explained, giving the younger driver a sidelong glance. Took us a bit to find a good exit, and we smashed a lot of the colony in the process, but... Erstein got hit, Lander said. It was a statement, not a question. Rodriguez sniffed and looked away. Took an HE round right to the back as we were slipping through the wall. You sure it was HE? Conley asked. Pretty sure. Why? Well, if it was explosive and not penetrating, the orca's backplating might have protected him. Rodriguez's expression hardened. I saw him go down. He didn't respond. Those fuckers were swarming anyway, Sabatini added. Even if we'd have wanted to get to him, we couldn't have. He was done, Rodriguez said through clenched teeth. As much as Lander wanted to argue, he held back. It was natural to play what-ifs, and I would have done something different, but if you weren't there in the thick of it, then there wasn't really any way to know. Would he have gone after Erstein? A big part of him said yes, but another, perhaps more practical side said it would have depended on the situation. And if these 2 men thought there hadn't been any other way, he had to accept that. You did the right thing, Lander said. Any other losses? Sabatini asked. Lander nodded. Don't know who they are, though. They were Sakato's people. Come on, let's go find out if it was worth the price we paid. You exposed them! A woman shouted from inside the outpost's central building. Lander and Conley paused just outside the door as Williams responded. We took the fight to the enemy, Williams countered. Something we should have done months ago. Hell, years ago, before being forced into this. Sounds like someone's not happy, Conley said. No, Lander said. It doesn't. He stepped through the door into the assembly room that was already packed to capacity. Lander pressed himself against the wall to slide past several onlookers to a back corner. Sasek sat red-faced, clearly upset at what they'd done. Jamil, on the other hand, looked as if he was still contemplating.
You risked their lives and the lives of everyone else out here,
Sasek said. Our lives are already at risk, Williams countered. And our people know that. That is why they've chosen to remain. Without their help, none of this would be possible. How many people have they saved over the years? Dozens? Hundreds? We saved 18 just today.
Yeah,
Sasek said, her tone thick with contempt.
Losing so many will only enrage her further.
Possibly, Williams said. But frankly, I don't really give a damn what she thinks. Soon she'll be rotting in the ground, and we'll be picking up the pieces.
Rotting? You think you're going to launch another attack? What in God's name would make you think we'd authorize that? You've kicked up a hornet's nest, Williams. A goddamn hornet's nest.
Jamil cleared his throat. Well, technically, we didn't authorize the first one. Sasek, who was already in the midst of responding, went quiet, narrowing her eyes at her counterpart. The mission was successful, Williams said, obviously taking the momentary break in ass-chewing to throw out a positive. Sasek scoffed.
Successful? What did you get, a few rockets?
We were able to secure a lot more than that, actually, Williams said, barely disguised frustration in his voice. Several thousand rounds of ammo for the rigs, a few modular weapon systems, handheld rifles, a couple AR-72s.
And what?
Sasek said, cutting him off.
You think those weapons are going to be enough to destroy the hive? Do any of you think that?
She scanned around the room, her gaze zeroing in on Lander. She pointed.
You. This is your fault. You did this.
Lander raised both hands. Hey, listen, It wasn't his decision, Williams countered. It was mine.
A decision you wouldn't have made without pressure from him.
Or maybe he would have if you people weren't cowering out here in the middle of nowhere, trying desperately to hold on to the lie that you're safe. The room went silent. All eyes turned to Lander. Look, you've all been dealing with this shit for a lot longer than me, granted. But I'd be willing to bet that not a one of you really truly believes you can survive out here indefinitely. Eventually, your supplies are going to run out, or the hive is going to decide they've had enough of your shit and come out here and wipe you all off the face of the planet. Am I right? No one answered. That's what I thought. So maybe instead of pointing fingers and trying to find someone to blame, we need to take a step back and consider what's actually going on here. Not doing something isn't the answer. Maybe you should also consider the people that gave their lives so you could have the chance to do something, to fight back, to honor their memory and the memory of everyone else who's died out here for nothing. Lander took a breath, surprised at the veracity of his words. But judging from the cowed expressions throughout the room, his words had hit the mark. Maybe what these people need is a little kick in the ass, he thought. Lieutenant Williams, Jamil said, how many people did you lose? Williams straightened. 2, sir, and Specialist Lander lost one of his own. Jamil turned to Lander, face a mask of sympathy. I'm sorry. Thank you.
If you lost one of yours, that means the hive has another rig to use against us, Sasek said.
You don't know that, Jamil said. It's likely that none of her subjugators even know how to drive the damn things.
Oh, and they can't learn?
You were all talking about what the hive might do, Lander said, stepping into the center of the room. I want to know why we aren't talking about what we're going to do. And what would you do? Jamil asked, sounding legitimately curious. Without missing a beat, Lander said, we take the fight to them. That was the entire point of raiding their armory. Sasek laughed.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
I know I didn't come out here to be abandoned by the ship and scrape by just surviving. We came here to live, to build a life and a new home. I have a family waiting for me up there. He pointed to the ceiling. And I didn't bring them here so we could hide and cower in huts afraid of the big bad wolf.
Well, congratulations, Sasek told him. You brought your family to a war zone. Was it worth it?
Fury filled Lander's chest, and it was everything he could do not to lash out and strangle her words right out of her throat. Instead, he said, Do I still think fighting for this planet is worth it? You're goddamn right I do. Why the hell do you think I came down here? I'm not a fighter anymore. I'm just a rig driver. I could have stayed up there and been perfectly safe, but I didn't. I chose to come down here and put my ass on the line because I believe this place is worth fighting for. It's really a shame you don't. The silence in the room was deafening. Blood pounded in his ears as he looked around the room. Reading the shock and occasional amused expression, he began to wonder if he'd stepped over the line. Then he realized he didn't care. He took one last look at Sasek, who looked like she was on the verge of blowing a gasket, and walked out.
That was amazing,
Conley said, following Lander out of the building. Probably should have kept my mouth shut.
Fuck that. She needed a good ass kicking.
It's not going to help our cause.
Boss, our cause is their cause, Conley said. They just haven't come to terms with it yet.
Lander turned at footsteps coming up behind him. Williams shook his head. I don't know that anyone's ever handed that woman her ass in her life. I think she's still trying to figure out what happened. Believe it or not, that's not what I intended. I couldn't care less if you'd done it entirely by mistake. Someone needed to do it, and it damn sure wasn't going to be any of these people. Hell, by morning you might very well be a hero around this place. Conley laughed.
Steal a bunch of weapons to win a war. Meh. Talk shit to someone. Hero. It tracks.
It doesn't track. I don't want to be a hero, never did. That's not why I'm here. If that's not what they want, it's not about her, Williams said, cutting him off. Sasek doesn't speak for all of us. I think that most of us would agree with you 100%. You think? We went with you, right? We raided the colony with you, right? Most of us here believe we need to do something for all the reasons you've already said. And trust me, those people are in the majority. When it's time to act, they'll act. The time is now, Lieutenant. Lander stopped to face him. What about what she said? Will the Hive come after us out here? Williams hesitated for a moment. It's never happened before, but it's possible. Lander scanned his surroundings, trying to ignore the bad feeling in his gut. We're going to need to talk about defenses. We can use the barracks. I've already got a map laid out. I need to check on Ross first, Lander said. We're going to need to look at what we have, who can use it, and where to put it. We'll need an accurate list of items acquired today as well. I have a feeling bloggers and swords aren't going to cut it if it comes to an all-out fight. Sakato is sorting it all out as we speak. That triggered a memory. I saw him arguing with some of the underground fighters during the raid. Do you know what that was about? Williams pursed his lips. My guess is he was asking about one of the subjugators, a woman named Harlan Gray. He's been trying to get at her since this whole thing started. He was probably trying to convince someone to go after her.
Why do you say that?
Conley asked. Gray killed his brother, shot him in cold blood right when the Hive was taking over the colony. Gray was one of the first converts. Lander frowned. Converts? It's what some of us call the others. They were converted somehow to work for the Queen as part of the Hive. He put his hands up. It's not a popular title, but a lot of us think it fits. They reached the building where they'd been treating Ross, and Lander hesitated before opening the door. You know, after almost 3 years of dealing with this Hive, you people don't seem to know much about it. Yeah, well, there isn't much time available for research. Lander wanted to press the issue, but realized it probably wouldn't get them anywhere. You don't know what you don't know, he thought. Then opened the door. Rodriguez stood near the foot of Ross's bed, hand resting on the cricket's grip. The weapon was still holstered on his chest, and despite his usually cavalier approach to their circumstances so far, the concern spread across his face was extremely telling. That's when he saw the restraints around Ross's hands and feet and chest. What the hell is this? Lander asked, stepping around to the side of the bed.
Medic had to tie him down,
Rodriguez explained.
Said he was trying to fight them, to come after us.
Where'd she go?
Said she was going to get something to eat.
Lander put a hand on the man's arm. Ross immediately jerked away, his entire body tensing. The veins in his neck bulged, his lips curled into a sneer of fury and agony, exposing gritted teeth as he pulled against his restraints. He gave a wordless growl, the sound strained and cracked. What the fuck's wrong with him? Lander demanded. He's convertin', Williams said, hand moving to the pistol holstered on his waist. As his thumb popped the catch, Lander drew his cricket, the weapon unfolding even as he leveled its sights on the man's chest. Don't. Williams hesitated, eyes moving from Lander's weapon to the man still groaning and pulling against his restraints. Slowly, he showed both hands, palms out, empty. I told you, Lander said. No one is touching my man. They'll come for him, Williams said. Sounds like that's inevitable, regardless of his situation.
How long?
Conley asked.
Hours.
She looked down at Ross, expression a mask of concern.
And once he's converted, there isn't anything we can do? Nothing at all?
Williams pursed his lips and shook his head.
We need to kill that maldita perra,
Rodriguez said, fist clenched at his side, the fury on his face unmistakable. Unfortunately, that's not as simple as it sounds. I don't know, Lander said. It sounds pretty fucking simple to me. All I need is to catch her in my sights. He mimed firing a hand pistol. Killing is the easy part, Williams said. It's finding her, that's the hard part. She moves around a lot. So not a fortified position? Williams sighed. Like I said, it's hard to say. No one has ever seen an active den, and the two we have found were almost completely cleared out. We know she likes caves, but other than that... He trailed off. Lander nodded. The next time we have contact with Stork, we'll have them start scanning for possible locations. On top of that, we need to have people out scouting for it right now. Sitting around here waiting isn't going to do us any good. We're running out of time. What do you mean? Lander pointed to the ceiling. Keller is prepping Stork to leave right now. He can't do that. He's doing it. Lander checked his watch. My guess is we have less than 24 hours before he heads back to Earth. There has to be a way to stop him, Williams argued. They can't just abandon us out here. My wife is up there working on that right now, but as it stands, the only thing that'll keep that ship and our people here is getting rid of the alien menace. We need an army. We need to survive what's coming.
You're sure they'll press the attack out here?
Conley asked.
I thought you said they'd never bothered you before.
They haven't, but after today, I'm sure they're pissed.
Fuck them,
Rodriguez said.
Look at what they did.
Williams held up a hand. I'm not siding with them, I'm just saying the Queen will want payback, especially after we killed one of her subjugators.
They killed one of ours,
Rodriguez countered.
I'd say we're squared up.
Lander shook his head. No, we're nowhere near squared. 29. Koskov leaned against the face of the industrial-size washing machine behind her, resting her head against the cold plastic. They'd shut all the machines down before leaving, but she could still feel the residual heat from a previous load, and was grateful the machine was off. It would have been unbearably hot if all 20 machines had been running. The rhythmic pops and hisses coming from the machines echoed through the compartment, slowing, as if they were experiencing slow deaths. Who arrests someone and puts them in the laundry? She asked herself, lightly tapping the back of her head against the molded plastic. She was still having problems processing what had happened. Sure, she had her differences with Scholes and Keller, but the level of ignorance they were showing didn't make any sense. The mission hadn't gone the way they'd anticipated, but that didn't mean they had to tuck their tails and run, pack their bags, and head home. It was like they'd all forgotten Tranquility was supposed to be their home, not just some vacation spot they'd be able to leave once they got bored. If the recruitment literature hadn't been explicit about that point, the weekly orientation briefings and interviews had been. There would be no going back to Earth. Especially with everything going on, Koskov couldn't fathom the level of ineptitude on display. They were experiencing probably the most important and dangerous event in human history, and these men were measuring the size of their dicks. And now, she was stuck in the laundry.
Fucking cowards.
She pushed off the machine and started pacing around the compartment. A pipe creaked near the back of the compartment. The panel beside the hatch blinked on and off and on again, the images flickering along with the lights along the middle of the ceiling. Unrecognizable sound popped through hidden speakers, then went silent again. A series of misses started and stopped within the workings of the units around Koskov. One unit chimed, coming to life briefly before shutting back down again. The guard near the hatch straightened abruptly at the sudden fluctuations, gloved hands tightening around his Stinger baton. The name tape on his navy blue overalls identified him as R. Khan, a sergeant, according to the rank device above his name. He met Koskov's eyes, obviously more than a little confused and apprehensive. "What the hell was that?" "Is that you, Cam?" Koskov wondered. "My knight in shining armor?" She touched the plug behind her ear where her comm disc should have been. It felt strange to be disconnected from Cam after all these years. What had it been, almost 10? Long before her program had been designated the Colonial AI. The lights flickered again. The guard's gaze darted between the light panels along the ceiling. "Son of a bitch." "Maybe you should find out what's going on," Koskov suggested, crossing her arms, giving him a determined look. Khan's jaw worked side to side, muscles clenching, but he didn't respond. Koskov eyed him for a moment, briefly considering trying to rush him, but thought better of it. Despite doing more operational work in the last few days than she'd done throughout the majority of her career, she was no operator. The last time she'd practiced any kind of hand-to-hand had been in officer selection school, and even then, it had only been a 3-day course. Put a cricket in her hand, however, and that changed things. She was a crack shot. Joel had taught her as part of his own personal training regimen, drilling her over and over on tactical ranges, not wanting her to live on an alien world without being able to defend herself. The guard cleared his throat and looked away, staring blankly at the maze of pipes and conduits weaving through the compartment. The lights flickered again. 10 washing units and 10 drying units flanked a 3-meter walkway, all connected by a series of complicated pipes and valves to various parts of the ship. Each of the crew's uniforms were tagged with a specific code that enabled the system to clean, dry, and return them to the correct person with virtually no input from the crew. The metal deck plating rang under her feet with each step, muffled by the incessant thrum of the Stork's massive drive section. She traced the pipes along the ceiling and found 2 hatches, one partially covered by a cluster of pipe and conduit running the length of the compartment. The other, just above the guard's head, was marked as a mechanical access way, leading into one of the ship's dozens of crawl spaces. If she could... The hatch behind her lone guard opened. Surprised, Khan spun, then visibly relaxed and backed away. Keller ducked into the compartment. His uniform was finely pressed, boots polished to a reflective shine, sleeves rolled to just below the elbow. He wore a cricket, holstered on his right thigh. "You may wait outside, Sergeant." The guard gave a curt, silent nod and stepped out of the compartment, pulling the hatch closed behind him. Keller stood, hands clasped behind him, eyeing Koskov with what appeared to be sympathy. "Well," Koskov said, "is this where you shine a bright light in my face?" He sniffed. "You may find this hard to believe, but I do not wish you or your husband any ill will. Very much to the contrary. I want this mission to succeed more than you know." "Yeah, you have a funny way of showing it." "Wanting your mission to succeed does not preclude me from ensuring the security of my ship and my people, Lieutenant. I believe this is something we agree on, yes? I would rather you stand your post than be confined down here, but you have left me with no choice." Koskov laughed. "Choice? You had a choice. You had a choice to defend our home, to help our people. Instead, you chose to leave them high and dry, without any backup or resources." "I cannot—" "You can," Koskov said, cutting him off. She pointed at him. "And you left Pharaoh and Meyer to die. You did that. She could have made it back. We could have helped her. And risk contaminating this ship and her crew? Unacceptable." The lights flickered again. The machine beside Keller came to life, the internal light coming on as the drum began to spin, the control panel blinking on and off. Keller barely reacted, giving the machine a sidelong glance. He nodded toward the machine. "Is this you?" Koskov held her hands out. "How can I do anything? You stuck me in a room with no access to anything."
Do not play these games with me, Lieutenant. I know your connection to Cam is more extensive than anyone else on board. I know who your father was.
Koskov kept her face stoic, now wanting to give him the satisfaction of knowing he was right.
I don't control Cam any more than the next person. She's a colonial asset, that is all.
Keller smiled.
I think you are not such a convincing liar as you believe.
When Koskov didn't respond, he continued.
The Stork will defeat this attack on our systems, I guarantee you this, and any damage caused will be directly attributed to you and the AI. You will be charged and convicted in a court-martial and sent to prison when we arrive back on Earth. Whatever Cam is doing, she's doing out of concern for the success of our mission here. That is what she's programmed to do. That being said, your jurisdiction here stops at your crew. I am not subject to your orders or your interpretation of the law. I do not recognize your authority to detain me or to inhibit Trank 2's mission here. If anyone is in the wrong here, it's you, sir.
Another washing unit activated, internal motors whirring to life as the lights flashed, screen blinking.
You are free to believe whatever you wish, Lieutenant,
Keller said.
However, believing a thing does not make the thing correct. Your interpretation of events is both flawed and biased. I wish these circumstances were different, but wishing does not change reality. The reality is that we are in an extremely volatile situation, one which we are not adequately equipped to handle. The only viable option here is to retreat and return with a better equipped and capable force to confront this threat, whatever it is. And by the time you get back, everyone down there could be dead or under that bitch's control. It is possible. Unfortunately, there is no other choice. There is always a choice,
Koskov said.
We stay and fight. There are people down there right now, fighting and dying for our home, people just waiting for us to help them, not to turn and run. They're depending on us. They need us, and they need us now, not 5 years from now. I am sorry, but there's nothing I can do. So you're just going to let them die? That's your heroic move, to let them suffer and die alone? I did not say that it was the preferred course of action, Lieutenant. If it were in my power to help, I would be the first in line. However, there is nothing we can do. As I say, we are not equipped to fight this fight. Neither was my husband, Koskov said through gritted teeth. And he went anyway, because that's what heroes do. They fight, no matter the odds, not just when it's convenient.
Keller held out his hand, comm disk in his palm.
Makes this easy on yourself, and do the right thing.
Koskov laughed again.
What the hell do you expect me to do with that? You will instruct Cam to stand down, Keller said. Its actions are directly inhibiting the ship's continued operations and threatening the integrity of its systems. I cannot allow this to continue. You can't? Well, that's unfortunate. Are you refusing to comply?
Koskov cocked her head to the side.
What do you think? How about this? You give me my disk, let me out of here, and let me help those people down there. You do that, and maybe I can do something about your computer problems.
Keller closed his fingers around the disk and lowered his hand.
That is not going to happen, Lieutenant. Well, you have a problem then. I'm not doing anything until you let me out of here. You do understand that you will be held personally accountable for any and all damages resulting from these attacks. You will spend the rest of your life behind bars. You're assuming we make it back to Earth, Koskov said, leaning against one of the dryers. You're also assuming the magistrate won't just side with me. Maybe they just hook you up for cowardice in the face of the enemy, abandoning our people to die when you could have done something.
Keller said nothing. Koskov sneered at him.
You disgust me.
The colonel slipped the disk into his pocket, his demeanor never changing.
Your stasis pod will be ready in an hour. At that time, you will be placed into cryo until we arrive back on Earth, where you will be handed over to the proper authorities. And you think I'm just going to go along with that? You will cooperate, or you will face further charges, Lieutenant Koskov. And if I were you, at this point I'd be doing everything I could to help myself. Any further resistance will not help your case.
Koskov sniffed.
It's a good thing I'm not like you then, because unlike you, I refuse to give up without a fight.
30. I'm going to kick the shit out of that asshole, Lander said, pacing back and forth, clenching and unclenching his fists. They'd been able to make contact with Cam for a brief window, and when he'd learned about Tally's arrest, it had been everything he could do to contain his rage. The arrogance of Keller wasn't too surprising to Lander. He'd known the man for the better half of 4 years, and nothing he'd learned during that time suggested that Keller would act any differently than he had. But that didn't make it any easier to stomach.
Does he even have the right to arrest her?
Sabatini asked. The young driver sat in the corner of the room, crossed legs propped up on an orange plastic container.
He's the captain of the ship,
Conley said.
He can do whatever the hell he wants.
No, Lander said. He can't. And I'm going to explain it to him. Rodriguez leaned back against the metal wall, crossing his arms, one foot propped on the side of Ross's cot.
You talking about a jailbreak there, boss?
He laughed.
Count me the fuck in.
Lander shook his head. Even if I wanted to, we've got our own problems down here we need to deal with first.
Not to mention the dropship's out of commission,
Conley added, speaking around a mouthful of spineback steak. It was surprisingly good, tender and juicy. Whoever had grilled it had done a damn fine job. He'd practically swallowed it whole when they'd been served, both because he was starving and because it was one of the best steaks he'd ever had.
Do you think Pharaoh's okay?
Sabatini asked. Ross moaned as his body convulsed again, his arms and legs pulling against the straps as he'd done multiple times over the last few hours. His vitals had been progressively getting worse, to the point where Conley was worried he was going to have a stroke or a heart attack, or both. Nothing she or the colony medics did alleviated his symptoms. We're going to figure this out, Lander thought, fist clenched as Ross relaxed, arms and legs going limp once again. Conley moved past Lander, checking Ross's med patch.
He's getting worse. I don't understand why Keller won't just send down another ship to get us,
Sabatini said. For all his capability driving a rig, his understanding of their situation was naive at best.
I mean, can't he just pick us up and put him in quarantine or something?
Conley laughed.
Shit. The chances of that happening are about as good as someone telling us this was all a bad dream.
It's 5,000 to 1, Lander said, before he even knew he was going to say it. He could tell by Sabatini's expression the driver didn't understand. 5,000 souls on board, not counting Major Keller and his flight crew. What happens if Ross infects the rest of the ship? The loss of 1 means nothing compared to the loss of 5,000.
Did I just defend Keller? He thought, surprised by his words. That doesn't make it right,
Sabatini said. No, it doesn't.
Hell no, it doesn't,
Rodriguez said, standing and crossing to the other side of the room.
I can't look at him like this anymore. Going to check on the rigs. You need anything while I'm out?
Lander shook his head, and the others declined as well. An awkward silence fell over the room after he'd left, the 3 drivers sitting around their comrade, all equally worried about how this thing was going to play out. Ross shivered, eyes squeezing against the obvious pain as he groaned.
If there's nothing we can do, should we...
Sabatini trailed off as Lander shot him a furious look. Absolutely not, Lander snapped. Don't even think about it. He's sick. He's not past saving. We treat him as a casualty of war until there's no other choice. And if it comes to that, I'll take care of it myself. His stomach twisted at the thought, and as he considered his words, he realized he wasn't sure if he could even do it. He stood and turned for the door. I think I need to get some air, too. Let me know if anything changes.
Will do, boss.
Outside, Lander stared up at the evening sky, wondering what Tally was doing at that very moment. The thought of her behind bars made his blood boil, and the fact that there wasn't anything he could do about it made him feel even worse. Searching the sky for any sign of their ship, he saw nothing but alien stars. What have we gotten ourselves into, Tally? He thought. Behind him, the door opened, and Sabatini poked his head through.
Something's wrong.
Ross raged against his restraints, growling so much his voice cracked. His eyes were open, frantically looking around the room, but seeing nothing. The veins in his neck bulged, his knuckles white with exertion. "What is it?" he asked. Conley looked up from where she was trying to cradle his head, keeping him from slamming it into the metal bar underneath.
"I don't know."
Lander jerked a thumb at the door behind him and glanced at Sabatini. "Get Hector. Find the medic. What's her name? Conklin? Hurry!" Conley nodded, and Sabatini slid past Lander and out the door. Lander moved around to the side of Ross's cot. He exchanged a concerned glance with Conley and took a long breath, fingers unconsciously sliding over the grip of his cricket.
"He's going to be okay,"
Conley told him, her gaze moving between Lander's eyes and the hand on his weapon. Realizing what he was doing, he quickly moved his hand away, shoving it into his hip pocket. He clenched his teeth together, frustrated at seeing his man in such pain, and it seemed like he was getting worse by the second. The door swung open, slamming against the wall, and Conklin rushed in, a bag clutched in both hands.
"Fuck, I hope I'm not too late."
She dropped the bag on the floor and knelt next to Ross's cot.
"Hold him steady."
"What the hell is wrong with him?"
Rodriguez asked, squatting at the foot of the cot. "What is that?" Lander asked the medic, as she produced a long hypodermic syringe from her kit. The cylinder was filled with a semi-opaque solution.
"Dihydrothiazine,"
she said, as if he should have known what that meant. Without looking up, she started wiping Ross's arm with a cleanser wipe. Lander put a hand out, covering the spot she'd just cleaned, and leaned across the couch. He kept his voice low, locking eyes with her as she met his rock-hard gaze. "If you think for 1 second you're going to inject that without first explaining what it is, you've got another thing coming." Conklin hesitated for a moment, then said,
"It's a synthesized opioid, using some of the local elements as additives. We're pretty sure the infection attacks the central nervous system. This should slow that process down significantly and hopefully give us time to figure out a permanent solution."
"Wait a minute," Lander said. "Should?"
"We haven't had the opportunity to test it on live subjects."
Lander scoffed, almost not believing what he'd heard. "You're telling me you've never tried this before? You're guinea-pigging him?"
"We don't have a plethora of test subjects come through here, as you might imagine," Conklin said. "But we've run hundreds of computer simulations, and the data is there. This does work."
"Does?" Rodriguez said. "You literally just said should."
"Look, I'm not the enemy here," Conklin said. "I'm trying to help your friend. If you don't want—"
"No," Lander said, his tone considerably softer than before. He gave Conley a sidelong glance. She nodded. Lander sighed. "Do it." Lander pushed on Ross's chest with both hands. Rodriguez held the legs, Sabatini the arm Conklin was working with. Carefully, she slid the needle in and depressed the plunger. Ross twisted against the restraints and his friends, eyes filled with fury and anger. Within seconds, his struggling began to decrease, and soon his entire body seemed to go limp, relaxing, as if he'd just fallen asleep. Lander put a finger under his nose and felt warm breath.
"That should keep him under for about 12 hours or so," Conklin said.
"You sure do say should a lot, lady,"
Rodriguez said. Conklin glared at him.
"Hey, you'd rather I say he's going to be absolutely fine? And what happens if he dies? What happens then, huh? I don't know for sure what's going to happen, okay? But I'm trying to help. You don't like the way I do things? Fine. You fucking do it then."
"It's fine," Lander said. "You did the right thing. Thank you." He looked around at the faces of his team and saw the pain and exhaustion creeping in. They'd been through so much in the last few days, and even though on the surface they appeared as if they were all keeping it together, Lander knew that confident facade was sometimes only a mask. Once that mask came off, all the problems and struggles that had been suppressed so well would come to the surface, and that's when the real horror of war would show itself. They'd already lost one member of the team, and were on the verge of losing another, and regardless of how many times a person experienced loss, it would never get any easier. Lander looked down at Ross's relaxed face and said a silent prayer for his friend before turning back to Conklin. "Be straight with me, Doc. Is he going to make it?" Again, Conklin hesitated, sparing a fleeting glance at Rodriguez before she spoke.
"I just don't know.
So we just watch him turn into one of them? Into one of those mindless goddamn zombies? Rodriguez asked.
There's not much else we can do,
she told him. You've done what you could, Lander said. Thank you for that. What happens now?
We wait to see if the connection takes hold. If it does, he'll turn wild, or he'll remain calm.
Calm doesn't sound so bad, Lander said.
Calm is worse, she said, shaking her head. Believe me, calm is much worse.
31. The compartment lights went out, leaving Koskov in almost complete darkness. Several multicolored indicator lights on the machines around her flashed on and off, bathing the compartment in hues of yellows and greens and reds. Steam hissed from a pipe somewhere behind her, and several machines popped open, their control panels flashing wildly, electronics beeping.
Jesus, Cam,
she whispered, looking at the ceiling.
I said disrupt, not destroy.
At the far end of the compartment, Khan cursed, activating his stinger, sending glowing arcs of blue-white energy snapping into the darkness around him. Shadows danced around his face, revealing confusion and concern. He caught her gaze and straightened, expression going cold.
Don't get any stupid ideas,
Khan said, as the lights came back on. He clicked off the stinger, never taking his eyes off Koskov. She shoved her hands in her pockets, rocking on her heels.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it.
He held her gaze for a long moment before looking away. It had been at least an hour since Keller had left, and the disruptions Cam was causing had grown increasingly more intense and widespread. If the laundry was having this much trouble, she was curious to know how they were handling it on the Stork's bridge, not to mention Trank 2 ops. She'd hoped Cam could differentiate between the two systems and focus solely on Stork, but because the systems were connected, a certain amount of bleed-over was inevitable. And if she was being honest, as long as Cam kept Stork in orbit, that's all Koskov cared about. Absently, she closed one of the washing machine doors and sighed, shaking her head. She needed to be in ops, needed to be doing something, not twiddling her thumbs in the damn laundry. She couldn't stand the idea of Joel being down there with no one to support him. That was her job, both professionally and personally, and the fact that both commanders were preventing her from doing that job frustrated her more than anything else in her life. Something zipped past Koskov's head, close enough she could hear it flying through the air. Before she had a chance to register what was happening, she heard a grunt of pain, and Khan collapsed to the deck.
What the hell?
Koskov turned, looking toward where she thought the shot had come from, and saw no one. She looked back to Khan, wondering if she'd imagined it, but he was still lying there, face down, Stinger laying on the deck several inches away.
What are you waiting for, signed invitation?
A female voice whispered.
Applin?
Koskov asked. It took her a second to find the logistics officer, head hanging down from the maintenance access hatch in the ceiling.
What the hell are you doing? What does it look like? It's a jailbreak.
Applin held out her hand.
Come on, we don't have a lot of time.
Koskov used the dryers to climb up to the hatch, and with Applin's help, she rolled into the crawl space. The accessway was 1.5 meters wide and tall, each bulkhead lined with conduits and thick cables that snaked through steel frames every 2 meters. Similar cables and ducts ran along the ceiling and underneath the grated floor. She looked down both directions of the tunnel.
You're by yourself? What?
Applin asked, as if Koskov had hurt her feelings.
Never mind. What's the plan?
Here. Applin held out an open hand, a comm disc in her palm.
Brought you a welcome home gift.
Koskov chuckled and slipped the disc into the relay plate behind her ear.
Cam, you there?
I am, Cam said. Koskov blew out a relieved breath. It had only been a few hours, but...
It's good to hear your voice, she said.
Communicating with you again is also an enjoyable experience for me, Natalia. Koskov smiled. Come on, Applin said, turning and heading down the accessway. It wasn't quite tall enough for either woman to stand straight up, and Koskov had to pay close attention to the frames, ducking under them as they went.
Where are we heading?
Koskov asked.
A-deck,
Applin said over her shoulder. Koskov frowned but didn't slow.
A-deck. There's nothing up there except maintenance lockers and store— Oh.
She stopped as her brain registered what Applin was suggesting.
Oh, come on. There isn't any other way? Cam, tell me there's another way. The likelihood of a successful escape using any of the alternative routes is extremely unlikely. Lieutenant Applin is correct in her assessment.
Great,
Koskov muttered.
Just fucking great.
Applin paused at a 6-way junction, 2 shafts heading up and down, the other 4 stretching out in each cardinal direction. She had one hand on the ladder as Koskov approached.
It's not as bad as you think.
Oh, really? Koskov said, following Applin up the ladder.
I honestly can't think of a worse option. It's going to be fine. What the hell is everyone else doing? How'd you manage to sneak out of ops?
Well, actually, that's all Cam's doing. She's driving everybody crazy right now, and the ship's AI is so focused on keeping her out of its systems, it isn't able to track anything else. Keller is freaking out, and the rest of the flight crew is focused on regaining control of the ship's priority systems. Cam's really doing a number on them, then,
Koskov said.
Nice work, Cam.
I appreciate your positive reinforcement, Natalia. Please do expedite your travel. Stork's systems are pushing back quite effectively on my intrusions, and its defenses are much stronger than my attacks.
We're almost there,
Applin said. Hunched over, Koskov tried to visualize Stork's layout, but inside the cramped interior of the passageway, there weren't any of the landmarks she was used to. Recessed light panels flickered as they reached another vertical shaft. The ID placard on the bulkhead read, D-Deck, Frame 28. Applin immediately started to ascend the steel ladder, even as the lights went out around them.
Jesus, Cam,
Koskov muttered, feeling the first rung.
My apologies, Natalia, Cam said. Splitting my attention has reduced my processing capabilities for dealing with Stork's defenses.
The lights came back on.
What the hell do you mean, splitting your attention? You process millions of bits of information a second. Sustained fighting against the entirety of Stork's systems has taken a toll on my resources, especially when I'm— Stand by.
Above Koskov, Applin pulled herself off the ladder into another access tunnel.
Come on. I will be on station in approximately 5 minutes, Cam said.
What the hell is she talking about?
Koskov shouted after Applin.
Just come on!
Koskov followed Applin into the next passage, feet clanging against the grated deck. The lights flickered again, then went completely dark. Koskov slowed, putting her hands out, feeling for the sides of the tunnel.
Cam?
Koskov asked. She didn't respond. A handful of indicator lights came on, bathing the tunnel in glowing red light. Flashes of white light came from the shaft behind them as the panels blinked on and off. On the ceiling, the panels blinked on in random order, occasionally winking out, only to come back on again and hold steady.
Come on,
Applin said, stopping at a hatch on the bulkhead and opening the manual override panel next to it. Emergency Egress A6 was stenciled in black letters across the center of the hatch. Applin pulled the lever, the hatch unlocking with a thunk, and pulled it open. She nodded at the opening.
Go.
I don't think I like where this is going,
Koskov said, shuffling past her and ducking through. She found herself in the anteroom of one of Stork's spinal airlocks. The emergency airlock wasn't as big as the operational airlocks off the hangar bay. The compartment held 6 ready chambers, 3 on either side, each containing a single void suit and survival pack. These suits were only meant to be used if the crew weren't able to reach the lifeboats. Koskov hesitated as Applin pulled the hatch shut behind her.
I know you're not thinking what I think you're thinking.
Applin crossed to the nearest locker, opened it, and began pulling on the suit.
Hurry!
Koskov shook her head and moved to another locker. The one-size-fits-all void suit was baggy on her, even after cinching the straps down, but there didn't seem to be a plethora of alternatives. She pulled on her gloves, which Applin helped her seal, and grabbed her helmet from the shelf at the top of her locker.
You know, once we're out there—
Koskov trailed off as Applin slipped her helmet on, immediately locking it into place.
Put it on,
Applin shouted, her voice muffled by the helmet.
Great, just great.
Koskov pulled her own on, locked it, and tapped the wrist controls, activating the suit's internal power. She felt the familiar rush of air filling the suit and watched as the HUD activated. The suit's comm system automatically tied into the emergency band, linking with Applin.
You know these are only good for a couple hours, right?
Koskov asked. Applin was already working the airlock controls.
Trust me.
The interior hatch slid closed behind Koskov, and immediately the pale white light strips encircling the ceiling flashed to amber as the airlock's cycling system began decompressing. The process took only a few seconds, and soon the amber lights shifted to red as the outer airlock hatch unlocked and slid silently open, revealing a sea of diamonds against the black void.
Twice in less than 24 hours,
Koskov muttered, following Applin to the hatch.
Must be some kind of record.
Applin slipped outside without hesitation, grabbing the side handle and pulling herself out of the way as Koskov reached the opening. Koskov was about to follow her through when a message panel appeared on her HUD with Keller's name displayed in black lettering, stopping her in her tracks. His voice came through the helmet comm, his voice slightly distorted. "Lieutenant Koskov, stand down! You are under arrest! As commanding officer of this vessel, I order you to return to the ship!" Looking out at the vast blackness beyond, Koskov couldn't think of anywhere she'd rather be than inside the ship. Almost anywhere, she thought.
I don't think I'll be listening to your orders today, Colonel.
She swung through the hatch, grabbing the safety rail and pulling herself down to the hull.
"You are making a grave error," Keller said. "This will not further your cause, I can assure you of this. You are merely adding to the list of serious charges you will face, Lieutenant. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Hell, piracy alone is a capital crime, punishable by death."
"Piracy?" Koskov said, looking to Applin.
"I am here,"
Cam said.
"What are you—"
Koskov cut herself off as she turned and saw the nose of a star lifter appear, coming over the far side of Colonial One's fuselage, Tranquility hanging in the void behind it.
"We're here,"
Applin said. "Lieutenant Koskov, I say again, stand down immediately!" Clouds of mist sprayed out from the star lifter's maneuvering thrusters, aligning its heading with their position, the ship's belly only meters away from Colonial One's hull. Spotlights on the nose flashed to life, panning back and forth over the massive ship as the drop ship's port-side cargo bay door lowered into position.
"You've got to be kidding me,"
Koskov said as the drop ship approached.
"Told you it was going to be fine," Applin said. "I don't know if I classify this as fine or not."
"Lieutenant Koskov and Lieutenant Applin, by the authority granted me by Alliance law and Tranquility Coalition regulations, you are hereby ordered to stand down and return to the ship. If you do not comply, I will be forced to—" Koskov tapped her wrist panel, terminating the connection.
Doesn't he ever get tired of hearing his own voice?
"Are you kidding?" Applin asked, laughing.
"I think he gets paid by the word."
Using her magnet boots, Applin moved away from the hatch, walking across Colonial One's hull toward the dropship. Koskov got to her feet and followed, understanding finally dawning on her. Of all the dumb things you've ever done, this one sure does take the cake, she thought. 10 meters away, Applin kicked off the hull. She floated up toward the open ramp and used her suit's thrusters to spin upside down relative to the starlifter. A moment later, her boots touched the underside of the ramp and stuck, holding firm.
"I'm in,"
Applin said. Now above Koskov, she motioned for her to follow.
"Come on!" "This is so fucking stupid,"
Koskov growled. She pushed off, deactivated her magnetic boots, and floated into the void. 32. A wailing alarm jolted Lander from the first sound sleep he'd had in days. He sat up too fast, immediately regretting it as his vision darkened and his head swam.
"What the fuck is that?"
he asked, trying to rub away the sleep and confusion out of his eyes. The door to the hut opened and Rodriguez came in.
"You okay, boss?"
Lander shook himself and grunted.
"I'm fine. What the hell is that noise?" "Perimeter breach,"
Rodriguez said. Lander snapped to full alert. Perimeter breach. Where?
Northeast approach is what I heard. Something tripped a sensor about 3 miles out.
Where are the others? Lander asked, getting to his feet and slipping his boots back on.
Conley and Sabatini are pulling the charging cables of the rigs.
Lander gave Ross one last look. The driver was still unconscious thanks to the medication Conklin had administered, but the slight grimace on the man's face suggested whatever she'd given him was wearing off. Come on, Lander said, leading Rodriguez outside. The outpost was dark, lit by random lamps hanging from cables strung between the buildings, bathing the complex in a dull yellow light. They swayed in a warm breeze, casting dancing shadows around the area. Above, intermittent cloud cover hid the majority of the night sky. Men and women rushed between buildings, apparently heading to various pre-designated positions. Some carried rifles, others boxes of ammunition, and a few held some of the AR-72s they'd liberated from New Independence not 12 hours before. 3 miles isn't that far, Lander pointed out as they jogged toward the power station where their rigs waited. He tapped his comm disc, activating the team channel. Conley, Sabatini, what's your status?
Getting set up now, boss,
Conley answered. My rig's having some intermittent power fluctuations, Sabatini said. Looks like one of the hits I took fouled up some of the relays. Swap them out for some of Ross's, Lander told him. I don't cancel that, he snapped, cutting Sabatini off as another thought hit him. Use Ross's rig. Sabatini answered. Ross had the only other fire unit, Lander explained. The only one besides Erstein's, he didn't add. After a moment, Sabatini said, Roger that, sir. Their rigs came into view as Lander and Rodriguez rounded the side of a mechanical shop, arrayed in a row beside the outpost's central power station. Conley was busy disconnecting the remaining cables from Lander's rig, and Sabatini was climbing into Ross's cockpit. How are we looking? Lander said, reaching his rig and leaping from its bent knee. He reached for the pull handle with his prosthetic, and as soon as his metal fingers wrapped around the bar, the unit glitched, causing the fingers to snap open. He reached up with his right hand and grabbed the lip of the cockpit, just barely keeping himself from falling back to the ground.
Holy shit, boss, you okay?
Conley asked, appearing below him, her hand on the back of his leg. He shook out his metal hand, then banged it against the rig's torso. It spasmed once, fingers wiggling briefly on their own before full connection returned. You couldn't have picked a worse time to fuck up, Lander told his hand, as he climbed up the rest of the way into the cockpit. He slid down into the saddle and tapped through the startup sequence. The gel around his legs locked him into place as the neural connectors clicked into position. He held his breath as the pulse of energy pulsed up and down his spine, integrating man and machine. Sabatini, Lander asked, leaning forward to see Conley climbing into her own rig. Almost there, the driver responded, the urgency in Lander's voice obvious. He pulled the cockpit cage down, its sections now clear of mud and grass. Let's go. He led them through the outpost, weaving through a seemingly endless stream of people rushing back and forth between locations. Several trucks passed them on the way to the gates, loaded up with fighters, all freshly armed with the weapons they'd recovered. At least we did that much, Lander thought. As they neared the gates, Lander saw Williams and a small group of soldiers unloading boxes of 30mm ammo into the Nasserhorn's magazines. Need any help? Williams looked up and shook his head. We're almost done. Any idea what's coming? Not a clue. Williams took the last belt of ammunition and fed it into the magazine's receiver, then slammed the panel shut. I thought you had sensor beacons on your perimeter. We do, but they aren't great. We can get mass readings, heading, and distance. Not much else. Rodriguez stopped next to Lander and motioned a steel arm at the lieutenant as he climbed up into his rig.
Thought you said those hive hijos de puta never came out this way.
They haven't before.
Not until you bastards showed up,
Staccato snapped, appearing between Lander and Rodriguez. He walked past without sparing a look and waved at the group of fighters who had been helping Williams.
Get to your positions, damn it. This isn't a fucking scouting party.
A rover pulled up next to him, its bed filled with a group of fighters standing around something covered by a heavy tan tarp.
It's about time,
Staccato said. pulling himself into the bed and pulling the tarp away. Lander was surprised to see what looked like a full set of first-generation Sigma armor. Unlike the total-body exosuit employed in the modern Alliance military, the first-gen suits were comprised of armor plates on the shoulders, chest and back, arms and legs. Against unarmored infantry, the first generation of Sigmas had been considered elite, superhuman even. In modern combat, however, they were nothing more than cosplay. Sakato's face contorted in a brief shock of pain, then immediately shifted to an almost cringe-worthy expression of ecstasy as the augmentation system merged with his nervous system. Sakato tested the movement, bending his arms and legs, then reached down and retrieved a heavy X-22 auto rifle, hefting it over his armored shoulder. Typically speaking, the weapon was mounted on vehicles as a secondary, too heavy for a soldier to carry without augmentation. Servos whined as the plates shifted with Sakato's movements, allowing him to easily handle the weapon. He jumped out of the rover's bed and motioned to his men.
Get moving.
Lander stepped up to Williams as the driver climbed into his rig. If you have any more tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to share. We have a few dozen white phosphorus rounds, the lieutenant answered. We know it works against the drones and Vindicators, but won't do much to slow down their rigs. Of all the things Lander had expected him to say, white phosphorus hadn't been one of them. Willie Pete, as they'd called it during his time in the Alliance, wasn't strictly speaking an offensive combat weapon. In fact, its use had been banned for everything except target designation and signaling. Using it against people was considered at best a disgustful tactic, at worst a war crime. The pyrophoric self-ignited on contact with air and fiercely consumed any combustible. Lander shook his head. Don't know if I like the idea of using that against people.
Except that those aren't people,
Sakato argued. Are you certain there isn't any helping them? Sakato hesitated. That's what I thought, Lander said. Sounds like 3 subjugators at least, Williams said, looking up from his console. Hard to tell on the Vindicators, but I've never heard of that many subjugators operating so close together, so there's no telling.
And I wonder whose fault that is,
Sakato growled, glaring at Lander and his team.
Hey, fuck off, pendejo,
Rodriguez snapped.
We came here to help you people. Fine fucking job you're doing, isn't it?
Sakato asked.
There's only one reason they came all the way out here, and if we survive this, I guarantee I'm going to rectify that problem.
Rodriguez pointed his oversized sword at Sakato, its tip aimed directly at the soldier's face.
You make a move on Ross, pendejo, and I'll drop you like a mouthy hooker. You'll try,
Sakato answered, sparing Rodriguez a brief glance before turning away and heading for the gates.
Fucking asshole,
Connolly said, stepping up beside Lander. Forget about him for now, Lander said. We've got bigger problems to deal with.
I wish the motherfucker would try,
Rodriguez said, pounding the flat side of his blade into his steel palm. One thing at a time, Lander said. Focus up, people, this is the real thing. Make your shots count and don't get cocky. Keep your head on a swivel and don't get tunnel vision. Our job is to protect the outpost, not play hero. Everybody got that? The 3 remaining members of his team all nodded affirmative. We've seen how they fight, Lander continued. They'll come at us with no regard for their own safety. Use that to your advantage. The priority will be the rigs. If you engage one, be sure you sound off. And don't get cut off if you think they're flanking retreat to the wall. Lander checked his blogger again, ejecting the cylinder, checking his count.
That thing ain't going to do much against a rhino,
Rodriguez said. Lander nodded. Granted, but it'll slow them down and give the rest of us time to coordinate fire. A group of haggard-looking people jogged by, the colonists they'd brought back with them after the armory raid. They looked malnourished and tired, but they all had weapons in their hands regardless, ready to fight to the death for their home. They jogged up the switchback stairs to the top of the wall and found positions among the fighters already posted. Lander led his team out of the main gates, which shut with a resounding bang behind him. He motioned for Rodriguez and Sabatini to cover north of the gates, while he and Conley held the south. The outpost comm he'd been given before the armory raid buzzed to life. Williams's voice came through, with a hint of trepidation in the words. 900 meters. What's their position? Lander asked. Where are they coming from? Directly west. Right at the gate, Lander realized. It looks like the rigs are holding back, Williams continued. Beacon 4 still has them about past 1,200 meters.
At that distance, those rhinos are right on top of us,
Conley said. Lander nodded. Things start to go bad for them, they call in the reinforcements. The main assault force is probably going to be Vindicators and drones, Williams said. Drones will be first.
Goddamn zombie fuckers,
Rodriguez said. 700 meters. The crack of a gunshot in the distance echoed through the trees, making it all but impossible to tell where it had actually come from. No way of telling whether it was one of their people or the hive. Several more shots rang out, followed by an almost rhythmic staccato of fire. Who's firing? Williams shouted across the comms. If you have contact with the enemy, report! Lander scanned up and down the battle line, looking for any sign of the attackers, and saw nothing but shadows.
Where the hell are they?
Conley asked. I don't know, Lander answered. But they're out. A rocket streaked out of the darkness, the flaming trail illuminating the area in a dull orange-red glow. It shot through the air over the wall and arched down into the outpost, slamming into something Lander couldn't see, and erupted into a brilliant fireball. Pieces of flaming debris sprayed in all directions, and the faint screams of terror and pain could just be heard over the onslaught of oncoming small arms fire. Lander caught movement in the tree line ahead and leveled his blogger. Here they come! Tiny flashes of light erupted from the shadows, and he heard the rounds zip past, striking the outpost wall behind him. He fired 3 rounds from the blogger, the muffled thump, 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 insignificant compared to the sounds of gunfire around him. Don't waste your ammo on shit you can't see, a voice in the back of Lander's mind told him. He lowered his steel arm and drew his cricket, tapping the button to extend the weapon. Pulling it into his shoulder, he began spot firing, giving each target a 3 to 5 round burst as he worked down the line. Numbers in the bottom left corner of the cricket's holographic optic counted down until Lander squeezed off the last remaining 6.5mm bullet. The bolt locked back, and despite never having used the weapon in combat, performed an emergency reload, dropping the empty magazine and slapping in another in one smooth motion. He tapped the bolt release with the heel of his palm and went back to work.
Getting pretty thick over here, boss,
Rodriguez called over the comm. Lander looked to his position and saw Rodriguez's steel arm bringing his sword down hard, slicing a man in 2. Behind Rodriguez, Sabatini was laying an impressive amount of fire with his own cricket. But between the teams, a stream of drones was charging into the small clearing in front of the outpost wall. Hey, Lander shouted at the fighters along the parapets. Shoot! He shifted fire, dropping 4 to the ground, causing several more to trip over them in their haste for the wall. Gunfire erupted from the top of the wall, raining chaos and destruction down on the charging drones. He caught motion out of the corner of his eye and shifted just in time to see a man dressed in black kick off a moss-colored boulder and launch himself into the air toward Lander's left side. On instinct, Lander twisted left, bringing his steel arm around in a powerful backswing, slamming into the man mid-jump. The impact only slightly jarred his reactive sensors, but the snap of the man's bones as he wrapped around the rig's wrist made Lander cringe. No time for that, Lander told himself, already turning back to the threat at hand, bringing up his blogger and adding his fire to the mix. One right after another, the drones appeared from the shadows, rage and hatred and fury plastered across their faces as they scrambled to reach their target. The stench of gunpowder and death was filling the air, calling back memories Lander didn't have time to face.
Son of a bitch,
Rodriguez shouted, tossing 2 drones into the air with a solid backhand blow. He brought his blade around in a level arch, slicing through 5 in a single swing. Screams of agony rippled through the air. They twisted Lander's stomach. "There's too many!" Sabatini shouted, backing his rig toward the gates. Rodriguez slammed his blade down into the ground and pulled 2 men from his steel shoulders, tossing them away like they were toys, their bodies spinning helplessly through the air. Sabatini kicked a woman, charging for his steel leg, and shot another 2 as they came through a small cluster of trees. Another rocket spiraled through the air above them, slamming down into the outpost behind Lander, exploding with a chest-rattling boom. A cloud of smoke and flame curled up from behind a row of buildings, light from the hanging lights and already burning fires reflecting in the billowing smoke. A blood-curdling scream pulled Lander's attention back to the tree line, where at least 20 drones emerged, all racing straight for him. He cursed, backpedaling toward the wall, and lifted his left hand, the torch activating with the flick of his thumb. Time slowed. He gritted his teeth, finger hovering over the switch, wishing more than anything he could make a different choice and knowing there was nothing else he could do. He depressed the switch and sent a stream of compressed fuel streaking through the darkness. The mixture ignited a fraction of a second later, turning the entire area into a fiery hell. The flames rolled over the attackers like water, igniting clothes, skin, hair. Gobs of flame sprayed everywhere as the victims flung themselves away from the attack, diving and rolling on the ground, screaming and dying. A dozen flaming figures fled into the night, disappearing into the forest, spreading the fire even further. "Lander, look out!" a voice shouted through the local comm. He turned, trying to discern who was speaking, and caught sight of a rocket streaking through the air. It slammed into the wall, erupting into a fireball and throwing several fighters from their perch above. The concussion wave pounded against his rig, and though he felt it in his chest, the rig itself didn't move. Before he could trace where the fire had originated, 2 more rockets screamed in, much closer than the first had been. He turned to run just as they hit home not 20 meters behind him, and this time he felt the explosion. The blast wave knocked his steel body forward and off its feet. He slammed down hard, cage digging a shallow trench into the earth, filling his cockpit with dirt and grass once again. 33. Lander pushed himself up to his steel knees, hearing nothing but the high-pitched ringing in his ears. He tried batting the dirt away from his cage for a few seconds before thumbing the latch and throwing it open. The cage bounced off the top of the rig, shaking the majority of the dirt off, though more than a little fell down into the cockpit, working into the crevices around his waist. He felt Rodriguez before he saw him, steel feet thumping into the ground next to him. He rammed his huge sword into the ground and reached out to help Lander up, while protecting their flank with his shield. Rodriguez said something Lander couldn't hear, then jerked his sword out of the ground and pointed. "To go!" Rodriguez said, words finally cutting through the ringing in Lander's ears. He flinched, his rig ducking with him as another rocket screamed overhead. Fires raged around him, throwing dancing shadows across every surface. Outpost soldiers pulled friends away from the destruction as fighters who'd managed to remain topside doused the area in an almost constant barrage of gunfire. Drones poured out of the forest only to be cut down, littering the ground with bodies. Lander leveled his blogger as a vindicator with a rifle appeared, the man's face a mask of fury as he fired up at the outpost defenders. Lander fired once, his arm barely bucking, and a second later the heavy round slammed into the man's chest, throwing him back into the forest. "Suppressing fire!" William shouted through the comm. "Force them back!" Before Lander could argue, he caught sight of the metal canisters twirling over the wall, landing just behind the tree line. He couldn't hear the pop, but the spray of white smoke and starbursts tearing through the underbrush was unmistakable. Fires erupted up and down the battlefield as smoke billowed. Drones, caught in the middle, clutched at their throats, dropping to their knees or trying to outrun the smoke, hacking painfully as they breathed it in. Several cleared the clouds, only to be cut down by the defenders, cutting their pained coughs short as their lives abruptly ended.
"Come on!" Rodriguez shouted. "Boss, we need to go!"
A Vindicator emerged out of the smoke, wearing the same Sigma exo armor Sakato had donned just prior to the battle, and a full face helmet and rebreather, the smoke not fazing him in the slightest. He hefted an autocannon off his shoulders and dropped to one knee, leveling the weapon at Rodriguez's back. Rig or not, a hit from around that size would be deadly.
"Down!"
Lander shouted, twisting to push Rodriguez out of the way. He tried to bring his blogger up, but was out of position and off balance. He was too late. Suddenly, Conley appeared out of the darkness, her rig illuminated by a dozen fires. She slammed into the ground between the shooter and Lander, her steel torso rotating to the side, hand extended, blade coming around in a flat arch. It sliced through the man so fast that for a moment Lander thought she'd missed, and a moment later the man's torso slid clean off his waist, spilling blood and internal organs across the ground. Conley held her stance for a moment, arm extended behind her, blade pointing away from her, glistening red with blood.
"Holy shit!"
Rodriguez yelled, when he finally saw what she'd done. "We need to retreat," Lander shouted, pointing to the gaping hole in the wall. "I'll cover you." He turned and fired his blogger into the tree line as he backed toward the wall, each round punching through a growing wall of fire that was spreading by the minute. Then he froze, hearing the familiar rhythmic thuds of steel legs moving at high speed. A second later, a Nasser horn emerged from the flames and charged the wall, paying no heed to the dozens of bodies it crushed under its feet. Lander moved without thinking, charging forward and taking advantage of the fact that the enemy rig had apparently not seen him. Kicking off a large boulder, he shot into the air, landing 2 meters to the side of the rig. The Nasser horn turned to bring its cannons to bear, but Lander was already there, grabbing each barrel with separate steel hands and pushing with everything he had. The main gun fired, vibrating his fingers. He twisted, tipping the rig off balance and sending it reeling back through the flames. Leveling his blogger, he fired until it was empty, then turned and raced for the wall.
"Go!"
he screamed, waving at defenders to abandon their positions. Several hesitated, but at his repeated commands finally relented and joined their companions, running back through the maze of the outpost. Lander stopped next to Conley just inside the wall and surveyed the retreat. "This keeps up much longer. We're not going to be able to—" Sparks flashed as something slammed into Conley's rig's shoulder, knocking her into a small mechanical shop. The rig smashed through the prefab metal walls, crushing everything inside before Conley could regain control. Lander looked from her to where the shot had come from, and saw the Nasser horn he'd thrown down charging at them once again. His mind raced as he worked through his options. Too far for the flamethrower, and his blogger was empty. The only thing within reach was a small electric ATV laying on its side, where Conley had kicked it aside during her fall. He snatched it up and hurled it toward the charging war rig, immediately sprinting after it. The Nasser horn's main cannon boomed, splitting the ATV in two. The flaming halves spun through the air, trailing smoke and debris, landing and bouncing along the ground, disintegrating as they rolled. Lander never stopped. In the air a second after the ATV had been split apart, kicking off a large boulder and sending his rig arcing through the air. He came down hard, driving his steel knee into the twin guns, bending both at odd angles and rendering them useless. The impact sent the Nasser horn stumbling back, and Lander followed up his attack with a spinning heel kick, sending the rig sprawling into the dirt. Lander was on it in a second, slamming his fists into the rig's armored canopy, denting the metal. Panels buckled, snapping out of place, and giving Lander just enough room to get his steel fingers into the creases. He ripped the plating free, tossing it aside until he'd created a fist-sized hole in the rig's cockpit canopy. With one last powerful blow, he rammed his fist into the hole and said, "Need a light?" activating his fuel-air mix and sending a stream of flaming liquid into the cockpit. He held it there for several long moments, filling the compartment, then finally clicked off the spray and straightened, glancing around for more targets. He felt movement to his right and turned to spray, only to realize it was Rodriguez, and caught himself a split second before dousing his friend.
"They're running!"
Lander followed his outstretched steel finger and saw the hive fighters retreating back into the forest and disappearing into the shadows. Some weren't, though, and Lander frowned as some of the attacking drones simply fell to the ground, hands pressed to their heads, screaming in obvious pain. They collapsed, screams fading to pained moans as they curled into the fetal position. The sounds of gunfire dwindled until the only thing audible were the crackle of the fires surrounding them and the moaning of the drones scattered across the battlefield.
"What the hell's wrong with them?"
Rodriguez asked. Lander shook his head, tapping his comm. "Williams, what's happening?" "I don't know," Williams answered through the comm. His Nasser horn appeared out of the darkness, stopping a few feet away from one of the downed drones. His canopy opened, and he pulled himself out, dropping to the ground a second later.
"Whoa,"
Conley said, holding up a steel hand.
"What the hell are you doing?"
"They're hurt," Williams said, kneeling beside a man. "We need to help them."
"Hey, man, 10 minutes ago you were all about wasting every single one of these motherfuckers,"
Rodriguez said. Staccato and his people appeared next to Williams, all looking disheveled and battle-worn. Several broke off to check on the other drones as Staccato kept watch.
"Oh my God," a woman shouted. "Oh my God, Lieutenant! Come look at this!"
Williams hurried over. Lander motioned to his team. "Full perimeter check. Make sure they're really gone." He dismounted, jumped out before his rig was fully compressed, and jogged over to where Williams and the others were gathered around a man on the ground. "What the fuck is that?" a man leaning over the lieutenant's shoulder asked.
"I need something, some kind of container, anything, quick!"
Someone gave her a plastic cup, and she went back to work, kneeling next to the man's head.
"Hold him still. Give me some light."
The man squirmed and moaned. Williams held up a flashlight as Lander approached, stopping at the man's feet. The woman was cradling the man's head, holding the cup next to it, watching as blood ran from his ear. He writhed in pain, face contorted in a grimace, then suddenly let out a gasp as something dropped out of his ear. The woman caught it in the cup. "What the hell is that?" Lander asked. The woman stood, examining the cup's contents. Williams and Lander both leaned in, looking at something resembling a leech. They all leaned back as the thing appeared to rear its head, looking up at them and exposing a circular mouth filled with rows of tiny needlepoint crystal-clear teeth. "All right," Lander said, backing away. "Someone better start talking. What the hell is that thing?"
"I can't be sure," the woman said,
swirling the creature around inside the cup.
"But I think—"
Lander's comm disc buzzed, and Rodriguez's voice came through, drowning out the medic's final words.
"Boss, we've got a problem."
"You're telling me," Lander said. "What do you got?"
"It's Ross, sir. He's gone."
Lander's blood ran cold, his gaze darting to Staccato, thinking the worst. "What the hell do you mean he's gone?" Williams arched an eyebrow at him.
"He's gone," Rodriguez repeated. "Looks like someone cut his restraints and took him."
Lander pointed to Staccato, rage boiling inside his chest. "What did you do, you son of a bitch?" The soldier straightened, adjusted his grip on the rifle he held in both hands.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
"What's wrong?" Williams asked. "Ross is missing," Lander said, not taking his eyes off Staccato. "Looks like someone cut his restraints and took him."
"I told you," Staccato said. "I told you they'd come for him."
"You're saying the hive took him?"
"I'd say that much is obvious."
"Rodriguez, Sabatini, Conley, on me." Lander turned and started back toward his rig. "Where are you going?" Williams called after him. "I'm going to get my man." You can't go out in the dark, Williams warned. Lander spun to face him. The hell I can't. They can't have gotten far. We'll run them down and what? Williams asked, cutting him off. Take a look around, man. We just got our asses kicked, if you haven't noticed. You go out there now, you'll be on your own. You won't last an hour. I'm not going to just let those assholes. His comm disc buzzed to life.
Oh, come in. Lander, are you there?
Lander froze. Tally? I'm here. I can hear you.
Oh, God, you're okay. She let out a long breath. I saw all those fires and thought...
I'm okay, Lander said, reassuring her. We took a bit of a beating, but we're okay.
I'll be down in about 30. Mind fixing up a good place for me to land?
Wait a minute, Lander said, frowning. What do you mean you'll be down? Where the hell are you? 34. You stole a dropship? Lander repeated.
Well, commandeered,
Koskov said. Applin chuckled, and Koskov gave her co-conspirator a sidelong glance. She took a few minutes to explain what had happened, her arrest and subsequent escape. But when she'd finished, and Lander had told her what he'd just been through, she couldn't help but feel more than a little foolish at the trepidation she'd felt about her spacewalk.
I'm sorry about Ross, she whispered.
He's not gone yet, Lander said. We just have to figure out a way to track them down.
Figure out a way?
Applin asked, looking up from her console to Koskov's left. She pointed to the screen.
Hell, we've got the heat signature now. What's keeping us from following them? Cam?
Koskov asked.
Lieutenant Applin is correct,
the AI answered.
I can adjust our heading to coincide with the hive's heading. We've got them on scanners,
Koskov told her husband.
We can track them wherever they go.
Absolutely not. No way. You're not going to put yourself in harm's way.
Jay, we already are in harm's way,
Koskov said.
Have been since we came out of stasis. This doesn't change anything. They don't know we're up here, which means they might lead us straight to that queen bitch of theirs, and we can end this thing once and for all.
Tally,
Don't tally me, Joe Lander. You're not the only one who has a responsibility to this mission and its people.
There was silence on the other end for a moment, and Koskov could almost see Lander working his jaw back and forth. Despite what most people might have thought, Lander wasn't hesitant because he thought she couldn't do it. He was hesitant because he didn't want her to do it.
I have plotted an aerial patrol pattern that will keep us in visual range of the hive forces,
Cam said. Where are they headed, Cam? Lander asked. Back to the colony?
Negative. They are tracking northeast.
Northeast? What's northeast?
I do not have that information, Specialist Lander.
It's got to be the hive, Lander said. Williams agrees. Stay on them.
We will lose communications in approximately 60 seconds, Natalia,
Cam advised.
Son of a bitch. We've got our emergency beacon,
Applin suggested.
We could launch that.
Koskov shook her head.
It's a one-trick pony. Once we shoot that thing, we'll only have a few minutes to transmit. If anything, it's a last resort, hence emergency.
Just keep on them, Lander said. Once they've gone to ground, mark it and come back to the outpost. Cam, you have our location?
Affirmative, Specialist Lander.
We've got some refitting to do here anyway, Lander said. We should be able to get everyone back into fighting shape in a matter of hours. You get us that location, we'll be able to rain down hellfire on that bitch that she'll never see coming.
As soon as we know, you'll know,
Koskov said. Roger that. I love you.
Love you too, Jay. The communication link has been terminated,
Cam said. Koskov took a breath, telling herself that everything was going to be okay. She closed her eyes for a second and said a prayer for her husband and her daughter, then opened them again, suddenly filled with a resolve she hadn't felt since first joining the Tranquility mission.
Sounds like they really got their asses handed to them down there,
Applin said without looking up from her screen.
You really think they're up for this? If anyone can see this thing through to the end, it's Jay,
Koskov said. And oddly enough, she believed it. She climbed out of the pilot's couch and headed for the back of the cockpit.
I'm going to get out of this thing while we still have some time.
Really? Applin tugged on the loose fabric. I was just starting to get used to it.
It's almost comfortable. Fuck that. If I never have to put on another one of these things, it'll be too soon.
After discarding the void suit and finding some barely edible ration bars, Koskov returned to her couch to watch the display screens. She ate in silence, watching the glowing mass of people wind their way through the forest. For the better part of 2 hours, Cam flew them in long circular patterns above the forest, keeping the hive group locked in their sensors. They paused twice during their journey, but for the most part moved non-stop through the unforgiving terrain. If she hadn't wanted to completely obliterate them, she might have been impressed at their stamina.
There's one thing that's been bothering me about this whole thing,
Applin said, propping her feet up on the console in front of her.
Only one?
Koskov asked.
Well, one thing about Cam, that is. I'm curious, Cam, how were you able to circumvent Colonial One's security procedures and override the control programs for the Starlifter? Doesn't that go against your programming or something? Aren't you designed to follow rules and regulations no matter what? That is predominantly true, Lieutenant Applin. I am programmed to obey the commands of my superiors and all relevant authorities. However, those primary directives are regulated by logical reasoning, not to mention your overriding program. That is correct, Natalia.
Applin arched an eyebrow at Koskov.
Overriding programming?
Koskov smiled.
A little gift from my father. So what? She has to do whatever you say? Well, not quite, Koskov answered, but close. What if you ordered her to vent the Atmo? I would refuse that command, Lieutenant Applin.
She chuckled.
Good to know. And stealing the dropship? Does that count as overriding programming? Criminal theft is defined as the taking of someone's property with the intention of not returning said property to its rightful owner. I am not intending to keep this vessel any longer than is necessary, and the fact that the Starlifter is actually designated for Tranquility operations means we're technically not breaking any regulations. We are using it for colonial operations, after all. I don't know that the people back home would see it that way. Maybe not, Koskov conceded. But what they think really doesn't matter, does it? Or at least it won't for another couple years. You have a point there.
Applin took another bite of her protein bar.
Too bad, though. Here I was thinking Cam was the first AI pirate in human history. That is not technically accurate. In 2037, a group of...
Cam went silent, mid-sentence. Koskov sat up.
Cam? I'm detecting a decrease in the signatures of the Hive convoy,
Cam said.
What's happening to them?
Koskov asked, leaning forward to consult her display.
Unknown. However, I would postulate that the disappearing signals are a result of ground interference. Interference from what?
Applin asked.
I believe they are going underground. This is it,
Koskov said.
We found it. It's too bad we can't just bomb the shit out of them and be done with it,
Applin said.
Can't do that, Koskov argued. Rossi's down there, and besides, we don't have anything to bomb them with.
Sure we do. Applin jerked a thumb to the back of the compartment.
This baby's got 2 redundant fuel cells. We drop one of those bad boys from altitude and boom, world's biggest bonfire. It's s'mores and hot dogs for dinner. We need to tell Lander, Koskov said. Projected flight time to the colony outpost is 45 minutes,
Cam told her. Koskov felt the dropship tilt underneath her.
Wait. What if this isn't it? We need to be sure. We'll orbit for another 30 minutes and make sure they don't go anywhere else.
35. Lander stopped and leaned against the rover's front tire, eyes closing against his will. He needed sleep, but knew that rest now was a luxury they didn't have. There was work to do, and they were the only ones that could do it. His head drooped forward a bit, eyes slowly closing. He felt the warm, peaceful embrace of... He jerked awake, eyes snapping open, and pushed himself off the tire. Wake up, Lander. He shook himself, rubbed his face, and swallowed hard. Shit.
Yo, boss,
Rodriguez yelled, waving him over to where he was struggling to lift a sheet of corrugated metal off a pile of rubble. He motioned to the ground where a single boot stuck out from underneath the edge.
Give me a hand, would ya?
Lander jogged over, took a position opposite the shorter man, and despite the enhanced strength of his prosthetic, they couldn't lift the scrap. It groaned and creaked, flexing as the two men heaved, and after several long moments, it finally started to budge. Hey, give us a hand, Lander called, as the rover's driver appeared around the front of the vehicle. A little help! The man frowned for a moment, then seemed to realize what they were doing and ran over. He dropped to his knees, reached under, and pulled the victim out. The woman was covered in dust and dirt, her clothes torn and soiled. Blood ran down the side of her face, and her arm hung at a horrible angle, obviously broken. She coughed, then gasped in pain as the driver helped her to sit. "Medic!" the driver cried out before kneeling beside her. "You're going to be okay." Lander and Rodriguez set the scrap down and moved around to get a better look at her. Tears streaked her dirt-covered face, her hair matted with blood and sweat. "Thank you," she croaked, her good hand reaching up and touching the blood trickling from her ear. "We're going to get you help," Lander reassured her. Lander backed away as the medic came running, dropping his kit and kneeling down beside her opposite the driver. Together, they laid her back down, and he started triage.
"How many more do you think we're going to find?"
Rodriguez asked. "No telling," Lander answered.
"She had one of those things in her ears."
Lander nodded, not really knowing what to say. They'd found several over the last few hours, some in better condition than others. Some couldn't hear, others had trouble putting words together, others could barely walk.
"You okay, boss?"
"Huh?" Rodriguez shrugged.
"Not looking too hot is all."
"Yeah." Lander took a deep breath. "Just a little tired, I guess. Come on, let's go check on Conley." They found their teammates in the outpost's main mechanical bay, working away on Conley's rig, repairing the damage done by the last shot to its shoulder. Sparks sprayed across the workspace as Conley welded a new piece of armor plating over the damaged steel. Sabatini stood below her, waiting to heft a second plate up to her. "Where we at?" Lander asked, when Conley switched off the torch and flipped up her face mask. Behind him, Rodriguez gave a low whistle.
"Carajo, these things can sure take a lot of punishment."
"Yeah, we're just lucky some of these repairs are only superficial," Sabatini said. "I don't know how much more they could take, to be honest."
"Not a whole lot more,"
Conley said, climbing down the scaffold to the wet concrete floor. She wiped her hands with a dirty rag, then shoved it in her hip pocket.
"Got another plate on mine, and a couple chassis repairs on yours."
She nodded to Lander's rig.
"And we'll be in good shape. Well, better."
Lander nodded. "Any luck on his?" He motioned to Sabatini. She shook her head.
"Having a hard time getting the power relays to stabilize. Hell, even if we did, I don't know if I'd trust them. That was Erstein's department."
"Still is," Lander said, crossing his arms. Conley held his gaze for a moment, then nodded.
"Right."
"Listen, you all did well. I mean it. The odds were stacked against us last night, and you brought the fight and left nothing on the table. For that, I thank you." The team responded with a series of somber nods. "Again, I know this isn't what you signed up for," Lander continued, "but you've all handled yourselves well and fought honorably. We're in the home stretch. I know it."
"We signed up for adventure on a new world," Conley said, "and that's for damn sure what we got."
Rodriguez laughed.
"Fuck yeah. Aliens and gunfights. That's what I signed up for sure."
Sabatini laughed. "Aliens, Rodriguez, not illegal aliens."
"Hey, fuck you, man,"
Rodriguez deadpanned, holding up his middle finger. "What can we help with?" Lander asked, nodding to the line of rigs behind Conley.
"Need to swap out the tanks for your thrower. I managed to find some more blogger rounds. We'll need to get them on the rack. We were just getting ready to strip Sabatini's rig. The armor's still good, and who knows when we're going to get replacements. I already took its hands."
"Its hands?"
"Yeah,"
Conley said. walking over to a cart next to Lander's rig and lifting a rig steel hand in both hands. The steel fingers were dented and bent, scarred by Lander's brutal attack on the Nasserhorn.
I'm afraid we don't have a lot of replacements.
Rodriguez laughed.
I always said rig boxing should be a thing. You know, if I'd known you wanted to go hands-on, I could have made you a spike or something,
Conley said. Lander shook his head. I'm not planning on knocking any more rigs into the canvas, if that's what you mean.
When this is all over, and shit gets back to normal, we should start a Tranquility Ultimate Rig Fighting League,
Rodriguez said. Hard pass, Lander muttered. Besides, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more work to get done after all this. But first things first, we need to get this up and running. And then what? Lander turned to see Jamil standing in the open entrance to the repair bay, flanked by two others, a man and a woman. The man had a bandage wrapped around his head, one side stained red. Lander recognized him as one of the drones they'd helped earlier that morning. His expression was distant, and Lander was surprised to see him on his feet, much less walking around. The woman had her arm in a sling. She'd been one of the people from the leadership meeting before the armory raid, Sasek, if he remembered correctly. All of them looked like they'd been through hell and back. And they have, Lander reminded himself. Excuse me? Lander asked. I mean, what's your plan? Jamil asked. Lander crossed his arms. I would have thought that'd be obvious. I intend to get our man back and end this thing.
End this thing?
Sasek said.
This thing caused the deaths of hundreds of our friends and family. Those people that died out there tonight were loved ones, regardless of what the Queen was making them do.
And I regret that, Lander answered, feeling anger swelling in his chest. They might not have been in charge of their actions, but it doesn't make them any less a threat. A threat to you, a threat to me, and a threat to the survival of this colony. Am I happy about what we did? Not at all. But would I do it again? You're goddamn right I would. As he spoke, Lieutenant Williams joined them, coming up beside Jamil and his companions. You misunderstand, Jamil said, raising a hand and giving a sidelong nod to Williams. We're not trying to imply any wrongdoing on your part. We're simply asking you to consider what comes next. Saving lives is important, yes, but we want to save all our lives, not just the lucky ones who didn't fall victim to the hive.
Yeah, great idea,
Rodriguez said, stepping up next to Lander.
Why didn't we think of that, boss?
Lander relaxed slightly, feeling Jamil might have something in mind. You have a plan? I think I do, Williams said. Did you notice what happened when you took out the subjugator? Lander thought back to the moments after he'd finished bashing the Nasserhorn's chassis in. He couldn't think of anything other than the molten hate he'd poured into the cockpit, the driver's blood-curdling screams cut short as the flames ate away his flesh. Yeah, Lander said dryly. He died. That's right, but did you see what else happened? Lander racked his brain, trying to see where the man had been going, but came up blank. He pursed his lips and held his hands out, palms up. The drones collapsed, Jamil said. They collapsed and lost their connection to the hive. Those bugs, Jamil said.
I thought you people said it was some kind of mental mind control or something,
Conley said, coming up alongside Lander. That's what we thought, Jamil said. In fact, it's still what we think, but we know the connection is created by that bug. It infests the host, attaches itself to the brainstem, and connects the person to the subjugator who originally infected it. You said the Queen controlled them all, Lander said. Jamil nodded. Again, that's what we thought. But after pulling those things out of the survivors and talking to the ones who could talk, we know the truth. Great. How does that help us?
Don't you see?
Sasek asked.
If we can destroy their connection, we can free them. It confirms what we already thought. Once we kill the Queen, all of the infected people will be freed. We don't need to kill them all.
Wanting to and needing to are two completely different things, Lander said. I didn't want to kill any of those people tonight, but if I hadn't, none of us would be standing here right now. We know that, Jamil said, and please don't misunderstand. We're not accusing you of anything. You and everyone else, for that matter, did what you needed to do. But now that we know we can save those people, we wanted to make sure you are aware of it." Because that'll make it easier, Lander thought, knowing the opposite was true. They were all heading for the fight of their lives, everyone knew it, but going into the battle with redemption and salvation on their minds would only cause problems. It would mean people would hesitate. It would mean people trying to subdue rather than kill. It was the decades-long argument that people who had no clue about fighting made. Just shoot the criminal in the leg was the most common angle, and one that was completely and utterly ridiculous. A myth perpetuated by years of film and TV wanting to make police work less offensive. "Look," Lander said finally, "I hear what you're saying, and trust me, no one wants this thing to go more smoothly than I do. But we need to be clear about something before we move forward. This is going to be messy. There's no other way around it. People are going to die. People on both sides. I want nothing more than to save every single one of those people, but the reality is that that's probably not going to happen. And we all need to be cognizant of that fact." Jamil hesitated for a moment, seemingly considering Lander's words. "I think we're all well aware of the stakes here. I just want all of us to be on the same page." Lander's comm disk chimed an incoming call. He tapped it, accepted the call, and sucked in a breath as Tally's voice came through the implant.
"Joel, come in!"
Her voice was strained and barely audible over the sound of wailing alarms in the background. "Tally? What's wrong?" "Boss?" Rodriguez asked, stepping close. Lander held up a hand. "Tally, I'm here. What's going on?"
"We're tanking," Tally said. "Multiple hull breaches. Cam can't keep us in the air."
"Rockets!" Applin shouted, her voice distant and slightly muffled. Another round of alarms sounded, making Lander wince. "Tally!"
"We're going down," Tally said. "I repeat, we're going down. We fired the beacon. I'm sending the coordinates to your—"
"Tally, get as far away from there as you can." When she didn't respond, he said, "Tally, did you copy? Get as far away from there as possible. Tally!" He tapped his comm disk, but heard nothing but static. Son of a bitch. He turned for his rig, forgetting everyone else around him.
"Boss, what happened?"
Conley asked, following close on his heels. Lander pulled himself up into his rig, tapping the startup sequence before he'd fully settled into the saddle. The display screens came to life, immediately opening the data package Tally had sent. Overlaid across the topographical map were coordinates and a location icon.
"Lander?"
Conley asked, looking up at him from the ground. "Mount up," he shouted, tapping through the secondary processes.
"What's happened?" Conley shouted. "What's wrong?"
Lander felt a knot in his stomach as he answered her, not believing his own words. "Tally's been shot down." "Hold on," Williams said, appearing next to Conley. "We've talked about this already. You don't want to go out there." "To hell with that," Lander said. "I'm not going to leave her out there. If she truly did find the hive, they're not going to just let her be." "Okay, I get that. But think about this. There's miles of terrain between here and there. Even if you left right now, you wouldn't get there for hours. She could be—" Lander pointed at him. "Don't you fucking dare say it." Williams caught himself, mouth open, about to speak. "Even if you make it, it'll be what? You three versus them? Even in your rigs, you won't be a match for the entire hive. You're going to need help. We stick to the original plan."
"You're talking about going after her," Sasek said, stepping forward. "You know where she is?"
Lander pointed to his display, only realizing after the fact that she couldn't see. "She was able to transmit her location and the location of the hive before we lost contact." Sasek pulled out her datapad.
"Can you send it to me?"
A second later, she was manipulating the image on her screen.
"That's Complex 3-2, one of the last mines we began, before this whole thing started."
She showed it to a man standing next to her. He nodded. "It's one of her main safe havens." Lander frowned. "How do you know that?"
"Because I've been there."
"This is Martin Ellis," Jamil explained. "He's just recently returned to us." "Okay, but I'm confused. You were infected, right? You're saying you remember being there, even while you were a part of the hive?"
"That's right."
"How much do you remember?" Ellis shook his head.
"A lot of it is fuzzy and distorted, like a half-remembered dream, but I recognize that place."
It's where they're building the device.
The device?
Don't know what it's for, Ellis admitted, but I know she was fiercely protective of it. Wouldn't even let the Vindicators near it, only the Subjugators, and even then, only a few at a time. If anyone tried to get close...
It's okay, Jamil said, putting a hand on the man's shoulder. Can you give us a rundown on the layout? Lander asked. Tell us what to expect when we get there.
Ellis breathed. I need a minute. I'm sorry.
He turned and left the bay, disappearing around the edge of the building.
Someone's going to need to stay with him tonight,
Sasek said. She gave Jamil a knowing look. Jamil nodded. They'll get better. It'll just take time. Time isn't something we have a lot of, Lander said. I need to know what he knows.
And you think forcing him to relive the trauma of the last few years is going to help that?
Sasek asked. He might have the very information critical to the success of this mission, Lander said, knowing how crass his words must have sounded. You can be nice later, he told himself.
You're an asshole,
Sasek said.
Hey, lady, do you want to be nice, or do you want to win?
Rodriguez asked, mirroring Lander's own thoughts. She shook her head, then turned and followed Ellis out. We've probably still got the original plans in the database, Jamil said after she was out of earshot. How quickly can you put together your forces? Lander asked Williams. Here? Not long at all, but it'll take a few hours to get everyone at the colony spun up. Better get started, Lander said, then thought, hold on, baby. I'm coming. 36.
Lieutenant Koskov. Lieutenant Koskov.
Koskov's world swam around her, the sound of Cam's voice distant, as if she was under water. Pain throbbed through her head. She tried to open her eyes, but they were covered with warm liquid, and by the smell she knew it was blood. She wiped her face and opened her eyes, seeing the glistening blood covering her fingers. She pushed herself up, groaning in pain and exertion, the smell of smoke reaching her nostrils and stinging her eyes. Sparks jumped from several damaged panels, flashing yellow and orange, as fires crackled and snapped from various open sections.
Cam,
she croaked, pressing a hand against her aching forehead.
I am here, Natalia. The ship's internal sensor network has been disabled, and I am unable to monitor your vital signs. Are you severely injured?
She pulled her bloody hand away from her head again, trying to guess how bad the cut was. Head wounds always tended to look worse than they actually were, and the fact that she was conscious and still functioning led her to believe it wasn't life-threatening.
Don't think so.
On the opposite side of the compartment, Applin was still strapped into her couch but hanging limply against her harness. She didn't see any blood, but knew from experience that with head trauma, there weren't always outward signs of injury. Koskov used her own couch to pull herself to her feet and crossed to Applin's unconscious body, putting a hand on her shoulder.
Applin, can you hear me?
She reached in, feeling for a pulse.
She's got the pulse. Barely, but it's there.
Please describe the nature of the medical emergency,
Cam said, sounding as though she was reading from a card.
I don't see any blood,
Koskov said, moving around Applin's couch, inspecting.
I don't know.
That is insufficient information for me to make a medical diagnosis, Natalia,
Cam said, as if she hadn't known that already.
However, I do suggest, if you're planning on moving her, to do it sooner than later. I am detecting several signals approaching our location.
How long do I have?
Koskov worked Applin's harness free and caught the woman as she collapsed.
Approximately 10 minutes.
Can you pop the emergency hatch?
Tally asked, hefting Applin out of the couch and onto the steel deck.
I am unable to comply. The Starlifter's operation system was disabled during the crash.
Disabled?
Koskov frowned, looking around for the manual release. She pulled her shirt up, coughing against the smoke as she searched.
If the OS is down, how are you still talking to me?
I was able to transfer my matrix to the dropship's attached rover. However, my operating capabilities are severely limited.
Fantastic.
Koskov found the panel she was looking for and popped it open. She pumped the handle several times before the locking mechanism inside clanked open and the hatch fell away. Cool air rushed in, blowing some of the smoke away, allowing her to breathe without coughing. She dragged Aplin's unconscious body over and carefully lowered her through the opening to the ground, a meter below. She sucked in a breath, almost losing her grip on Aplin. Gritting her teeth, she held on tight and tried not to fall through herself. After taking a second to catch her balance, she let Aplin's body collapse the rest of the way before dropping out behind her. She laid the woman out on her back, praying she hadn't made any of her injuries worse by dropping Atlin like she had. But she hadn't had much of a choice. Around her the dropship was in pieces. Fires burned from debris surrounding the craft, and she could smell the acrid scent of ozone as unseen fires burned through insulation and wiring. The landscape was dark, lit dimly by the moon, stars, and glowing fires. They'd crashed in the middle of the forest, crushing several hundred trees in the process. The nose of the dropship was propped up on a rocky outcropping, and in the darkness she could see they were surrounded by several similar outcroppings, as if dozens of stone fingers were breaking through the forest floor.
"Can you pick us up?"
Koskov asked, pulling Aplin away from the wreckage. Dragging a dead-weight body was surprisingly more difficult than she'd expected, not to mention avoiding rocks and snapped branches and debris from the dropship.
"I cannot. This vehicle does not have remote driving capabilities."
This just keeps getting better and better, she thought, setting Aplin down, straightening and taking a long breath. She surveyed the surrounding forest, considering her options, which she had to admit weren't many.
"I'll be right back,"
she told Aplin, and started for the rear of the dropship where the rover was stored. She hadn't made it 3 meters when a shrill, almost feral cry echoed through the trees behind her. Koskov spun, straining to see through the darkness.
"Cam, I would advise you to hurry."
Koskov eyed Aplin's body.
"Do I have enough time to come back for her?" "You do not." "Fantastic."
She considered the distance to the rover and knew she wouldn't be able to drag Aplin the entire way, not with any kind of speed. She knelt down, adjusted her grip, and heaved the woman up across her shoulders, one arm around Aplin's shoulders, the other around her thighs. An explosion in the air high above the dropship bathed the area in glowing red light. The flare arched slowly through the darkness, casting flickering shadows through the surrounding trees. As it descended, Koskov caught glimpses of figures moving through the trees, advancing on the wreck, and she knew she didn't have much time.
"You must hurry,"
Cam said, as if reading her mind. Koskov gritted her teeth and pressed on, muscles tensing with every step, fighting to keep her balance. She rounded a waist-high, moss-covered boulder and almost tripped on a fallen limb, stopping short and reaching out to steady herself on a nearby tree.
"Son of a bitch,"
she growled. A wordless cry of fury ripped through the relative stillness of the night, making the hairs in the back of her neck stand up. A chorus of cheers and roars of anger followed, echoing around her. There was no way of telling how many there were, but whether it was 2 or 200, it didn't matter. She wouldn't be able to fight them off.
"Get the ramp open. We're almost there,"
Koskov said, ducking under the starboard rear wing. The ramp was halfway down as she rounded the tail of the dropship, and she stopped short, leaning her hip against a boulder, catching her breath. Aplin was growing heavier and heavier the longer Koskov carried her. As soon as the ramp hit the ground, Koskov headed up, squinting against the harsh interior lighting of the bay. Inside, the rover was centered on the deck, surrounded by emergency equipment and supplies. Everything in this compartment had been designed strictly for this purpose, and though Koskov hadn't ever envisioned a scenario in which any of this would have been necessary, she was eternally grateful the Coalition had implemented the concept. With effort, she managed to shift Aplin's weight just enough to open the rover's passenger side door and keep the woman balanced on her shoulders. She heaved Aplin's body onto the seat, wincing as the woman's face bounced off the padded leather.
"Sorry."
After getting her feet in and shutting the door, she climbed behind the wheel and started working through the startup procedure. The rover's engines rumbled to life, its LED headlights cutting through the darkness with twin beams of brilliant white. Another war cry echoed through the trees, and was immediately answered by a dozen or so more, and 3 figures charged through the headlight beams, disappearing as fast as they'd appeared.
Does this thing have any weapons?
Koskov asked, glancing around the cab.
There is a PW-60A3 personal weapons platform 2160 in the small compartment behind your right shoulder.
She turned and popped open the small cubby, finding 2 crickets mounted on retaining clips inside. She loaded the first magazine and slapped the spare into the forward grip, before shoving it under her leg, pinching it between her thigh and the seat cushion.
Let's get the hell out of Dodge!
She hit the accelerator. The engine revved, the rover rocked forward, but it didn't move. Koskov frowned and tried again, smashing her foot down. The engine revved again, the power vibrating the rover's chassis. It still didn't move.
Cam, what the hell is going on?
Koskov asked, working through the troubleshooting menus.
The manual wheel locks are still active and need to be disengaged in order to move the rover.
This day just keeps getting better,
Koskov growled, grabbing the cricket and sliding back out of the rover's cab, searching for the wheel locks. The device was secured around the rover's rear wheels like a parking boot used on cars back on Earth. Orange and black striping marked the panel where the manual controls were located, and there was a small touchscreen display just above it. She tucked the cricket into her waistband at the small of her back and knelt down next to the lock. She tapped the little display screen and almost laughed.
I'd like to know whose great idea this was. I need a code.
Working.
Koskov checked over her shoulder, watching the shadows just outside the rover's light, expecting to see someone emerge any second now.
Any time would be great.
The access code is 382891.
She punched in the code as she spoke, and the panel clicked open, revealing a small handle inside. She pulled it up, and there was a mechanical thunk as the lock disengaged.
There's one,
she said, moving around the back of the rover to the last lock.
Natalia, look out,
Cam said. A man in a torn blue shirt and gray pants stepped into the light from the rover's headlights, his fists clenched, face a mask of anger. He shouted in rage and charged to the ramp. Almost without thinking, Koskov pulled the cricket from her waistband, immediately turning the weapon forward. As her hand passed her hip, she index-fired, using her body aim just like Joel had taught her. Get rounds on target as soon as you can. The man's body jerked as 2 of her rounds slammed into his chest. She tapped the expander, and the cricket unfolded, its sights flipping into position just as she got her arms fully extended. She didn't bother aiming, just squared her body and fired. At this range, she'd be hard-pressed to miss. 3 more rounds slammed home, and the man collapsed on the ramp. His face smacked down hard, bouncing off the steel, spraying blood from broken nose. He didn't get up. With the stock pulled into her shoulder, she lowered the muzzle to low ready and scanned for additional threats.
Cam?
Hurry, there are more coming.
Son of a bitch.
She set the cricket down and went to work on the final wheel lock, popping open the access panel.
Code
883169.
The small display screen blinked green and gave an audible beep before unlocking the lever inside. She reached in and yanked it up, opening the lock with a thunk. She snatched up her weapon and headed back toward the front, cricket up and ready.
Enemy at 3 o'clock,
Cam warned. Koskov never broke stride. As soon as the man came into view, she twisted to face the threat, pulled the cricket into her shoulder, sighted, and fired. The first round torn to the man's shoulder, spinning him like a top. The second slammed into the middle of his back, just between the shoulder blades, knocking him forward. He stumbled for several steps before falling to the ground, dead. 2 more came out of the darkness, moving faster than the first, their eyes locked on Koskov. She paused just outside her door and put 3 round bursts into both, dropping them. She reached for the door, and a burst of gunshots rang out. A split second later, the rounds smacked into the rover's front end with a reverberating twang. Koskov flinched reflexively, ducking down next to the front tire, searching for the source. To her left, a woman appeared, running full speed toward Koskov. shouting a wordless cry of fury and hate. She wasn't armed, but Koskov had seen what these people were capable of, and knew she couldn't let her reach the rover. She fired twice, both rounds hitting center mass, making the woman spasm from the impacts. Her expression changed from rage to confusion, her hands reaching up and touching the bloody holes in her chest, but she was still coming. Koskov fired again, putting one round into her nose. Her head snapped back, and her entire body went limp. She fell to the ground, without a sound.
Son of a bitch,
Koskov muttered, pulling the door open. She grabbed the rail next to the door and pulled herself up. A woman screamed behind her, and Koskov felt fingers wrap around her ankle, stopping her. She tried to shake the woman off, but her grip was too tight. Dropping the cricket on the rover's bench seat, she used the steering wheel and handrail for leverage, then kicked at the woman's face with her free foot. The woman's nose shattered with a stomach-turning crunch, her scream of rage becoming a cry of pain, but she didn't let go. Koskov lashed out again, repeatedly slamming her heel into the woman's face until she finally let go and fell to the ground. Koskov pulled herself into the cab and slammed the door shut, locking it.
"I suggest we leave now, Natalia,"
Cam said in her comm disc.
You don't say.
Koskov dropped the rover into gear and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The rover lurched forward, immediately rolling down the ramp and onto the uneven ground. She jerked the wheel hard, maneuvered around a cluster of trees, and frantically searched for an escape route.
This is great,
she said, slowing as she cut through two moss-covered boulders.
How the fuck do I get out of here?
"It might be helpful if I knew what your preferred destination was,"
Cam said.
That's a really good question.
She drove for another 5 minutes, then slowed, her mind racing. Beside her on the seat, Aplin's unconscious body slipped, her head pressing into Koskov's hip. If she was going to keep this up, Koskov knew she needed to get Aplin secured in the seat. Against her better judgment, she stopped the rover next to a cluster of trees, and immediately went to work getting Aplin into position. It took a minute to get the harness secured, and Koskov winced at how the woman's head hung limply to one side. But it was better than having her slide all over the... Something smacked into the driver's side door. Koskov jumped, shouting in surprise, and turned to see a man clawing at the handle. He yanked as hard as he could, using his body weight to try and pull the door clean off its hinges while screaming curses at her. Koskov dropped the rover back into gear and hit the gas. The man lurched back, but held tight to the door handle, eventually pulling himself back upright. His hate-filled eyes locked on Koskov, and he slammed a fist on the window. It shuddered, but didn't break. He hesitated for a moment, almost as if he wasn't sure what to do next. Then his face contorted in anger, and he began repeatedly banging. Aplin groaned, head bobbing slightly as she started coming to. The man lashed out again, the hit sending a single crack down the center of the window. In a moment of inspiration, Koskov let go of the wheel, grabbed the cricket, and fired. The reports of the shots rang in her ears, drowning out anything but a high-pitched ring. The shattering glass sounded like it was breaking under water or very far away. The muzzle flash singed her jumpsuit, and she felt the heat on her stomach. The man screamed, though his words were muffled and cut off abruptly as he disappeared from view. In a flash of motion, a man appeared at the edge of the rover's headlights, charging head-on. He jumped onto the front bumper, grabbing hold of the push bar, and shouted in rage as he pulled himself onto the hood. Koskov jerked the wheel left, making the man lose his grip and lurch to the side, hands desperately searching for purchase. They found none, and a moment later he fell over the side and the rover bounced as the back tires rolled over the body.
Son of a bitch. All right, you tell me, Cam, where do we go?
There are 3 options. 1, the survivor outpost where Specialist Lander last checked in from. 2, the colony. Or 3, the other Starlifter dropship. All 3 present significant challenges, and
the short version, Cam.
Koskov slammed on the brakes and veered around a tree, bouncing over the roots and angling down a short hill.
I have projected routes to all 3 destinations. The outpost is likely the most secure location of all 3. However, it is the furthest. The route is complicated, and there is no direct pathway. Travel time would be approximately 19 hours. Cam! Short! She gritted her teeth as the rover bounced. We're not going to the colony. Can we make it to the dropship? I believe so. I have uploaded the route into the rover's navigational system.
A small 6-inch display blinked to life in the center of the console. A topographical map appeared with a yellow directional icon, marking their location and a red line curving out across the countryside. It would be a long drive, mostly because they wouldn't be able to get up to speed until they hit a field several miles ahead. Applin groaned again, lifting her head and looking around, obviously confused.
You're okay,
Koskov told her, not taking her eyes off the terrain ahead. Applin inhaled and pressed a hand to her forehead.
Head is pounding. You likely suffered a concussion during the crash landing, Lieutenant Applin, Cam said. I would suggest that you remain as still as possible and not aggravate the injury.
Shit, Koskov muttered through gritted teeth, as she veered around a meter-high boulder that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The abrupt turn pushed Applin against her straps, and she grimaced in pain.
Sorry,
Koskov said, straightening out again.
What happened? Not exactly sure,
Koskov said.
They had some kind of anti-aircraft guns and fired several rockets. Went down. Hard.
Applin put a hand on the dash in front of her, bracing herself against the motion of the rover.
Where are we going? Pharaoh's dropship. Wait,
Applin frowned.
What about the hive?
Koskov hesitated a moment, realizing she hadn't considered that when deciding their destination. She knew Pharaoh's Starlifter was still operational, but the fact that it might be crawling with drones hadn't even occurred to her. She quickly ran through the pros and cons of their situation and shook her head.
We don't have a choice, she said. The outpost is too far away, and the colony is too dangerous. If we make it to the dropship and it's infested, we'll have to come up with something different. Why not just find a spot and hunker down, or just try and get to the outpost? Not enough time, Koskov said. I know Jay. He'll be fighting tooth and nail to go and find me, and now that they know the location of the hive, they're going to have to take advantage of that. My guess is the hive isn't going to stay put for long, and I'd be willing to bet the colonists know that too. They're going to want to attack as soon as they can, which means they won't be looking for us. Jay is going to be distracted. I won't be responsible for him going into battle with his mind on anything other than the enemy.
37. Lander sat back in the chair and leaned his head against the cold prefab metal wall. His real fingers ached from working on the rigs, and his heart ached from worrying about Tally. The thought of her out there in the middle of nowhere, alone and defenseless, made him sick. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to be out there looking for her, not sitting and waiting. It should have been him. He'd be able to handle it. He'd been trained for it. She's going to be okay, he told himself for the 100th time. She's a fighter. You okay? Williams asked, setting a piece of equipment down on the table next to Lander. His hands were covered in grime and grease, and his face and clothes weren't much better. Sure, Lander said. Great. You should try and sleep, Williams said. We still have a little bit before we head out. Would you sleep if your wife was out there? She is. He wiped his hands on a towel, staring contemplatively into the dirty cloth. At least she was. Don't know if she still is or not. She could be. Shit, man, I'm sorry. It's okay. You couldn't have known. Lander looked up at him. How'd you meet? Hooked up during build-up training? Williams answered. She was power management. Back then I was waste control. Stayed together through in-doc and all pre-launch. Got married a few months after landing. We planned on... He sniffed and looked away. Well, that's not going to happen now. Never say never, Lieutenant, Lander told him. We're going to fix this. We get rid of that bitch queen of theirs and start picking up the pieces. We'll put this back the way it's supposed to be. I promise you that. Williams nodded, clearing his throat. I hope. You sure you don't want to try and get some sleep? Might do you good. Too much happening up here to sleep. Lander tapped his head. The medics can hook you up with a stim if you need it.
Stims play havoc with this, Lander answered, lifting the prosthetic arm.
The war? Lander hesitated for a moment, considering the question and whether or not he wanted to answer. He watched his metal fingers flex open and shut and tried to remember what it had felt like before he'd lost the hand. There were times when he still felt the burning, remembered the agony of those few weeks after the incident, remembered the anger and frustration at knowing he'd lost a part of himself forever. Finally, he nodded. A month before the war officially ended, my unit was at the front of a big offensive. We'd advanced so far behind the enemy line we were having to pull back for resupply drops. Hell, some of the fire teams had to fall back completely because the paladins couldn't get to them. We were one of the only teams to make it to the primary objective, and that's when the shit hit the fan. Actually, that was par for the course for our team, Lander continued. Over the course of 3 months, we completed more fire missions than any other team. The guys at TOC started calling us the Glitter Squad because of all the medals we were being put in for. Williams laughed. Of course. You know what they say about luck, Lander said.
It always runs out,
Williams answered. Lander nodded. We got hit hard moving into Hong Kong. Intel got their combat estimates wrong, go figure. We walked right into the grinder. Our captain, Mark Edelheit, took a direct hit from an SA-73, turned his rig into so much scrap. There was nothing we could do.
I'm sorry.
People die in war, Lander said, remembering the shock of that day and what had happened after. I got a field promotion to captain, and we raided an ACA POW camp about a week later. Got a bunch of our guys home. He laughed. You ever want to hear the other side of that, talk to Rodriguez.
Yeah?
He was caught during one of his first missions on the Northern Front. Spent about 6 weeks between 2 camps. He was in pretty bad shape when we finally got him out. Everyone was. After that, though, well, that's when everything started going south. You don't have to... Lander shook his head. No, it's okay. He took a long breath. We'd gone back and forth for months with some ACA rig commander, kind of a poster boy for the enemy, you know. We called him the Red Baron because of his custom-painted red rig. He was all over their propaganda like crabs on a marine. Williams laughed. Damn Marines. He finished cleaning the relay and set it aside. So, was he that good or just a poster boy? A lot of us thought he was just that, a poster boy for the regime. Like I said, he'd tricked out his Dragon Mark II with custom armor, making it look like the old ceremonial Brigadine armor from the 1600s. Hell, he even had a custom sword mounted on the rig. Anyway, they made him out to be the boogeyman, you know? Scare Allied troops into withdrawal because the big bad Baron will get you. Turned out the son of a bitch really was that good. He trashed several fire teams and only lost 1 engagement with us. Is that how that happened? Williams motioned to Lander's prosthetic. Bastard showed up during our last engagement. The mission was to take out a cluster of anti-air batteries along the southwestern border. They were heavily guarded, but it was the only way to get the primary assault force in country. We destroyed the first 2 emplacements fairly easily, but then the Baron showed up and pretty much kicked our asses. We had to split our forces, something I don't ever recommend doing, and managed to distract him long enough so me and one of my heavies could get inside the gun's perimeter and take it out. So you won, right? Lander chuckled. Yeah, you could say that, except the victory came at a high price. At some point during the attack, the Red Baron figured out what we were doing and moved to intercept us. He was too late to save the emplacement, but he definitely kicked our asses. Lost my heavy man, and an EMP rocket attack crippled my rig's systems. He hit us with a barrage of micro-rockets that blew off the top of the hill we'd been using as a firing platform. The blast pretty much destroyed my left side, and the fall damaged the rest. Dropped almost 30 meters to the deck, and the compromised armor plating basically imploded on me, trapping me inside. Pursing his lips, Lander remembered what happened next and almost didn't continue, as if not speaking the words meant it hadn't really happened. He motioned to the rhino standing across the work area. They built those things to take a beating, you know? Most of the internal systems are integrated into the plating and chassis. Back then, the idea of severe internal damage wasn't really talked about because no one really knew how to get around it. Anyway, the impact from the fall crushed most of my internals, rupturing the main suit, maneuvering the servos. The fire didn't spread quickly, but it spread. Lander lifted up his pant leg, revealing the ugly scars he'd bore since that day. The smell of burning flesh returned to him just as strong and acrid as it had been all those years ago. Williams winced. Holy shit, man. Took 6 months to finish the graft work, Lander said. Not to mention the rehab for this. They had to amputate to get me out of the rig. Not that it would have mattered anyway. It had been crushed in the fall. They would have had to take it anyway. Jesus. The worst part about the whole thing was watching that piece of shit just standing there watch us die like he was gloating about it. Smug son of a bitch took off as the Alliance began sweeping in country. He even waved goodbye as he left. Lander shook his head. Motherfucker. Williams laughed. Anyway, I spent about a year bouncing around to multiple Alliance hospitals, went through 7 surgeries, and walked out with a couple of ugly legs and this baby. At least I didn't have to pay for it. That's one way to look at it, Williams said. Lander chuckled. Yeah. Then they wanted to pin all these medals on my chest, calling me a hero. Hell, they practically gave me a parade when I walked out of there. All I wanted to do was go home. Not too keen on the fanfare, eh? Hate it, Lander said. I guess there's some guys that like that kind of thing. I just wanted to do my job and go home. But more importantly, I wanted my men to go home. They weren't given that chance. They were the real heroes of that war, not me. Maybe, but I wouldn't discount your contributions, especially not when they cost you so much. Hey, boss, Sabatini said, appearing through the ship's wide mechanical bay door. You're gonna want to see this. Lander exchanged an interested look with Williams as he got to his feet, and they followed Sabatini out into the main bay. A crowd had grown at the far end, all massing around their rigs, where Conley and Rodriguez were trying to answer a dozen questions at once. What's going on? Lander asked, jogging up behind his 2 drivers. Hell if I know, boss, Rodriguez said. They all just showed up talking about taking the fight to the enemy and shit. Lander looked over the faces of the crowd, some 50 people in total, and realized that most of the assembled group had been members of the Hive not too long ago, their disheveled figures and slightly withdrawn looks unmistakable. He felt a pang of sympathy for them, despite not really having the slightest idea of what they'd actually been through. It must have been hell. We can fight, one of the men at the front of the group said. His gray shirt was torn around the collar, and there were some stains on his pants, but it looked like he'd had a shower at least and combed his hair. I appreciate that, Lander said, but I'm not sure you people are in the best shape for this fight, and I'm not speaking about your physical abilities. We're not connected to her anymore, a woman said. She can't control us anymore. It's time for payback, another man said. Lander opened his mouth to argue, but realized he really didn't have a counter for what they were saying. He turned to Williams and gave the lieutenant a, "What do you think?" look. I know some of you feel responsible for what's happened, Williams answered, stepping forward, putting himself between Lander and the crowd. But you have to know that whatever happened, whatever you did, it wasn't your fault. No one here blames you for anything. It's not about that, the first man said. It's about kicking that bitch's ass all the way back to whatever hellhole she came from. That's right! We're going to tear her apart. Lander held up a hand. Listen, No, you listen, the first man said, his expression hard and unwavering. I don't know you, and you obviously don't know any of us, but you don't have any idea what we've been through. You can't even imagine. And if you think that we're going to sit this fight out while you and everyone else gets a chance at destroying that bitch that imprisoned us for almost 3 years, you've got another thing coming. You're right, Lander said. I can't imagine what you've been through. But this fight isn't just going to be a back alley brawl. It's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight, and there is a very real chance that some of us aren't coming back. You don't think we know that? Lander sighed, but didn't answer. The man continued.
We're going. You can either tell us what we need to do, or you can risk us getting in the way, because there's no way in hell we're missing this fight."
Williams turned, his eyebrows raised as if to say, well. Lander couldn't help but chuckle. Walk in the park, huh? A walk in the fucking park.
Lander sighed again, shaking his head.
"Well then, let's do this." 38.
"I told you,"
Rodriguez whispered, leaning uncomfortably close over Lander's shoulder.
"It's a damn kill box."
Lander shook his head. He'd been hoping Rodriguez had been wrong or maybe exaggerating, but he also knew in the back of his mind that Rodriguez was more than experienced enough to know what he was talking about. But damn, it would have been nice if he'd been wrong. They were laying down along the crest of a rocky hill, overlooking a clearing in front of the mining complex cut. The entrance was into the side of a larger hill and surrounded by a small staging area, a cluster of small shacks arranged within its borders. Several haulers, support vehicles, and auto miners were parked haphazardly around the complex, some dismantled, others destroyed outright. The 100-meter clearing looked like it had been cleared away, similar to what they'd done down at New Independence, leaving stumps, boulders, and jagged broken stones to create murder holes. Several groups of Vindicators were clustered around the shacks built up around the mine's entrance. A flatbed rover parked next to them, and a 20mm autocannon mounted in the bed. A single Nasser horn stood 20 meters away, scanning back and forth across the clearing. The sky above them glowed a light blue as Tranquility's sun started peeking over the mountains. It had been surprisingly easy to follow the hive's trail once they'd found it, a fact Lander had mixed feelings about. In his mind, the fact that the hive hadn't been careful about their trek meant they didn't think anyone would be stupid enough to follow them, or they didn't care. Either way, it gave him pause. "There's no other way in," Lander said, wishing the opposite were true. "We go in fast, close the distance before they realize what's happening, and deal with them up close. There's no way we can stand up to those cannons for a long fight. Hopefully, we can trim down their numerical advantage while the infantry moves in."
"Using the term fairly loosely, don't you think?"
Rodriguez asked. Their infantry was comprised of just over 100 men and women, most of whom only had the most basic military training, courtesy of being part of the Trank 1 mission, and a handful of exo-suited fighters. Sakato and the rest of his guys were leading the assault on New Independence, which would kick off the battle and hopefully give Lander and his forces the edge. Counting Williams' Nasser horn, they had 4 rigs, only one of which had been built for combat. It didn't put them anywhere close to evenly matched, but it was the best they had. That seemed to be the trend on Tranquility. Par for the course, Lander told himself.
"Like bringing a knife to a gunfight,"
Conley deadpanned.
"Might as well have shown up to the fight naked,"
Sabatini said. "It's what we got," Lander told them. "We make the best of it. We move in fast and hard, don't give them any time to adjust. Williams, you can provide overwatch from that ridge over there, and—" "Overwatch?" Williams asked, cutting him off. "Your rig is the only one with the firepower to cover the rest of us," Lander explained. "Not to mention your Rhino is quite a bit slower than our Orcas. If they swarm you—" Williams considered that for a moment, then nodded. "Roger."
"What about their other rigs?"
Conley said.
"That can't be their only Rhino."
Lander shook his head. "Could be inside. Maybe they're on patrol somewhere we haven't seen. In either case, if they're close, they'll be joining the fight quickly. We'll need to keep an eye out. We definitely don't want them to flank us."
"Yeah, all we need is more armored war rigs shooting at us,"
Rodriguez said. "If we're lucky, they'll all hightail it for the colony and leave us an easy way in," Sabatini said. "Not a chance," Williams said. "No way they leave the Queen unguarded." "The good thing is there doesn't seem to be any kind of fortifications," Williams said. "Might mean they're not expecting an attack."
"Other than the 100 meters of solid rock inside there," Rodriguez pointed out. "I'd say that qualifies."
"We stick to the plan," Lander said. "Orcas move in fast. Infantry approach through the trees and provide suppressing fire on any ground troops, with Williams holding court up here with the big gun for any surprises outside our AO. How's Team 2 looking?"
Last check-in put Sakato and his boys at 2 hours. Williams checked his watch. So, 48 minutes. All right, let's make sure everyone's on the same page, Lander said, shuffling backward down the back side of the hill until he was sure he was out of line of sight, then, crouching, made his way back to where his forces were assembled. The fighters were arranged in a semi-orderly formation in front of the 5 rigs, all of them looking exhausted but eager to fight. He motioned the squad leaders over to the makeshift sand table he'd set up and started directing them on how the upcoming battle would proceed. To their credit, they listened intently, nodding understanding as he explained their individual roles. Even running on 0 sleep and likely heavy doses of stims, they seemed confident and prepared to do what they needed to do. Lander paused as he reached the end of his briefing, looking over the faces of the assembled fighters. I know most of you don't know me well, but I've been in this kind of position before. I believe we can win this thing, and it's important that all of you believe it too. A collective murmur went around the room, though Lander could tell it wasn't as positive as he would have liked. He couldn't fault them. He had his own doubts, after all. Doubts he forced to the back of his mind. There was no time for doubts today. Once the attack starts, we cannot stop, no matter what happens. We're all in on this. There is no going back. There are no do-overs. This is it. Tranquility's fate is going to be decided today. Don't hold back. Don't hesitate. I know most of you have friends, even family in the hive. I wish we could save them all, but the reality is we probably won't. Today, until we can destroy the Queen and break her influence on our people, they are the enemy. Plain and simple. At that, several exchanged apprehensive glances. People shifted uncomfortably, obviously considering the implications of the situation in a way they might not have before. We can try to incapacitate, a man said. Judging from his tattered jumpsuit, Lander was almost positive he'd been part of the group they'd liberated from the colony. The man's beard was shaggy, his hair unkempt, but he was well built, likely a result of long days of hard labor under the careful watch of the Vindicators. Lander sighed. He didn't want to dash the man's hopes, but if people went into this wanting to maim rather than kill, they were going to be in for a rude awakening. Lander shook his head. You can't afford to think like that. Don't forget, regardless of who they were before, they are part of the hive now. They are going to be trying to kill you. Trust me, I get where you're coming from, but you can't afford to have those thoughts in your head. The man looked at his feet. Listen, Lander said. We are in the fight for our lives here. You all need to have your head in the game. If you don't think you can handle that, please don't put yourselves in that position. Yes, we need every able body we can manage, but not at the cost of uncertainty. I need people I know are going to fight. None of us can afford to worry about our brothers and sisters while trying to fight an enemy no one's ever fought before. The man sniffed and looked up at Lander, expression determined. I can do this. We can do this. Lander nodded. Good. He looked across the assembled faces again. That being said, if you don't feel you can, please step over here. I need to get an accurate number. Surprisingly, no one moved.
We're here to fight,
a woman said.
This is our home, and if there's going to be a fight for it, we're damn well going to be a part of it.
Despite himself, a grin formed on his face. All right. You all know your duties. Check in with your squad leaders and get ready to move out. His remaining squad mates appeared next to him as their army filed away. None of them had come here looking for a fight, but he was impressed by their willingness and tenacity. If they pulled this off, he knew there was no way Tranquility wouldn't flourish. If.
You okay?
Connolly asked. He nodded.
Don't you worry about nothing, boss,
Rodriguez said.
We're going to crush those hijos de putas. Can't wait to get my hands on one of those fucking subjugators.
We don't need any heroes today, Rod. Get in. Hit it hard. I don't even want them to know we were there.
You talking about the mission or Rodriguez's sex life?
Connolly asked.
That hurts, man.
She shrugged.
Truth hurts sometimes.
39.
Natalia, wake up.
The rover rocked violently, sending a wave of panic through Koskov and bringing her back from the edge of sleep. She cursed and shook herself as she pressed on the brake. She blew out a breath, trying to slow the pounding in her chest.
Son of a bitch.
Stopping the rover, she rubbed her face. She'd been on the move for hours and couldn't remember the last time she'd slept. In the chair next to her, Applin was sleeping again. Koskov wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not, considering her injuries, but there wasn't anything she could do about it. One problem at a time. She pulled the med kit out from under her seat, found the injector, and pulled another vial of stim.
Administering another dose of amphetamine stimulant is not advisable, Natalia,
Cam told her.
Yeah, well...
She stabbed the short needle into her thigh. The epinephrine worked fast. Her pupils dilated as a wave of heat coursed over her body and radiated out from her chest. Her breathing went fast, and she felt a kind of numbness wash over her that was somehow energizing. She shook herself, the growing weariness fading, becoming hyper-aware.
That's better.
Applin stirred, mumbling something Koskov didn't catch.
Hey,
Koskov said.
You okay?
Groaning, Applin sat up and adjusted the chair's restraints.
Fuck. My head is pounding.
Koskov held out the injector. Applin shook her head.
No thanks.
You sure?
Yeah, I hate that stuff. Makes me queasy as shit. Where are we?
If my navigation is correct, we should be within 1,200 meters of our target location.
Koskov cocked her head, swerving around a tire-sized boulder.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, if?
Without the presence of a global positioning system, it is difficult to draw a course that is 100% accurate. However, I believe my projection is accurate.
Boy, that's reassuring,
Applin muttered.
I am detecting hostile life forms on a direct pursuit course. Recommend we resume our progress immediately and make haste.
Shit.
She tossed the medkit on the floor, dropped the rover into drive, and slammed the pedal down. The rover's oversized tires spun briefly on the loose pine needles. She veered left, avoiding one of the massive evergreens, and slid on the soft earth, the tires briefly losing traction.
I recommend decreasing your speed, Natalia.
Not with those fuckers behind us.
How the hell are they keeping up?
Applin asked through gritted teeth.
I must again recommend slowing down.
A minute ago you told me make haste. Make up your mind.
Tally shot back, white-knuckling the steering wheel as she weaved through the maze of trees and rock.
If you crash this vehicle,
Cam said, her voice calm and steady despite the intensity of the situation,
you will fail to reach a safe location, and you will likely be unable to assist Specialist Lander. The events unfolding as they are, I advise taking all precautions lest we fail. If that happens, Colonial One will return to Earth, and your daughter will become a ward of the state.
The words cut through her like a knife. Her foot lifted off the accelerator, but her grip on the wheel remained tight. She took a calming breath and redoubled her focus. Cam was right. Her family's survival was the only thing that mattered. She couldn't lose sight of that. She couldn't afford to lose control. That would lead to poor decision-making, and that was the last thing any of them needed right now.
Everything is going to be okay.
Thank you for that, Cam.
I apologize for...
No, it's okay. I needed that. Just got away from me. I'm okay now. Can you try and talk to Applin?
Cam acknowledged her, speaking instead through the other officer's comm disk to try and rouse her, but the effect was that Tally was left in relative peace to concentrate on the task and to let out a few tears in temporary solitude. She told herself it was a side effect of the adrenaline, which it was, but she knew that the truth was more potent than any synthesized drug she'd injected. She eyed the map on the center screen, watching the waypoint icon draw steadily closer. We're going to make it, she told herself. They crested a rocky hill, and the Starlifter finally came into view, the massive dropship resting exactly where it had touched down after Farrow and Meyer had been attacked. The crowd around the Starlifter's nose turned a second later, obviously noticing the rover's appearance at the top of the hill. A few pointed, others just stood, seemingly unconcerned. The Vindicators at the front immediately started barking commands.
So much for a warm welcome,
Applin muttered, adjusting herself in the seat.
I am detecting enemy contacts.
Despite herself, not to mention the deadly situation now facing them, Koskov laughed.
No shit, Cam.
The group began spreading out, forming an uneven battle line between them and the dropship. 4 more Vindicators appeared out of the aft cargo hold, shouldering rifles and shouting. One took a knee, leveled his fire, and fired. She saw the soundless muzzle flash, but the shot went wide, missing the rover completely.
Any way around them? Negative,
Cam answered.
That's what I thought.
Koskov checked to make sure she was still in gear and gunned the throttle. The rover lurched forward, swerving as the oversized tires spun, searching for traction. They lurched ahead, rocking back and forth on the uneven terrain as Koskov scanned the clearing for the best route. She misjudged the size of a drop-off in front of her, and the rover shot into the air, the 5-ton vehicle arching immediately to the surface. It landed hard and bounced up again, putting them briefly into the air for a second time, only to crash back down again. She cursed through gritted teeth as she yanked the controls left, the automated terrain computer changing the drive settings to give her the power and traction she desperately needed.
I am attempting to infiltrate the Starlifter's main core,
Cam said, her voice calm and steady, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of their situation. A chorus of pings reverberated through the rover, bullets slamming into the metal. Applin cursed, and Koskov flinched, jerking the wheel left, groaning as the inertia pressed her into her harness.
You know this thing doesn't react well to bullets,
Applin shouted over the cacophony.
I don't react well to bullets,
Koskov countered, jerking the wheel right, avoiding a cluster of rocks.
I'm going to try and flank them. Fucking gun-toting zombies,
Applin said.
Can't get much worse than that. Don't say that,
Koskov said, fingers white-knuckled on the wheel.
What are you going to do, just plow through them all?
Bouncing in her seat, Koskov pointed right.
I'm going to shoot around that outcropping and head straight for the...
A barrage of twangs and sparks erupting across the windshield cut her off. A spiderweb of cracks spread across the windshield as even more rounds slammed into the metal frame to the side of the window.
Not going to be able to take much more of that,
Applin said.
The chassis rated against small arms,
Koskov said.
As long as we don't run into any... Holy shit!
A bare-chested man jumped from the top of a 4-foot boulder, leaping straight for the rover's front end. Koskov barely caught sight of the rage plastered across his face before he slammed into the grill below the window with a bone-shattering crunch. The body rolled up the window, thumping down the roof until it fell to the ground in the vehicle's tracks.
Jesus Christ!
Applin shouted.
Cam, what's the word?
Koskov asked. Cam didn't respond.
Great,
Koskov muttered.
Just great.
She swerved right, away from a trio of attackers racing straight for them with nothing but primitive weapons, clubs, and a few spears. A man heaved his spear as Koskov turned away. She lost sight of him, and a second later heard a mental thunk behind her.
Look out!
Applin shouted, pointing. More figures appeared over a short ridge, racing to intercept them. She turned right, instinctively aiming to swerve left again and cut off their pursuit. More bullets slammed into them, their impacts ringing through the vehicle.
Cam!
Koskov neared the rear of the dropship and swerved to go round the left side, forcing the attackers to change directions. 2 tripped in the process and scrambled to their feet again as a Vindicator with a rifle struggled to get up.
Shit!
Applin yelled, as 3 people ran into their path, arms outstretched like they wanted a hug, their combined expressions a mixture of rage and terror. Koskov had only the briefest moments to second-guess herself, but knew there wasn't anything she could do. She slammed into them, the rover's wheels pulverizing their bodies before spitting them out the back. Koskov barely even felt the bump, already scanning for more enemies.
I have successfully blocked the external comm link to Colonial 1,
Cam announced, as if the update would somehow alleviate the pressure they were under.
That's fantastic, Cam,
Koskov said through gritted teeth.
How does that help us? Rig!
Applin cried out, pointing at the display off to their left. The Nasserhorn charged through a cluster of trees, sending limbs and leaves spraying into the air, its massive feet pounding the ground. "Hold on!" Koskov shouted, yanking the wheel back to the left. The tires spun, and the rover's back end slid around the tire, smacking against a line of rock and bouncing the rear off the ground. Koskov grunted, rocking in her seat as the back end came down again.
"I am rebooting the Starlifter's main drive core," Cam said. "There were protocol irregularities due to multiple errors in the navigational and sensor array—"
"Fucking fantastic, Cam!" Koskov yelled, as she jerked the controls to avoid a man flying off a raised boulder to their left. He smacked against the roof and bounced off. "How long until you can get us the fuck out of here?"
"Stand by. I am accessing the ship's flight control suite at this time. Initiating startup sequence now. I will be offline in this vehicle shortly. Head south and I will—"
Her words were drowned out by a concussive blast that seemed to suck out the air as fast as an emergency airlock decompression. Koskov rocked hard in her restraints as the world outside the window became a spinning blur. The controls went offline, emergency alarms blared, and displays winked out. The rover slammed back down, landing on its left side and bouncing along the ground, digging a wide swath through the soft earth. All Koskov could do was hold on to the straps, squeezing her eyes shut and trying as best she could to protect her head. The windshield shattered as dirt and rock pushed through, filling the rover's interior. The sound of the rover's screaming engines, the metal grinding against earth, and the not-so-distant gunfire threatened to overwhelm her senses. The only thing she knew for sure was that they'd been hit with something far heavier than a rifle. The rover bit into the ground, caught the side of a large half-buried rock, and pitched them nose down. Metal groaned as the vehicle stood on its head and slowly toppled over, slamming down onto the roof. Koskov coughed and reached out with her hand to find Applin.
"You okay?"
"Fuck," Applin answered without raising her head. She groaned.
"What the hell was that? Must have been the Nasserhorn. Nothing like being shot down twice in one day."
Koskov fumbled with the restraint clasp, her fingers aching from gripping the wheel so hard. She finally got the clasp open and dropped to the roof. Applin yelled in pain as she fell out of her seat, landing in the fetal position and letting out a string of curses. Light from outside came through several holes in the chassis, cutting through the soft red glow of the rover's emergency lighting.
"We need to get moving,"
Koskov said, feeling for her cricket.
"Cam, can you hear me?"
Applin stumbled to the small locker behind the seats and fumbled with the latch. A moment later, she was in and had a second cricket in hand. She pulled out a handful of spare magazines, handing 2 to Koskov. Next, she pulled out a med-kit duffel and slung it around her torso.
"Cam,"
Koskov asked again.
"Cam, are you there?" "Looks like it's just us for now,"
Applin said, staggering a little and steadying herself against the inside of the hull. She slammed a magazine into the pistol and racked the slide.
"You know how to use one of those things?"
Applin nodded.
"Used to shoot squirrels off my granddaddy's deck when I was a kid."
"Yeah, well, these aren't squirrels," Koskov muttered, checking to make sure a round was still in the chamber. Something slammed into the rover's exterior, slightly rocking the vehicle. A series of bangs followed, fists pounding against metal. Voices echoed around them, shouts of rage and hatred, orders to kill. With the rover on its side, it was hard to navigate the vehicle's interior. The rear hatch was really their only option because of the way the rover was lying. It might even give them the advantage. On all 6 wheels, the hatch swung open sideways, but now, lying on its side, the door would swing down. Once outside, they'd be in the shit, but if there were advantages available, they needed to take each and every one.
"Come on,"
Koskov said, making her way to the rear. She opened the panel and pulled down hard on the emergency release. The door unlocked with a metallic clunk, and she gave it a hard shove. It swung down, collapsing on at least 2 figures, knocking them to the ground. Their cries of shock and pain were cut off abruptly as the door clanged to the ground, either knocking the people unconscious or killing them outright. The rest of the crowd backed away, seemingly confused at the sudden action, and Koskov didn't hesitate. With the cricket stock pulled into her shoulder, she found her first target and fired on the move. She dropped 2 before clearing the opening and quickly moved to the side to allow Aplin's space to work. Rapid bursts of gunfire filled the air as they moved, dropping men and women alike. At the sight of their comrades falling, the remaining attackers hesitated, then started searching for cover as the 2 women pressed their attack, dodging behind boulders and tree stumps and each other. Shouts of surprise and pain were drowned out by the barrage of gunfire. Koskov saw nothing but red.
"Loadin'!"
Aplin yelled. Koskov dropped 2 more with consecutive double taps to center mass and took a knee next to one of the rover's tires. Training from the distant past flooded into her mind, and she shouted, "Covering!" 100 meters away, more targets appeared through the trees. Koskov took the brief lull to survey the battlefield and knew instantly that the odds were weighed heavily against them. Aplin's cricket sounded again, firing on automatic, dropping a wave of enemies behind them. A part of her mind warned her to conserve ammunition, to take well-aimed shots in lieu of spraying and praying, but the more objective part of her mind told her it probably wouldn't matter anyway. There were too many, and even if they spared 1 round per target, it likely wouldn't make any difference at all. She lined up another shot, dropped 2 attackers, and clicked dry. "Changing mag!" She dropped back 2 paces, ejecting the spent magazine on the move and immediately pulling the next from the foregrip enclosure. Once seated, she slapped the bolt release and went back to work, just as Aplin turned back and called out another reload. "Last mag!" Aplin shouted. Quickly, Koskov did the math and realized they'd only be able to keep this up for another minute. An overwhelming sense of defeat and rage washed over her, knowing they'd come so far, only to end up pinned down in the middle of nowhere with no help and no hope. "Cam!" she screamed after dropping another drone, her shots slamming into the man's shoulder and spinning him like a top. There was no response. "They're falling back!" Aplin said, backing up next to Koskov. They crouched back to back, scanning separate fields of fire. The dread she'd felt only moments ago began to fade. Maybe there was a chance. Then she heard it. The rhythmic thud, thud, thud of heavy steel feet pounding into the ground. The Nasser horn was closing. Their small-caliber weapons worked just fine against flesh and blood, but against steel, they'd be almost completely ineffective. Koskov frantically searched for cover, but nothing in sight would protect them from the firepower of the war rig. Its autocannons and chain gun would chew through everything around them like a hot knife through butter. They were done for. She shifted her position, looking for the rig. "I'm not going to go out, hiding under a rock." Aplin gave her a concerned look. "What are you going to do? Charge the thing? That's insane." "No more insane than waiting around for the bastard to find us and turn us into Swiss cheese." As if in response to her statement, the sound of the Nasser horn's chain gun spooling up reached them as the top of the war rig came into view. The iconic twin guns above its cockpit swept back and forth, searching for them. The women exchanged identical looks of resolute dismay, both obviously reaching the same conclusion. This was it. There wasn't anything else they could do. Aplin nodded and brought her cricket into her shoulder and took a long breath. Koskov followed suit, bouncing on her heels as she began to count down from 3. If they were going to die, they would do it on their feet. She opened her mouth to say 1, but was cut off as a dark shadow moved over them, accompanied by an impossibly loud shriek that ripped through the air. Beside her, Aplin stood looking over the rover, her expression shifting from confusion to pure excitement. She pounded a fist into the air, her mouth open in a cheer of exultation that Koskov couldn't hear over the cacophony. Above them, one of the star lifter's rear turbines appeared, swinging out in a wide arc and slammed into the war rig, knocking the Nasser horn off its feet. The dropship continued to rotate above them, the downwash from all 4 turbines pounding the ground around the 2 women, providing cover against the encroaching enemy.
"Lieutenants, I suggest haste. The aft ramp is open, and at present the hostile forces are occupied."
Cam said calmly, as if she hadn't been MIA. Neither woman needed encouragement. They jumped to their feet and ran, moving as fast as they could toward the ramp while sweeping the area around them for targets. A man appeared from where he'd been cowering behind a fallen tree and fired. Koskov heard the rounds zip through the air beside her as she leveled her cricket and returned fire. Her rounds missed, punching into the bark, sending splinters spraying. The man fired again. Koskov tensed for the impact, but felt nothing. Behind her, Applin screamed. She looked over her shoulder and saw Applin fall to one knee, hands pressed against her abdomen, blood seeping through her fingers. "Shit!" Koskov screamed, quickly turning back and firing a stream of bullets at the man. Bits of wood and dirt filled the air as her rounds chewed through the tree. Her last rounds found the man slamming home into his clavicle, knocking him out of sight behind the truck. Koskov doubled back, looping her arm under Applin's shoulder and lifted her back to her feet. "Come on!" The ramp began closing as soon as their feet touched steel. The engines whined as the dropship lifted away from the ground. A drone appeared through the passage ahead, and Koskov shifted her hold on Applin, brought the cricket up one-handed, and fired. The woman fell, face first to the deck, nose shattering, spraying blood across the deck. Koskov grunted with exertion as they moved through the short passage toward the bridge. A man appeared at the other end, obviously surprised by their presence. He struggled to draw his weapon, but Koskov already had hers up. She fired 3 times, each round finding its target in the man's chest, dropping him lifeless to the deck. "How many, Cam?" she demanded, pressing her shoulder against the bulkhead to keep her balance as the deck shifted underneath her.
"Your path is clear to the cockpit,"
Cam answered. A few moments later, Koskov lowered Applin into the right side couch, dropping her cricket to the deck as she struggled to get the harness secured. Applin groaned in pain, looking down at her wound, grimacing as Koskov locked the clamps into place. One of the displays on the forward console came to life as Koskov dropped into her own couch, showing the Nasser horn righting itself, twin cannons coming up. She secured her harness and yelled, "Cam, the rig!"
"I am aware,"
Cam responded, her voice showing no sign of fear or anxiety. Koskov tapped the controls, zooming the camera in as the star lifter pulled away. The Nasser horn's guns flashed, the impacts reverberating through the dropship's hull. Koskov held her breath as they pulled away, rapidly putting distance between themselves and the rig. A moment later, the muzzle flash ceased as the dropship flew out of range, and Koskov let out a breath. The rig's armored canopy opened, and she zoomed in again, instantly recognizing the woman she'd seen during the initial attack. The woman's distinct blood-red hair, with its severe cut and her cold expression, made the hair on the back of Koskov's neck stand on end. She brought the rig to a halt and watched as the dropship rose into the air, regarding them with obvious contempt and hatred.
"Cam, your timing is fucking outstanding," Koskov said. "I apologize for the delay," she answered, cool as ice. "You're forgiven."
She looked at Applin, her relief instantly becoming dread at the sight of the woman's wound. Her skin was ashen, her breathing shallow, her face full of agony. Applin looked over her wound to Koskov, grimacing.
"Well, this isn't ideal."
"Jesus," Koskov cursed. She released her restraints and pulled the medkit over Applin's shoulders.
"You're going to be okay."
"We are receiving communication requests from Colonial 1, Cam said. "Colonel Keller is demanding we return to the ship."
"Tell him to fuck off,"
Koskov said, helping Applin to the deck before rummaging through the medkit looking for the bandages.
"We need to find Lander."
"Affirmative,"
Cam answered. Koskov tore open a package of gauze and pressed it against Applin's wound. It instantly began soaking up blood, and Applin blew out a pain breath.
"He's going to be okay,"
Koskov repeated. Applin's head rocked slowly side to side.
"Ah!"
She trailed off, her eyelids fluttering and slowly shutting.
"Come on, Applin," Koskov said. "Stay with me."
The woman opened her mouth to respond, but no words came.
Her head lulled to the side, and she drifted into unconsciousness.
40. "Stand by," Williams said over the comm. "Looks like we have a second group leaving now. I count maybe 50 more following that subjugator. That has to make nearly 100 gone. They must have taken the bait." "Give them time to clear," Lander answered, his pulse quickening. "All positions, get ready to move, but hold your fire until we've engaged." On the verge of battle, time slowed. Every second, the urge to burst from the rocks he was hiding behind and lead their 3 remaining Franken-rigs into battle grew stronger, but he forced himself to stay put. He needed to give the enemy time to put more distance between them and the hive. He didn't want them returning just as the battle started. Seconds stretched to minutes, minutes stretched to hours, until it felt like his entire body was going to explode. He checked left and right, turning his rig's upper body to mimic twisting at the waist to make sure he wasn't going to hit one of the others by moving, before flexing his arms and readying himself for action. He opened the cylinder on his blogger, triple-checking the loaded rounds by flicking his steel wrist sharply outward, closing the cylinder with a heavy click. "Heads up," Williams said. "They're just passing checkpoint 1. We are good to go." Lander stood tall, activating the comm channel, heart pounding in his chest. After this, there was no turning back. It was all in or nothing at all. As much as he tried to justify everything that had happened here, he couldn't help but think that everything that was going to happen from here on out rested on his shoulders. "The fate of the world is in your hands now," he told himself, swallowing hard as he prepared to give the order to attack. Sending men and women into battle was one thing, leading them was something else entirely. Taking responsibility for those lives, that was something he didn't know if he could handle. "All units, this is Lander. Go!" The instantaneous response down the line was oddly musical. The hollow thump, thump, thump of Williams's grenade launcher broke the morning stillness, raining down a barrage of 40mm high explosives which chewed into the grounds outside the cave entrance. Lander pushed himself over the ridge and felt, more than saw, Rodriguez, Sabatini, and Connolly come with him. Squads of infantry emerged as well, filling the air with wordless battle cries and reverberating gunfire. Hesitation and confusion seemed to wash over the hive warriors stationed outside the cave entrance as the first people dropped from incoming fire. Explosions ripped through 2 defensive positions, sending body parts and earth spraying. Lander and his team made it almost 20 meters before the enemy regrouped and started returning fire. Dirt and plumes of black smoke and debris filled the air ahead of Lander, partially masking the enemy positions. He pushed hard, reaching a full sprint within seconds, barely registering the sounds and impacts of the fighting around him. The steady barrage of HE fire from Williams was replaced by streams of autocannon fire, each burst tearing through the earth and enemy targets. One of the hive Nasser horns appeared at the mouth of the cave, its huge steel body turning left and right, searching for targets. It hesitated, seemingly finding one, and fired, its autocannons belching a long string of 30mm rounds up toward Williams's position. Lander couldn't spare a glance, relying on his ears to determine the lieutenant's status. The consistent barrage from Williams' autocannon told him the Nasser horn had missed. It won't miss forever, though. Rounds twanged on his steel chassis, though Lander barely registered the impacts. A part of his mind screamed at him to find the source of the incoming rounds and destroy it, but his experience and training told him something else entirely. Right now, the most dangerous target was the rig, making it the priority. Lander ignored the Vindicators charging out of the cave, all moving to find cover and engage his forces, and instead locked all his attention on the Nasser horn. It stopped firing long enough to adjust its stance, right leg back, left knee bent slightly, giving maximum stability for its 30mm cannon. A plume of dirt erupted from the ground next to the rig's foot, spraying the machine. The cannon began rotating, the spin increasing as it prepared to send its deadly rain of fire at Williams and anyone else unlucky enough to be in the path of destruction. Lander leveled his blogger, flicked the electronic safety off with his thumb, and fired. The round spun through the air desperately slow and glanced off the Nasserhorn's armored side, ricocheting into the dirt. The impact caused the rig to stagger back, giving Lander the precious seconds he needed to close the distance. Conley's rig appeared in his peripheral vision, her steel legs pumping hard, sword raised high above her cockpit in both hands. For a brief instant, he could see her face, her look of fury and hatred, her mouth open in a war cry he couldn't hear. As she pulled away, he realized something he should have seen before. Neither of them were going to make it in time. The Nasserhorn had regained its footing and was bringing its weapons to bear. "Conley!" Lander shouted. "Look!" The report of the Nasserhorn's cannon cut through the cacophony and time slowed. Without the protection of an armored cockpit, each deafening shot was like a gut punch. Conley's rig jerked back, the impact knocking her off her feet. She landed hard on her back, the steel chassis digging a deep gouge through the soft earth. "No!" Lander shouted, firing a string of blogger rounds in rapid succession. The first 2 rounds missed, but the third and fourth slammed into the Nasserhorn's left side, twisting the bulky torso around, knocking the deadly cannons off target. With another 30 meters to close, Lander gritted his teeth and pushed as hard as he could, firing on the move, trying desperately to keep the enemy rig pinned down. The Nasserhorn batted a cluster of shots away with a backhand, sending the rounds ricocheting off in random directions. The move was impressive, but now the rig was facing him again, and his guns were coming to bear. In a moment of sheer instinct, Lander rerouted additional power to his steel legs and dove forward just as the Nasserhorn opened up. He rolled over and immediately pushed himself to his feet, juking to the side as the enemy moved to reacquire. "Weren't ready for that, were you?" Lander asked, giving himself a momentary pat on the back for his quick thinking. The maneuver likely wouldn't work again, but it had done the trick and given him time to close. He jumped, thrusting his steel feet forward to slam into the Nasserhorn's chest. Steel rang against steel, the impact reverberating through Lander's rig. He fell to the ground and immediately rolled to all fours as the enemy stumbled back. On one knee, Lander leveled his blogger and fired. The round smacked off the rig's cockpit armor, denting the metal with a resounding twang. The 30mm opened up wild, the driver obviously hoping to intimidate and walk his fire on target. In the heat of battle, sometimes the threat of enemy fire was just as bad as actually taking fire. Lander realized he was too slow, a fraction of a second too late, and knew there wasn't anything he could do. Rounds slammed into his steel arm and side, ripping through metal and spinning him around. He caught himself on a rock, pushed himself back to his feet, and swung, hoping to land a hard right jab. But instead of ramming his fist home, he swung a mangled stump, wires sparking, loose cables and pistons flapping. The control feedback sensors glitched, causing his subsequent movements to jerk and hesitate. There wasn't anything left of the blogger but the mounting brackets. The Nasserhorn landed a solid front kick to Lander's steel chest, sending him stumbling backward and spinning to protect his open cockpit. He hit the ground, rolling and tumbling through the dirt, catching glimpses of the war rig charging after him as plumes of fire and smoke erupted around its feet. Lander rolled to a stop on his back and had to crane his neck to get a bead on the enemy, expecting the steel behemoth to be on him in seconds. But the Nasserhorn had stopped chasing him, instead turning its attention to something Lander couldn't see, firing off controlled bursts from its 30mm cannon. Something screamed through the air above him, trailing fire and smoke, and slammed into the Nasserhorn. The blast wave washed over Lander, hot and smelling of ozone. Gritting his teeth, Lander pushed himself up to one knee and leveled his right arm, intending to fire his remaining blogger rounds, only to realize the weapon had been ripped from his arm. His steel arm spasmed erratically, occasionally spitting sparks. Not only was his arm all but useless, he had no weapon. As the smoke cleared, he caught sight of the enemy war rig, backpedaling as its cannons pivoted back and forth, engaging multiple targets. The steel chest armor was charred and dented, but it didn't look like it had slowed the driver down at all. "Lander!" He turned to see Conley struggling to get her rig up, but her left leg had been blown apart at the knee. Her voice hadn't come through their comms, which meant either her comms were damaged or his were. Her cockpit canopy hung half open, and she pointed to her sword sticking up from the ground in front of her, the blade rammed a quarter of the way down. Lander pushed himself to his feet and raced for the blade, left arm outstretched. The rhythmic bam, bam, bam behind him urged him forward. Snatching the blade out of the ground at speed, he immediately spun to face the enemy. Once again, he fed additional power into his legs and lunged with everything he had. The jump took him some 3 meters into the air, closing the gap between him and the Nasserhorn in seconds. He brought the blade down in a savage arc, chopping clean through the 30-millimeter cannon, twisting and bending the metal. He landed directly in front of the enemy war rig, his feet sinking deep into the earth. The blade slammed down into the ground in front of him and held firm when Lander tried to pull it back out. Servos whined as the Nasserhorn turned to face him, and Lander's breath caught in his throat as the barrels leveled at him. Lander let go of the blade and spun away, landing a hard kick to the side of the Nasserhorn as he went. He heard the pop from the cannon as the rounds tore through the barrel, then felt something slam into his shoulder. The impact sent him reeling, but it hadn't felt like a bullet strike. He tripped over a rock and stumbled, falling to his knees and catching himself with his one remaining hand. He turned in time to see the Nasserhorn charging, Conley's blade raised above its head. On instinct, Lander brought his right arm up just as the blade came crashing down. Metal sang as the blade sliced clean through his destroyed arm and banged against the cockpit cage. Lander turned his head away from the resulting sparks, saying a quick prayer of thanks to whoever had constructed the cage. Lander pushed up to his feet, sliding to the side, and used his good hand to push the blade away. There wasn't any retreat. If he was going to survive this, he needed to be in close. He rammed his shoulder into the Nasserhorn's armored torso, shoving it back, using his left to push against the rig's center of gravity, trying to knock it over. As if realizing what Lander intended to do, the Nasserhorn adjusted its position, slamming a foot into the ground behind it, effectively locking it into place. It tried to bring the blade down again, but there wasn't enough room to maneuver, causing the blows to deflect harmlessly off the Orca's angled chassis. Something exploded beside the two rigs, the blast tossing them both to the side. The blast wave knocked the air from Lander's lungs, and his rig rolled twice before coming to a stop. He coughed and spat dirt from his mouth as he pushed himself back up, craning his neck to see where the Nasserhorn had ended up. "Lander!" Conley screamed, just barely cut through the ringing in his ears. "Here!" With her left arm, she reached over and twisted the right off its locking joint. Immediately, Lander knew what she was doing and scrambled to his feet, fingers punching through the limb ejection sequence on the small terminal next to his hand. He spared a second to regain his bead on the Nasserhorn and ran. The ground around him erupted in gunfire as he snatched Conley's steel arm from her, immediately slamming the shoulder into place. It took less than a second for the locks to engage and the neural connection to sync with his system. The replacement arm felt just like his destroyed had felt, like he'd never even lost it. He picked up a large boulder in both hands as he turned to face the enemy yet again and launched the rock forward in a powerful overhead throw. He didn't hesitate, charging in directly after the rock, knowing his chances were still better close in. The boulder slammed into the enemy rig with a resounding clang, sending the Nasserhorn back several steps. Lander lunged forward and grabbed the war rig's canopy with both hands. In one smooth motion, he slammed a foot into the rig's chest, braced himself, and pulled as hard as he could. Metal and human alike groaned as he strained. Even with the rig's enhanced power, he wasn't entirely sure this would work. The canopy ripped free, sending bits of metal bouncing off both machines. Tossing the canopy backward over his head, he released the arm control level and drew his cricket. The weapon barked, and the driver inside jerked with each hit. The Nasserhorn held still, its driver slumped against his restraining straps, blood seeping from multiple chest wounds. The driver's hands fell out of the controls, and without feedback from his neuroconnections, the rig automatically shut down, slumping on its steel legs, servos whining, power drives spinning down. Lander turned back to Conley's rig and ripped the cage off its hinges, allowing Conley room to climb free of the cockpit. "You okay?" he asked.
Fine.
Conley pulled herself up with the help of one of Lander's steel fingers, then brushed herself off and slid in close to his left leg, drawing her cricket. "Rig out of commission?" Conley nodded quickly and fired off successive bursts from her cricket, dropping 2 Hive drones, rushing over a mound of earth and rock to get at them.
Even if it had the power, the optimization routines are fried.
Fantastic. Lander twisted at the sight of muzzle flashes, presenting his slightly better protected backside to his attackers. He looked across the field to where Rodriguez and Sabatini were engaged in their own desperate fight with another rig. The Nasserhorn knocked Rodriguez's sword blow away with a backhand, then rammed its armored shoulder into Sabatini's rig, shoving him off his feet. Rodriguez caught his balance and came back with a sideways swing, slamming his blade into the Nasserhorn's side, chewing through some of the thinner armor around the rig's waist. Movement to Lander's left caught his attention as a flatbed truck crested a small ridge, a heavy autocannon mounted in the back. 2 figures were already in the bed, working to bring the cannon online, the barrel pointed directly at them. "Look out!" He knelt around Conley, using his steel body to protect her. Rounds slammed into his back and legs, some ricocheting off into the dirt around them, sending up plumes of dirt, others chewing holes into his chassis. Lander thought he heard the thumping of steel feet behind him, but couldn't turn and look without exposing himself and Conley to cannon fire. A moment later, however, the fire ceased, and he turned to see Sabatini standing over the truck, both individuals who'd been operating the weapon now laying face down in the dirt, unmoving. "You okay, boss?" Rodriguez asked, coming up beside them. "Fine." Lander stood to see the second Nasserhorn laying in a heap of broken steel. "Nice work." Rodriguez shrugged steel shoulders. Conley came out from underneath Lander's rig.
"I'm good, too. Thanks for asking."
Rodriguez laughed.
"That was some next-level shit you did back there, like movie shit."
"Just help me up into that truck, would you?"
Rodriguez, displaying an odd gentleness for a man with such a rough and abrasive demeanor, scooped her up in steel hands and carefully turned to lift her over the lip of the truck's bed. "What now, boss?" Sabatini asked. "I guess we bet—" Lander cut off as his comm disc buzzed to life. "Lander! Specialist Lander, come in! Do you read me?" Lander exchanged looks with the younger driver, confused. "Shoals?" "We've been trying to reach you. What is your situation down there?" Lander looked around at the destruction and shook his head. "Well, it's pretty fucking shitty, sir, but I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. You haven't heard from Natalia, have you?" "No. She went dark after she took the dropship, but we can see the crash site from orbit. It appears that the rover is gone, but we can't see any sign of it anywhere else. It might have been knocked free on impact, maybe." No rover. Lander felt a rush of excitement. "Not a chance. She's out off-roading in that thing for sure. Listen, Major, I'd love to sit and chat, but we're in the middle of—" An explosion several meters away interrupted him. He ducked, bringing up a steel arm to deflect the spray of dirt and debris. "Contact!" Sabatini yelled, as the battlefield around them erupted into chaos. The excitement he'd felt not moments before vanished immediately at the sight of 3 Nasserhorns emerging through a wall of smoke, their cannons blazing. "Cover!" Lander shouted. "Get to cover! All elements, focus fire on those war rigs. Give them everything you've got. Open fire!" 41. Applin winced as Koskov finished securing the bandage over the wound in her abdomen.
"Sorry,"
Koskov said.
"It's okay."
The bullet had passed through the right side of her abdomen and managed to miss anything vital, and Koskov had stopped the bleeding with a liberal application of coagulant gel. She was hopeful she'd been able to clean it fast enough to stave off any infection, but even if she hadn't, there wasn't much she could do about that right now. Cam had sealed off the Starlifter's bow section, keeping them safe from the handful of hive drones in the back as they'd left the landing site. After they'd reached altitude, opening the bay doors had rid them of their stowaway problem. She held up another injector.
More?
Applin shook her head.
I'm close to throwing up as it is.
Well,
hold on to it then. You might need it later.
Applin slipped the small injector of synthetic opioid into a leg pocket of her jumpsuit, then winced as Koskov pulled her to her feet.
God damn, that hurts.
Koskov repacked the medkit and slung it over one shoulder.
Come on.
She led Applin toward the short passage from the cargo bay to the bridge, and stopped short at the sight of the small arms locker mounted on the bulkhead. Cam, obviously relishing in the expanding operating capacity the dropship provided, anticipated her request and unlocked the panel. The light blinked from red to green, and Koskov pulled the small door open. She pulled 3 additional spare magazines from the rack at the base of the locker and handed them to Applin.
You plan on shooting from the windows?
Applin asked, taking the proffered items.
Never know,
Koskov said.
I'd rather not need them and have them than need them and not have them. You got a point there.
Koskov removed 2 cricket thigh holsters, handed one to Applin, and strapped the other to her leg. When it was secure, she pushed the cricket into the clips and tugged on it, ensuring a tight fit. They slid into the pilot's seats at the front of the cockpit and looked over the myriad of displays arrayed in front of them. Tranquility's forests were a blur underneath the Starlifter, her external camera feeds capturing their flight from multiple angles. On any other day, the scenic views might have been enjoyable. Today, however, all Koskov wanted was to see her husband.
How long?
Koskov asked.
Estimated arrival to target, 3 minutes, 2 seconds.
What's our weapon situation?
I am sorry, Natalia, but this model Starlifter is not equipped with a weapons suite.
Koskov couldn't help but laugh.
Of course it's not.
Fat bit of good this thing's going to do then.
Providing aerial reconnaissance would likely give Specialist Lander an advantage over the enemy,
Cam said.
Great. We can tell him we're fucked from a different point of view,
Koskov said.
Might as well drop the rover on them.
I do not think dropping the rover would be an effective...
Koskov waved a hand through the air.
Yeah, I get it. God damn it. There has to be something we can do. We are receiving a transmission request from Colonial One,
Cam said. A flash of fear came over Koskov as she realized something she should have asked as soon as they'd taken off.
Can Stork override your controls?
Negative. I have locked out all external connection requests. The dropship is completely cut off from any further outside interference.
Koskov blew out a relieved sigh.
Okay. Who's calling? If it's Keller, he can kiss my ass. Major Scholes.
All right. Put him through.
Pharaoh? The major's tone was a mixture of surprise and concern. You're alive?
Pharaoh's not here,
Koskov said.
Neither is Meyer.
Holy shit, Koskov? What? How?
Kind of a long story, Scholes, Koskov said. And we're kind of right in the middle of something right now. Have you heard from Lander? How are they doing?
I was just talking with him, actually, and things aren't going well. Koskov slumped in her chair, a wave of nausea coming over her. From what we can see, they're outgunned and outnumbered.
Wait, from what you can see, you have visual? Can you link to us?
There was a pause, and Koskov pictured Scholes giving Baker a questioning look.
Data coming through,
Cam said, as the center display blinked to life. The shot was from a high angle, showing the hill they'd seen on their previous overflight just prior to being shot down, except the empty field between the row of hills and the forest was now alive with activity. Clusters of fighters engaged each other from behind boulders and felled trees, from atop the hills and the tree line. Koskov's heart skipped a beat when she caught sight of a downed orca, then held her breath at the sight of 3 more moving to engage a trio of Nasser horns moving in from the north. He's okay, she told herself.
Those rhinos are tearing them up,
Applin said, sitting forward in her seat. Koskov felt an almost overwhelming sense of panic building in her mind, watching the battle unfold beneath her. She'd never been a warfighter, but it didn't take a battle tactician to see the fight was horribly one-sided. Lander was the best, she had no doubt in her mind, but even the best had their limits, and she knew if they didn't come up with something, she'd never see her husband alive again.
All right, think, Koskov said, forcing herself to look away from the screen. We have to take out those rigs. What do we have? What can we do?
Applin shook her head.
Come on, Koskov said, slapping the flight controls. There has to be something. Hell, we can just fly this damn ship into them if it comes to that.
What, like kamikaze? Applin asked, seeming shocked by the idea. Scholz's voice came through the comm. Lieutenant, you cannot—
Shut the fuck up, Scholz, Koskov snapped. Unless you or anyone else up there has anything constructive to add to this conversation, stay the hell off the air. Natalia, Cam said. Flying the Starlifter directly into the targets is technically possible. However, I cannot guarantee I can hit all 3 priority targets. The likelihood of the enemy observing us and identifying our objective is high, and they are much more maneuverable on the ground than we are, especially if we are in an emergency descent. No, but it might take out 1 or 2, and if we can tilt the odds in our favor— What about the fuel cells?
Applin asked, looking up from her console. Koskov hesitated, considering.
Doesn't that just leave us with the same problem, like not crashing into the ground?
Applin shook her head.
Not both, just one. The ship comes equipped with 2, one primary, one secondary, in case of emergency. Have Cam work out the math, and we drop that fucker right down on those sons of bitches before they realize what's happening.
On the surface, it was a fine idea. However, there was something Applin was missing.
The safety protocols are designed to keep these cells from going critical. That's why we didn't turn into a giant fireball when we crashed.
Sure, but those protocols are just instructions in the containment pods, right? Cam can—
Immediately, Koskov saw where she was going.
Cam can deactivate them.
Koskov, do you have any idea how much those fuel cells are worth? Scholz said. Surprisingly, Cam terminated the call before Koskov could ask her to.
Cam, can you do it?
Koskov asked.
It is possible. I would need to deactivate several onboard safety protocols to access the fuel cell containment. Just do it, Koskov said. How much time do you need? Approximately 4 minutes, 37 seconds.
Koskov slid forward to the edge of her seat, rubbing her hands together with anticipation.
Can you raise J? Working.
42. You're going to what? Lander shouted, flinching as another explosion sprayed him with dirt and debris, rocks and shrapnel plinking off his steel chassis. He thought she'd said bomb, but that couldn't be right, could it?
We're going to bomb them,
Koskov repeated, the anxiety obvious in her tone. He'd only seen her get amped up a few times since they'd been together, and if there was one thing he'd learned over the years, it was you didn't want to be on her bad side when she was. Another round twanged off his rig, and beside him Conley opened up with the autocannon in the back of the rover, the steady chuff, chuff, chuff reverberating through his steel chassis. She chewed through a team of 3 charging down a small hill, rifles already firing, the 20mm rounds turning their bodies to blood and gore. Where the hell did you get a bomb?
Later, you need to get moving. We're inbound.
Rodriguez turned to face Lander, pointing into the air with his oversized sword.
Boss, look!
It took him a second to pick out what Rodriguez had seen, but once he saw it, there was no mistaking it. The Starlifter appeared over the hills, its bay doors folded into the full open position, its 4 multi-directional engines blazing. Koskov was saying something, but the words were lost on him. The sight of the dropship was truly something, and the enemy had noticed as well, some pointing, others shouting.
Did you hear me?
Koskov asked. Wait, what?
You need to get your asses out of there!
He glanced around at the ongoing battle, slightly dumbfounded. We're kind of in the middle of the shit right now, babe. Where the hell do you want us to go?
Joel Francis Lander, his wife shouted. I don't give a good goddamn where you go, but when we drop this thing, you need to be somewhere else.
Cam estimates the minimum safe distance at 118 meters.
Oh, a three-namer, Rodriguez chided. That's heavy shit, boss. For fuck's sake, Lander muttered, searching for somewhere to go. Their infantry was doing a good job of keeping the Vindicators and drones pinned down, but their small arms weren't doing anything against those Nasserhorns. A couple groups were moving toward the cave entrance, trying for shots on the bunkered enemy, supporting Williams as he closed on them. One of the Nasserhorns turned to engage the Starlifter. Tracer rounds zipped through the air, flying wide. The giant aircraft banked to the side, evading the incoming fire, but the dropship wasn't a fighter, and she turned incredibly slow. There wasn't anywhere to go. Shit, he said, shaking his head. He waved steel arms in the air and yelled over the radio. We have incoming! He turned to his team. Clear out! Tally's getting ready to level this place. Level? Sabatini asked, already moving away. Level with what? Hell if I know, Lander answered. When it comes to her mysterious ways, I find it's better not to ask. Conley jumped out of the rover's bed and climbed into the cab. A second later, the rover's engine rumbled to life and she was driving away, oversized wheels churning through the soft dirt. Sabatini fired a final barrage at the Nasserhorns with his blogger before turning and following Conley. Rodriguez angled away from them, and Lander split the difference, not wanting to give the enemy an easy target. The Starlifter banked again, turning back to the battle, nose down like it was coming in for a strafing run. The sounds of the dropship's engines finally reached his ears, the deep, vibrating roar beginning to drown out everything else around him. Lander! Williams shouted over the comm. Lander turned, finding Williams's rig and following his extended steel finger. One of the enemy Nasserhorns had a group of his men pinned down behind a row of boulders. The figures flinched as a string of bullets chewed through the rock, spraying bits of stone and filling the air with dust. Lander did some quick mental math and knew if those people weren't able to clear out, they'd be vaporized when the fuel cell went up. Without the blogger, he didn't have anything to reach out and touch the enemy war rig with, and he knew it'd be impossible to cross the distance before either the other two shot him down or his wife's bomb leveled the area. Frantic, he looked for anything he could use as a weapon. A few meters away, his eyes fell on one of the damaged rovers laying on its side. Checking to make sure his people were clear, he crossed the distance with 3 leaping strides, grabbing the rover's frame in both steel hands and heaving. Even with the rig's enhanced strength, Lander felt the machine struggle with the load, hesitating slightly as he lifted. Careful not to release the controls, he stretched out and tapped a sequence into the rig's motor control system, flooding his servos with additional power. Warning icons flashed on his screen as he stepped back, lifting the vehicle off the ground. He rotated around, grunting as he spun, mentally estimating flight time, arc, and distance. He released, letting the rover spin through the air. Stumbling to a stop, he watched the machine sail across the battlefield, mentally willing the thing not to miss. Just before the rover hit, the Nasserhorn seemed to realize what was happening and tried to evade, but it was too late. The 6-wheeled vehicle slammed home, launching the enemy rig off its feet. It crashed to the ground and bounced several meters before coming to a stop in a mass of twisted steel. Go! Lander shouted, waving at the entrenched fighters. He looked up and saw the Starlifter's nose drop. 43. Koskov held her breath, watching Lander's rig race for cover. She felt so helpless watching as Cam descended toward the battlefield. The ground neared, and now all she could do was hope she'd made the right decision. There were several groups that would just barely make minimal safe distance and would likely be caught in the blast. But there wasn't anything else she could do. If she did nothing, none of them would survive. Look out! Applin shouted, pointing at the display in front of her. One of the hive Nasserhorns turned, its twin cannons coming up. There was no sound, but the muzzle flashes were unmistakable. A second later, 30mm rounds tore through the Starlifter's airframe, impacts ringing through the ship. Alarms blared as warning icons and emergency codes flashed on their screens.
We are taking fire from enemy ground units,
Cam advised. Yeah, no shit, Applin shouted. Get us out of here!
No,
Koskov screamed.
we stay on target.
She held Applin's gaze, and the woman's panic slowly faded to resolve. Applin nodded. Koskov turned back to the main displays.
Cam, no matter what happens, you stay on target, understand?
The ship shook around them.
I understand, Natalia.
Cam's voice failed to convey the fear and anxiety Koskov felt, making her more than a little jealous of the AI's detachment.
Initiating emergency fuel cell jettison procedure. Deploying in 9 seconds. 8.
The view on the display screens was nothing more than a blur. The question, "Are you sure you can do this?" hanging on the tip of her tongue. She'd known the AI almost her entire life, and if Cam said she could do something, it was usually true.
7. 6.
Koskov gripped the armrests, fingers aching. She closed her eyes and found herself saying a silent prayer, something she hadn't done in years. Please, whatever happens, keep him safe.
5. 4.
She opened her eyes and felt a knot grow in her stomach as the drop ship's nose pitched up.
3. 2.
The view on the display showed the ground falling away as the Starlifter started climbing again, angling up to facilitate the drop. Another display showed a view of the rear of the dropship from the underside of the fuselage. 2 exterior hatch doors had folded open, exposing the yellow and black striping on the underside of the fuel cell.
Please,
she said.
1. Ejection protocol initiated.
44. The ground shook under his steel feet. The blast wave slammed into Lander's back like a freight train, sending him flying forward. The world spun around him, becoming a blur. The air burned around him. The odor of burnt hair and ozone flooded his nostrils. His ears rang, reducing the rest of the world to a muffled echoing. He came to rest next to a cluster of broken trees, the rhythmic plink of rock, dirt, and debris raining down, bouncing off his steel chassis. Pushing himself up to a knee, he surveyed the damage. He still couldn't hear, and the sight of fires burning, bits of metal bouncing along the ground, and people shouting was more than a little disorienting. A cloud of thick black smoke curled into the air where the Nasser horns had been, the only evidence of their existence the twisted and charred segments now littering the area. Large swaths of trees had been reduced to ash and kindling, while others had been stripped naked by the blast. The ground in a 50-meter radius had been scorched black or completely vaporized, leaving behind a barren wasteland. A deep, chest-rattling rumble reached him through the high-pitched ringing in his ears, and he turned to see the Starlifter climbing away from the battlefield, its rear underside compartment folding shut. Lander laughed, shaking a fist in the air. "You're fucking crazy!" Of all the ways he'd seen today going, his wife swooping in and saving the day with a bomb that quite literally leveled the battlefield hadn't made the list. Clusters of people began to emerge from their hiding spots, and after a few seconds, the sounds of sporadic gunfire echoed around him, reminding him that they still had work to do. He stood, brushing dirt and debris from his clothes and control console. A quick systems check told him his rig was still fully operational, something he considered a miracle, taking into account everything he'd put the machine through in the last few days. Just a little bit more, Lander thought, turning toward the cave entrance some 100 meters away. A handful of hive fighters still held defensive positions on either side, but by the way the outpost fighters were advancing, the enemy wouldn't hold long. Anticipation swelled inside him as he moved to help. As much as he'd convinced himself he was ready for this, now, on the verge of engaging an alien being, he realized he wasn't. Bizarre didn't begin to describe his thoughts of the matter, but right now, in this moment, his thoughts didn't matter, only his actions. Despite the overwhelming show of power his wife had just performed, Lander knew they still had a mountain to climb. "Joel!" His wife's voice blared through his discom. "Behind you!" Lander spun, bringing his arm up ready to fire his blogger, only to realize the weapon was no longer there. Frantic, he scanned the battlefield, almost missing what his wife had seen. "Son of a bitch," he growled. As the smoke dissipated, he saw a mound of rubble shifting, breaking apart as something pushed up from underneath. Through the falling clumps of dirt and rock, Lander saw the steel chassis of one of the Nasserhorns pushing itself up from a prone position. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." Lander searched for something to use as a weapon, anything, and found nothing. He gritted his teeth, cursed again, then started toward the rig. It took him a few seconds to get moving, long seconds that seemed to stretch forever. His strides felt sluggish. His power core was down to 40%. If they didn't end this fight quickly, he'd be forced to the sidelines. Not now, he told himself, focusing all his attention on the Nasserhorn 200 meters away. Slowly, so slowly, his speed picked up, feet pounding the ground. He charged the enemy like a linebacker to a quarterback. He didn't have any other options. It was a sack of nothing. Motion to his left caught his eye. Another rig, an orca, passing him at a full sprint, steel arm extended, the blogger mounted to the forearm, belching out rounds. The Nasserhorn was on its feet now, turning to engage, its 30mm cannon spinning up. "Sabatini, watch!" The first of Sabatini's rounds smacked into the Nasserhorn, causing the war rig to stumble slightly. The second round missed, and the third slammed into the rig's steel hip, seemingly causing no damage. Recovering quickly, the Nasserhorn leveled its cannon and fired. Lander watched the entire thing in slow motion. The rounds chewed through Sabatini's shoulder and leg, spinning the rig like a top. A second burst sent the rig tumbling forward, back the way he'd come, arms flailing in a vain attempt to regain control. Sabatini's rig crashed down in a hail of bullets, sending geysers of dirt spraying into the air all around it. "No!" Lander screamed, forcing his exertion past the safety limits. Sabatini pushed his rig up on its hands and knees and looked straight at Lander. "Boss!" He grabbed his blogger with steel fingers and pulled his right arm free of the mounting brackets. As another barrage slammed into Sabatini's steel back, he threw the blogger into the air with a powerful backhand throw. "Son of a bitch," Lander said, tracking the weapon's flight. He adjusted course, estimating the trajectory. He looked back at the Nasserhorn, silently counting the seconds until his orca was riddled with bullets. He might very well catch the blogger, but he doubted he'd be able to effectively deploy it, not if he was laying on the ground filled with bullet holes. But the enemy war rig had turned away from him, instead tracking a different target, another orca. Rodriguez was crossing the battlefield in a full-on sprint, his oversized, improvised sword held high over his head, the tip pointing out behind him. "Rodriguez, you stupid son of a bitch." Lander jumped, snatching the blogger out of the air, and slammed it down the mount on his opposite arm. Fingers danced on the controls, activating the locking brackets, as his steel feet touched back down and the blogger's fire control system synced with the rig's computer. Without breaking stride, he extended his arm, aimed, and fired. 4 successive shots jerked his arm slightly as he ran, the subsonic rounds smacking into the Nasserhorn as it fired its own 30mm cannon. The ground around Rodriguez erupted in geysers of earth, spraying his rig. Acting with almost inhuman speed, Rodriguez juked out of the path of fire, crashing through a cluster of trees. Limbs snapped off, spraying bits of wood that added to the flying destruction. Lander's first round slammed into the Nasserhorn, knocking it off balance, causing its barrage of fire to arc even further away from Rodriguez. The second and third rounds hit head-on center mass, the impacts denting the steel armor with loud, reverberating twangs. The incoming fire forced the Nasserhorn to shift its targeting just long enough for Rodriguez to close the distance. Still moving at high speed, Rodriguez kicked off a short ridge and launched himself into the air, his feet slamming into the Nasserhorn's armored torso. With a chest-rattling metallic clang, Rodriguez knocked the war rig off its feet, toppling it like a felled tree. Falling to the ground, Rodriguez landed on his back. He immediately rolled to the side, getting to all fours as the Nasserhorn struggled to recover. Letting out a wordless war cry, Lander charged into the Nasserhorn, which was now up on one knee. He rammed his steel shoulder into the enemy's armored chest, slamming the rig back down again. Using his momentum to roll over the rig, he planted his feet to stand just in time to see Rodriguez crash down beside him. He brought his sword down in a vicious overhead blow, driving the blade into the vulnerable gap where the cockpit sealed against the chassis. The 30-millimeter cannon fired, missing Rodriguez by inches as the chain gun spun up, also turning to fire. Before he could reconsider, Lander reached out, wrapping steel hands tightly around the barrel and yanking it down, bending it, rendering the weapon useless. Lander straightened and drove his foot down hard onto the Nasserhorn's arm, pinning it to the ground. He reached down, steel fingers clawing into the separation between canopy and armor, and ripped it from its housing. Inside, the driver scrambled to unfasten his harness while simultaneously reaching for the pistol holstered on his chest. "Don't!" Lander shouted, reaching for his cricket. Rodriguez shouted something Lander couldn't make out, then rammed his blade through the driver's chest and into the steel chassis behind him. The driver's eyes went wide as he screamed in agony, hands reaching for the blade in a useless attempt to pull it free. Blood spilled from the wound in his chest. He locked eyes with Lander, his expression a mixture of pain and grief. His lips moved, but no words came. "I'm sorry," Lander whispered. After a few moments, the driver's arms slumped down and his head lolled to the side, eyes rolling up. He let out one final breath, the act accompanied by a mixture of blood and spittle, then lay still. Lander stepped back and worked to slow his breathing. "You okay, boss?" Rodriguez asked. Lander shook his head, gaze still locked on the dead man. "I know him." "Yeah?" "He was a logistics supervisor," Lander explained. "Met him during the spin-up for the second mission, just before Trank 1 left. Had 2 kids, if I remember right." "We did what we had to do, boss. It was either him or us. You know that." "I know," Lander said. His comm disc chimed and Tally's voice came through.
"Joel, are you there? Are you all right?"
Lander sighed. "I'm here. I'm okay. You really saved our asses, babe."
"Thank Applin. It was her idea."
He looked to Rodriguez, then to Sabatini, who was just now climbing out of his damaged rig. "Well, whoever it was some ballsy shit."
"We're coming back around for another flyover, but it looks like most of the hive positions have been neutralized. You should be clear to the mine."
The entrance to the mine, framed with a metal lattice, loomed like an evil presence over the entire battlefield. And regardless of how foreboding the entrance was, Lander couldn't help but feel that whatever waited inside was far, far worse. 45. The sounds of the battle outside faded slightly as they made their way through the mine's main staging area. Several old hard plastic cases lined the walls, some with lids, while others looked like they'd been emptied, discarded and forgotten. Meters of cable stretched between pieces of equipment and generators now inoperable, and disappeared down the tunnel 20 meters away. Lights strung across the ceiling swung in the breeze, casting dancing shadows across the walls. Wide tire tracks sunk several inches into the gravel floor, cutting a straight line down the center of the tunnel. Several workstations lined the walls, counters filled with tools and spare parts, maps and diagrams. Hard hats and safety vests lay discarded, ignored, and unused for years. They had just over a meter of clearance to the tunnel's curved ceiling. They wouldn't be doing any jumping. In the staging area, there was enough room for both rigs to move around unencumbered, but once in the tunnel, they'd have to proceed single file, presenting a series of problems that were both unfavorable and unavoidable. If they got caught in a firefight in there, only one of them would be able to engage. It was eerily silent, save for the whining servos of the 2 rigs. like they were entering a tomb rather than a mine. Something snapped under Lander's steel foot. He paused mid-stride and stepped back, lifting the rig's leg to see what he'd stepped on. Shit.
What do you got, boss?
Bones. Rodriguez appeared next to Lander, face contorted in disgust.
Bones?
Yeah, and human bones from the look of them. Lander lowered his torch and scanned the rest of the floor. Yep, look, there's a skull. Jesus H. Beside him, metal clinked as Rodriguez made the sign of the cross, tapping steel fingers against his chassis.
Mary, Mother of God.
Hundreds of bones were scattered across the floor. It was impossible to tell how many people the remains belonged to, but if he had to guess, he'd say well over a dozen. His stomach turned as Rodriguez's foot snapped another one. Rodriguez grimaced at the sound.
With the Queen enslaving so many, you gotta wonder what these poor souls did to deserve this.
Lander didn't even want to think about it. There'd be time for investigation later, though he didn't think anyone was jumping at the opportunity. Considering the stomach-turning condition of the remains, he couldn't imagine anyone actually wanting to relive the horror that must have been this day. Or any other day of this madness, he thought.
God damn,
Conley said, coming up on foot behind the two rigs.
What the hell happened here?
A question for another time, Lander said. Sabatini stood beside her, gazing around at the remains, shocked. Behind them, a group of outpost fighters were assembling, their quick reaction force made up of the most qualified fighters. But even semi-qualified was a stretch for some, and they were all looking to Lander for orders. The only problem was he had no idea what orders to give. No one knew anything about the interior defenses, how many guards the Queen kept, or even what her exact capabilities were. She could very well destroy their rigs with a wave of her tentacle. Lander had seen enough movies about aliens to not put anything past possible. He eyed the ominous tunnel ahead. There's no way of telling what's waiting for us down there. Hector and I will make first contact. I want you and Sabatini to stage with the quick reaction team. Follow us down, but stay far enough back that the enemy won't know you're there. If it looks like we won't be able to handle her, we'll call you up.
And if that doesn't work?
Then we're fucked. The tunnel angled down, curving slightly to the right. Lander kept his blogger up, ready. He'd loaded in a fresh cylinder, and after taking 2 spares off Sabatini's rig, had 3 total magazines. He could only hope it'd be enough. Lights strung between steel support lattices flickered and swayed as they descended. Lander moved slowly, both blogger and flamethrower extended, ready to engage. In the silence of the confined space, the whining and whirring of the rigs, sounds that normally went unheard and unnoticed, seemed like a roar to Lander's ears. With every step, it was like he was ringing a bell, practically shouting for the enemy to come find him. They came to a small landing, where the tunnel widened into a small chamber. A transfer station for the ore mined deeper in the mine. 2 mid-size haulers were parked along one wall, their beds empty. Several smaller carts and ATVs were parked haphazardly around the central part of the chamber. A row of workstations, computers, and racks of electronics were arranged along the right wall, cables running to power cores and other equipment. Doorways kill, the voice of his close-quarters combat instruction growled in Lander's mind. Reluctantly, he stepped across the threshold, immediately moving to the side, allowing Rodriguez room to clear the entrance. You got left, Lander said, turning his blogger right and moving away from the entrance.
Roger that.
As Lander swept through the room, he moved to the right side, amazed at the amount of equipment they'd been able to fit in the space. He was no techie, but it looked like the systems were all running in series, all interconnected. Some of the equipment, however, he didn't recognize. Hell, some of it looked downright alien.
Son of a bitch,
Rodriguez shouted, his words immediately followed by a burst of gunfire. Lander spun. Rodriguez was shooting on the move, his cricket pulled tight into his shoulder as his steel legs carried him laterally to the left. 2 figures had appeared behind a row of server racks, both armed with rifles, both focused on Rodriguez, ignoring Lander. Bad mistake, Lander thought, leveling his blogger. The first shot hit the front man in the chest, slamming him into the server rack behind him, and as Lander shifted aim to engage the second, the man collapsed under his teammates' fire. Movement at the far side of the room drew Lander's attention away from the two dead bodies. Armed men and women emerging from the shadows to engage. They took cover behind the stacks of containers and electronic equipment, finding concealment, but as far as Lander could tell, it wasn't good cover. "Light 'em up," Lander shouted, already taking aim. Gunfire erupted throughout the chamber. Muzzle flashes from multiple weapons threw momentary orange shadows across the walls, causing everyone's movements to appear erratic and disjointed. Sparks erupted from clusters of electronics, reverberating twangs of ricochets mixed with the ear-splitting gunshots, creating a deafening cacophony in the small space that made it hard to concentrate. Lander's training took over, years of muscle memory and hundreds of hours at the range guiding him. He moved systematically from target to target, sending rounds down range in a steady rhythm.
"I'm out!"
Rodriguez shouted, his voice coming through Lander's comm disc.
"Covering!"
Lander emptied the cylinder. His barrage chewed through a rack of electronics, filling the air with thousands of tiny pieces of shrapnel. Sparks bounced and small fires erupted within the racks, sending puffs of smoke curling up from multiple locations. Some of the lights along the ceiling erupted in brilliant flashes before going dark. His blogger clicked dry with a dull metallic thunk. Instead of swapping cylinders, however, he immediately switched to his cricket. The weapon expanded as he drew, locking into position as he pulled it into his shoulder. It wouldn't be as destructive as the blogger had been, especially in such a confined space, but it would be enough to take on their attackers, and God only knew what waited for them even further down this rabbit hole. He might need the firepower later. Rodriguez brought his weapon back up, adding his fire to Lander's own, and after several long seconds of fighting, the enemy guns went silent. Shadows moved as some of the attackers retreated, but from his angle, Lander could see they'd killed half a dozen or more. Both drivers kept their weapons leveled, covering off the tunnel entrance for another minute before standing down and moving forward.
"Fucking bastards,"
Rodriguez growled, swapping out another magazine for a fresh one. "You okay?"
100%.
Lander checked the tunnel again before ejecting his partially spent magazine. He slipped it into a cubby on the inside of his cockpit and slapped in a full one, then worked his hand controls, reloading the blogger.
"The hell is all this shit, boss?"
Rodriguez asked. Lander shook his head, tracing the cables across the floor.
"This doesn't even look human."
The piece of equipment Rodriguez indicated looked more organic than electronic. It stood about 1 meter tall and seemed to have bulbous growths across its surface. What looked like amethyst roots had grown out from its base, melding with the surrounding equipment, enveloping multiple cables. "Definitely not human," Lander agreed.
"Looks creepy as hell."
"You're not wrong. Looks like they were trying to splice the tech together, merging the hive equipment with ours."
"What for?"
Lander laughed, despite his pounding heart and jacked nerves. He took a minute to really take in the room, finally seeing the centerpiece. He pointed at some blueprints laid out over one of the tables, a wireframe drawing of a large disk array clearly visible. "Maybe someone's trying to phone home."
"You think someone was trying to contact Earth? Why wouldn't they just repair the colony's nodes?"
"Not Earth."
"Me cago en la madre que te parió,"
Rodriguez growled, understanding spreading across his face.
"That puta is calling her people? We can't let that happen, boss."
"That's assuming she hasn't already done it."
"No way we can fight an army of these things, boss."
Lander nodded. Agreed. He keyed his comm, and a second later Conley answered. "Get a team down here. We're in at the first transfer station. There's a shit ton of electronics and what looks like comm equipment. See if you can figure it out."
"Roger."
"Keep your heads on a swivel," Lander said. "We've already encountered one group of defenders, and there's likely more. We're pushing down further into this shithole. I'll keep you advised." Lander killed the comm and paused briefly at the entrance to the next tunnel. "You ready?"
"I was fucking born ready, boss."
The air cooled as they descended, bringing with it a foreboding that Lander tried hard to ignore. If the Queen had been able to contact her kind, what would that mean for Tranquility? Regardless of whether they won the day or not, a much bigger threat could be looming on the horizon, a threat that no one understood, much less knew how to fight. One thing at a time, Lander, he told himself.
I'll tell you what, Rodriguez said. I'm getting pretty tired of these damn tunnels, boss.
You know this is what you signed up for, right?
Fuck that. I didn't sign up to hunt no alien queen, bitch. To hell with that. Besides, there's a hell of a difference between digging through some rocks and facing something no other human in history has faced.
He had a point, but Lander didn't respond. Instead, focusing his attention ahead, where the tunnel was leveling out again. There was a turn-off to the left, another tunnel leading to a different part of the mine. He slowed, considering.
What's wrong?
Not sure which way to go.
Should have grabbed the map,
Rodriguez said. What, you think they're going to mark the evil alien queen's lair on the map? Rodriguez chuckled.
You have a point there. Fuck it. I say let's go straight. It's a 50-50 shot anyway, right?
Lander nodded. I'll cross first. Cover me. He eased up to the side of the turnoff, then lunged forward, teeth clenched. After 3 quick strides, he pulled up, turned back, and waited. Rodriguez crossed and came to a stop in front of Lander, shaking his head.
You know, it never gets any easier.
What's that? Lander asked.
The anticipation. Sometimes it's worse than the actual thing.
Lander turned back to the tunnel stretching out before them.
Ain't that the damn truth?
They pressed on in silence for what seemed like an hour, but according to his rig's computer, it had been only 10 minutes. The stress of being hyper-vigilant for the last 2 days was beginning to wear. The tunnel leveled out and continued on for another 20 meters, where it ended in cut-up rock. The auto-miner had been pushed to the side. The large machine sat disassembled, a skeleton of its former self. Several pieces of equipment lay on the ground around it, including a rack of rig attachments, mining drills, additional bloggers, laser cutters, and heavy-duty grippers. The modular components were covered with a fine layer of dust, as if they hadn't been touched in years, but they still looked functional. Another tunnel led off the main line to the right, a pinkish light glowing off the stone and floor. Lander inched forward, as much as a rig could inch, and bent forward, trying to get a better look before charging in. The angle wasn't great, but he did see some more equipment stacked up inside, and the corner of one of those amethyst components they'd seen at the transfer station. I think we're here, he whispered. Rodriguez inched up behind Lander.
What I wouldn't give for a good old tac nuke right now.
Looks like there's a little bit more room to work with in there, but I can't see how big the chamber actually is. Might not be anywhere to go once we get in there.
Adapt and overcome, right, boss?
They'll know we're coming.
Yeah. Let's not keep them waiting. Guns up.
Guns up, Lander repeated. He turned the corner and ducked inside. The chamber was massive, arching up overhead some 50 meters above the floor. A dark underground pond, 70 meters across, took up much of the space, surrounded by rock ledges and earth. The surface of the water was like glass, reflecting the light from multiple flood lamps and string lights that illuminated the cavern. A green, moss-like substance covered the floor and climbed partially up the surrounding walls. Purple and pink flowers grew in patches around the pond, their rich gold fronds swaying in a slight breeze. A series of roots stretched in all directions, radiating with a kind of violet bioluminescence. Sprouting from the roots, rich bulbous flowers grew on gold stems that glowed and pulsed rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat. Several rovers were parked in a row to his left, some filled with equipment, some empty. Piles of computers, power cores, cables, and other equipment were stacked randomly along the ground. 4 makeshift workstations had been built in a row next to a large stalactite, all connected with thick cables snaking along the floor. He stepped to the right, making room for Rodriguez to follow him in. 2 figures appeared from behind a moss-covered stalagmite, weapons up and firing. The surrounding flowers and roots pulsed a dark red with each shot. The rounds zipped past Lander, impacting on the wall behind him, spraying him with bits of rock. On the move, Lander aimed and fired, sending a barrage of blogger rounds back at them. The rock pillar exploded, spraying the attackers with jagged pieces of stone, filling the air with a gray powder. More shots rang out behind him. He turned to see Rodriguez charging another pair of attackers, swinging his blade around in a wide, flat arc. The gunfire ceased, replaced by blood-curdling screams as the massive sword cut the men down. Rodriguez turned and engaged another with his cricket, firing one-handed. His target, an older man in his 60s, stumbled back against the rock wall, then slumped against the floor, dead. Another group appeared to Lander's right, but instead of charging forward to their deaths, they held back, using the stacks of equipment and natural rock formations as cover. They remained silent, as if waiting for something, most likely drones, and not the rage-fueled Vindicators. Lander leveled his blogger, but didn't fire. "No one else needs to die here today. Throw down your weapons and surrender." The people said nothing, only stared at him with those lost, dead eyes. More appeared from a dark tunnel on the far side of the water, spreading out but still not attacking.
"Don't like this, boss. We should drop them, now. Better for 'em anyway, yeah?"
While Lander couldn't disagree, there was a part of him that still screamed that these people were human, no matter how strangely they acted. "Hold your fire!" A high-pitched scream cut through the stillness, ringing violently in Lander's ears. He grimaced, releasing his rig controls to cover his ears. The assembled drones flinched as well, backing away from the water, terror plastered across their faces. The scream faded a second later, leaving them in silence once again. Lander had heard that sound before.
"What the fuck?"
Rodriguez said, scanning around the chamber, searching for the source. Lander's gaze fell to the still water, where a slight purple glow had appeared in the depths, slowly growing in intensity. The pool began boiling, becoming more and more turbulent as the light neared the surface. The purple light pushed away the shadows in the cavern, revealing even more drones huddled up behind pillars of rock, underbrush, and anything else they could find to conceal their presence. A few looked up from behind the colorful flowers, hands cupped protectively around the pulsing bulbs. One of the drones cocked his head to the side, as if he'd heard something no one else could hear. Slowly, he got to his feet, picking a bulb in the process, and started for Rodriguez.
"Not today, puta,"
Rodriguez said, bringing his cricket around. A single gunshot rang out, and the man's head snapped back in a spray of blood. The body collapsed to the rocky floor, hands releasing the bulb. It bounced on the rock and burst open, sending a puff of yellow spores into the air. At the sight of the fallen comrade, several more drones stood, each selecting their own bulb, their collective gazes focused on the two men. "Son of a bitch," Lander muttered. He thumbed the activation switch and leveled his flamethrower. He swept the streaming jet of flame across the cavern, consuming plant life and electronics alike, bathing the chamber in a brilliant orange glow. The destruction earned a chorus of angry cries from the assembled drones, all of which immediately left cover to attack. Rodriguez advanced, cutting several down with his massive sword. He twisted and held his shield in front of him, deflecting several rounds from a Vindicator at the mouth of the tunnel on the far end of the chamber. Shouting in fury, Rodriguez hurled his shield. It spun through the air and embedded itself into the side of the tunnel's entrance, throwing up a cloud of dust and rock. The Vindicator ducked back, breaking off his attack just long enough for Rodriguez to cross the distance to the tunnel. The Vindicator appeared a second later and gave a shout of surprise as Rodriguez grabbed him with a single steel hand and threw him across the cavern into a rock wall 10 meters away. Lander shifted his aim and covered 3 of the closest drones with liquid fire. Their screams echoed around the chamber as they ran in separate directions, spreading the flames even further. One ran straight into a group of 2, knocking them over and catching their clothes on fire. Frantic, they scrambled to their feet while ripping their clothes from their bodies. The second ran straight into the pool at the center of the room, dousing the flames before collapsing and floating in obvious agony along the water's edge. The final drone fell to his knees, hands beating desperately at the flames in a futile attempt to put out the fires. He collapsed to the ground and flailed for several seconds before laying still. The boiling water at the center of the cavern became a torrent of crashing waves as the first tentacle broke the surface. The amethyst glow around them intensified, the light pulsing in a heartbeat-like rhythm which sped up as the creature's head emerged. It was impossible to tell where the 4 glowing yellow eyes were looking at exactly, but Lander knew in his gut they were locked on him, almost as if the creature was gazing directly into his soul. The wide, bone-like protrusions framing the underside of the head dripped water as it rose into the air, tentacles lashing out and retracting independently. "What the fuck are you?" Lander breathed. The alien looked like the embodiment of evil, and Lander knew there would be no negotiating. There would be no quarter given. There was only one way this thing was ending. Either he walked out of here, or she did. He leveled his blogger and fired. The round slammed home just below what might have been the Queen's clavicle. On impact, there was a flash of bluish-white light that flowed around the alien like ripples on a pond. The Queen herself, however, didn't move, giving no sign at all that she'd been affected by the hit. He fired again, this time emptying the cylinder. Impacts flared across the alien's body, each sending out waves of blue energy around her. And again, she gave no reaction. Rodriguez charged in behind her, bringing his sword down in a powerful overhead blow. The blade slammed against the Queen in a flash of blue light, but instead of cutting her in half, the attack created a burst of energy around the impact and threw Rodriguez back, knocking the blade from his steel fingers. Suddenly, the creature spun, pressing a counterattack as Rodriguez crashed to the ground, gouging out the rock as he slid away. "Get away from him, you bitch!" Lander brought the flamethrower around, spraying the floating alien with liquid fire. The flames splashed off her and ran down the protective field into the water below. Steam rose into the air, enveloping the entire bottom half of the Queen. Her tentacles flailed, and the glowing bioluminescence around her pulsed as she turned, letting out what Lander could only guess was a battle cry. Her 4 glowing eyes blazed with hatred and malice. The flames rolling off the shield gave the creature a demonic look that made the hair on the back of Lander's neck stand on end. The drones nearest the Queen flinched away, ducking behind whatever they could find, trying to hide. A long, thick tentacle lashed out, snatching a drone in mid-stride as she tried to get away. The woman screamed as the Queen plucked her from the ground and threw her at Rodriguez without looking. The woman's body slammed into the rig's shoulder just as he was getting back on his feet. She bounced off the steel frame with a bone-crunching crack and spun away, landing on the rocky floor a few meters away. Rodriguez brushed off the attack, sparing a momentary glance at the woman's limp body, then turned back to the Queen, teeth bared, sword held out to the side. He screamed again and charged. Lander killed the thrower and popped out the blogger's empty cylinder, letting it fall to the ground and bounce away as he slammed in his final magazine. He aimed and fired, sending all 20 rounds flying one right after the other. They stitched a destructive path across the ground just in front of the Queen before slamming into the bottom of the shimmering force field that enveloped her. Blue and white lines ripped around the floating horror as the rounds ricocheted around the cavern, each impact pushing her back a few inches. Behind her, Rodriguez kicked off a rock mound, jumping into the air, his blade raised over his head. He screamed as he brought the blade down. A flash of blinding blue-white light exploded from the shield. The sword bounced off, but this time Rodriguez was able to hold his ground, landing right next to the Queen and bringing his weapon back down in a crippling overhead blow. The force field flashed and flickered, bands of focused energy rippling around the Queen. She spun to counter Rodriguez's attack, tentacles lashing out, grabbing hold of his rig's arm. They wrapped around his steel arm with surprising speed, 3 separate appendages taking hold, trying to pull Rodriguez off balance. Fires from Lander's attack continued to burn. Stems and leaves caught and shriveled to ash. Bulbs burst on the vine or exploded after falling to the ground, sending their yellow embers into the air, catching fire as they floated back to the ground. With the blogger empty, Lander hesitated. He couldn't use his flamethrower without hitting Rodriguez, not that it had had any effect before. They needed to get that force field down if they were going to have any chance of killing this bitch. Take a second, Jay, he told himself. See the situation. Quickly, he scanned the chamber, looking for anything he'd be able to use as a weapon, something that could get through the Queen's protective force field. Something had to be generating it, but as he looked around, he saw nothing he could identify as the culprit. The Queen screeched again, leaning into her attack on Rodriguez, tentacles lashing in and out, the sound of flesh slapping steel resounding around the chamber. Then he saw it. A fist-sized module tucked between two of the large bone plates on the alien's upper back. Indicator lights flashed and blinked. Through the distortion, Lander could see dual emitters on either side of the unit, discharging blue-white light. All right, now all I have to do is get to it. Two drones charged Lander from the left, scrambling over the rock, leaping over the patches of fire spread across the ground between them. Almost without thinking, he scooped up a loose boulder and hurled it side-armed. It smashed into the man on the right, throwing him off his feet and taking him to the floor. The second barely seemed to notice, his rage-filled eyes locked on Lander as if he were going to rip his throat out. Lander lunged forward, crossing the distance between them in 3 long strides and backhanded the second man out of the way with a steel fist. Bones cracked, and the way the man's head snapped back made Lander's stomach turn. A third appeared behind one of the small ATVs, shouting curses and sprinting toward him. Lander stepped back and pulled his cricket free before dropping the man with 3 shots center mass. Rodriguez ripped one of the tentacles free with his available steel hand. What must have been purple blood sprayed from the wound as the Queen screamed and pulled away from his attack. Another set of tentacles reached out, not trying to grab. This time, they were going for the hit. With both arms occupied, the only thing Rodriguez could do was twist, rotating back and forth, using his cockpit's cage to absorb the quick blows. He rammed his sword up into the alien's underside, and this time, the tip of the blade punctured the field. It didn't go very far, maybe a few inches, but it was the closest they'd been since the start of the fight. The force field was weakening. The Queen screamed again, and in a burst of speed and power flew forward, throwing Rodriguez in the air. Steel arms and legs flailed before the rig crashed down, sliding and bouncing across the rock. Not waiting to see where Rodriguez ended up, the alien rounded on Lander, 4 glowing eyes once again locked on him. Lander cursed and leveled his cricket as he backed away, firing until the magazine went dry. Rounds ricocheted off the force field, slamming into the ceiling, walls, and floor. Puffs of dust and bits of stone sprayed the Queen, causing additional ripples across the field. She floated after him as he crossed to the entrance. Echoing voices, high-pitched and low, seemed to call out to the drones, pushing them to action. A woman charged him from the rovers along the wall. Another jumped up from behind a row of computers. Still more appeared from the darkened tunnel on the far side, all seemingly with one thing on their minds. Kill Joel Lander. Lander reloaded on the move, aimed, and fired. He dropped the first woman mid-stride. She fell without a word, her body simply collapsing underneath her. The second he hit in the shoulder, sending her reeling and falling into the water. The third changed directions, ducking behind a rack of electronics before jumping the short distance to his steel shoulder. She grabbed hold and pulled herself up, retrieving a little pistol from the small of her back. Lander rammed his shoulder into the rock wall behind her, smashing the woman between steel and stone. She screamed in torment as he dragged her body across the jagged wall, then turned away, letting her drop to the ground. The Queen roared and lurched forward. She moved so quickly, Lander barely had time to register the attack before she slammed into him, knocking him off his steel feet and sending him flying through the entrance to the cavern. The back of the rig's head crashed into the top of the entrance, flipping it forward and down as he sailed back into the main shaft. He smashed face first and upside down into the auto miner. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, and stars danced in his vision. He rolled to the ground, disoriented, the sounds of the aliens' battle cries echoing around him. Getting to a steel knee, he barely had a second to regain his bearings before he saw the Queen coming toward him again, slower this time, but still coming. The blue-white light of the force field shimmering, sealing gaps across its surface. She was recharging. "Not indestructible after all, are you?" Desperate, he searched for something, anything he could use against her. Then he saw the rack of mining modules. He didn't see any additional blogger cylinders, but the mining drill. The Queen screamed again, spinning to face something Lander couldn't see. A second later, Rodriguez appeared, ramming his shield into the Queen's side at full speed. His rig leaned forward, pushing with its massive steel legs, shoving the alien to the side. Tentacles wrapped around the edges of the shield as Rodriguez pushed her back, other drones striking against his cage. "Are you going to fucking do something, or just lay around all day?" he shouted through gritted teeth. He brought his sword down, striking the force field just above the alien's shoulder. The impact caused a brief flash of light, but nothing as powerful as it had been only moments before. "Keep her busy," Lander said, moving to the rack. "What the hell do you think I'm doing?" Lander ripped the blogger off his arm and immediately rammed his fist into the opening for the attachment, twisting his wrist slightly, clicking into the automatic locking clamps on the drill assembly. The 22-inch rock drill attachment was generally reserved for sensitive jobs or emergency dig-outs, as the auto miner did most of the actual digging. The magnetic connection synced, and a second later, the rig's computer registered the new attachment and began transferring power and operational control to his sticks. Even after 2 years of sitting in the dark, the attachment powered up like it had just come off the line, whining as it spun up. Lander gritted his teeth as he turned back to the cavern, cycling the power levels to maximum. Rodriguez and the Queen were engaged in what looked like the deadliest game of tug-of-war Lander had ever seen, pulling and pushing against the driver's makeshift shield, both vying for control. The force field flashed and crackled, sending bits of blue-white lightning zapping out in all directions. Lander yelled and charged, cocking his steel arm back and engaging the drill. His arm vibrated as it spun up, the whine from the motor pitching up as the speed reached maximum. Inside the cockpit, he tapped several control switches, transferring additional power to the drill attachment. The power indicator on the small display next to his hand redlined. The Queen's head snapped toward him just before he crashed into her. She let out an ear-piercing scream and tried to turn away, but there wasn't anywhere for her to go. Lander smashed into the Queen at speed, plunging the drill into the base of the alien's force field, using his momentum to push it through the shimmering barrier. Lightning arched away from the impact point and the field flashed. Every display screen flickered. 2 blinked out entirely. Feedback sensors registered the force field's energy as Lander forced his steel arm through. He felt the power course its way through the rig and into his body, like he'd stuck his hand into a power socket. He screamed, trying to focus, ignoring the pain. His mind flashed to Hong Kong, to the fire, the rig's steel chassis folding up around him. The ghost of his right arm screamed at him, bringing tears of pain. He gritted his teeth and pushed harder. The Queen tried to shift away, and he saw it. The generator, or at least what he hoped was the generator. A pang of doubt hit him like a freight train. What if he was wrong? Beside him, Rodriguez screamed, repeatedly beating his sword against the force field, each impact causing a blast of energy that sent waves of power rippling around them all. The Queen screamed as he cut 2 more tentacles in half. "Keep her locked in!" Lander shouted, feeling the Queen trying to pull away. He grabbed Rodriguez's rig with his free hand and pulled, pressing himself against the alien's body. The force field snapped and flashed as the cockpit cage pushed against it. He pushed the drill in further. He couldn't actually see if it was widening the hole or not, but the cumulative effect it was having on the rest of the shield was readily apparent. A series of small holes were beginning to form along the surface of the field, each growing steadily as he pressed his attack. The impacts from Rodriguez's repeated strikes reverberated through both rigs. "If you're going to do something, you better do it!" Rodriguez shouted. The Queen shifted, and Lander once again caught sight of his prize, only to realize he didn't have an angle to it. If he released Rodriguez's rig, the alien might get away, and if he moved the drill, the force field might have time to repair itself. His skin prickled as the energy from the barriers snapped, and he knew there was only one thing he could do. He released the hand controls with his prosthetic and slammed his metal fist down on the emergency cockpit release. Explosive bolts along the rim of the cockpit blew out simultaneously, sending the cage up and away. It smacked against the force field and spun through the air, disappearing behind Lander. "Are you fucking crazy?" Rodriguez shouted as Lander unfastened his harness. He didn't respond, pushing himself forward and jamming his right arm through the barrier. The field flashed around his metal prosthetic, glowing brilliant blue-white and sending tendrils of energy up his arm, singeing his skin. Bits of burning cloth floated off his sleeve, the embers disappearing as they were consumed. Pain, like fire, radiated up and down his arm as his fingers searched for the device. He gritted his teeth and leaned further in, pushing his arm through past his elbow. His skin began to blister. His sleeve burnt completely away. Agony became his entire existence, as images of his arm being completely consumed flashed through his mind. He screamed and pushed into just below his shoulder. The energy singed his beard, filling the air around him with the odor of burnt hair. The intense heat forced him to look away, leaving him to blindly feel for the generator. "Lander!" Rodriguez screamed. Lander screamed and shoved his entire arm through, pressing his face against the force field. His beard vaporized and his skin blistered. Searing pain enveloped him. Then he felt it. Metal hit metal. He wrapped his fake fingers around the device and yanked for everything he was worth. The generator held fast for a moment, then pulled free. The sudden release sent Lander falling back into his cockpit as the force field around the Queen vanished in a flash. "Fuck you!" Rodriguez shouted, and rammed his blade home, straight through the alien's torso. The tip exploded from her back, spraying blood and gore. The creature's entire body shook, and the scream she let loose rattled Lander's bones. There was a flash of amethyst light, and Lander's entire world went black. 46. The smell of ozone, burnt flesh, and smoke was overwhelming. Koskov's legs threatened to give out under her as she stepped off the ramp. She flinched as gunfire echoed around her, punctuated by occasional shouts of anger and pain in equal measure. Considering how short the battle had been, the devastation left behind was incredible. The compound itself was in ruins, and the wreckage of dozens of support vehicles, loaders, haulers, and old auto miners were scattered across the battlefield, not to mention the corpses from both sides. She tried to ignore the charred bodies strewn across the field, telling herself there'd truly been no other way, but a small voice in the back of her mind kept suggesting that wasn't true. Maybe there had been something else, another option, and she'd refused to see or contemplate it. "Get moving," she said to herself. "You'll have all the time in the world to think about what you've done later. There's still work to do." Koskov started away from the dropship, looking for the cave, trying to orient herself to the battlefield. Everything had looked so much different from the air. She looked from the cluster of trees on her right to the crater, then turned slowly to the left, following the terrain. There, 100 meters to her left, she saw it,
a dark, ominous cave cut into the rock.
Several armed colonists were swarming the entrance, some unarmed people just tagging along behind. She recognized the Trank 2 uniform on one of them, a female, but couldn't see her face. Was it Conley? The others wore a combination of plain clothes and old, worn Trank 1 uniforms, but so did the others. She hesitated for a moment, and a mechanical sound drew her attention away from the cave. Her heart sank. A Nasserhorn stepped through a cloud of smoke, the large rig coming straight for her. Its steel armor was riddled with bullet holes and discolored by blast marks and dirt. She felt each pounding step as it neared, covering the distance with a swift, steady pace. A voice in her head screamed at her to run, but her feet wouldn't move. Where would she go? She was in no condition to run for her life. Even if she made it back inside the Starlifter, they wouldn't have enough time to take off and get clear of those devastating guns. She tightened her grip on the cricket, knowing full well that anything she did would be useless, and waited for the inevitable. The Nasserhorn stopped 20 meters away, guns holding steadily on her. She pulled the cricket into her shoulder and growled, "I didn't come all this way to God like this." An audio buzzing cut the silence between them, followed by a male voice booming across the field. "Fuel cell, huh? Ballsy move. Don't know if I would have thought about that." Koskov frowned and let off the trigger. "I don't—" The armored cockpit unlocked with a metal thunk, then folded up, revealing a haggard-looking man she immediately recognized.
"Williams? Jesus Christ, you scared the shit out of me."
"Sorry about that," Williams said with a grin. He walked toward her, servos and gears whining. "You really saved our asses back there." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder.
"Yeah, well, as much as I'd like to take credit for the idea, it wasn't mine."
She nodded to the dropship behind her.
"Applin came up with it."
"Applin, huh? She okay?"
"She'll live. What's our status?"
"Mopping up the remaining Hive fighters. Lander and Rodriguez went to secure the caves and confront the Queen." Koskov spun toward the mine.
"That stupid son of a bitch."
The Nasserhorn's feet thumped into the ground after her. "Wait! There isn't anything you can do!"
"I can fight!"
Koskov called back without turning around. The road into the mining compound was littered with destroyed vehicles and equipment, scattered fires pumping black smoke into the air, evidence of heavy fighting. She weaved around a burning hauler and twisted her nose up at the acrid odor of burning rubber. The metal chassis bent and charred beyond repair. She passed a cluster of corpses lying just behind the vehicle, the bodies riddled with bullet holes, patches of clothing seared and charred. Chunks of flaming debris littered the ground around them, and though she could tell by the condition of the bodies that they'd been dead before she dropped her bomb, not to mention the fact that they were the enemy, she couldn't help the overwhelming feeling of guilt that came over her. She pressed on, hesitating, as a group of outpost attackers in exosuit armor emerged from between two ore processors. An Asian man wearing an exosuit led them into the compound, barking orders to secure various points along the way. She knew his face, but couldn't remember his name. Something moved to her left, a woman crawling out from behind a smoking pile of wreckage. Her face and hair were covered with dirt and grime, and blood ran down the side of her face from a cut above her eye. She looked up as Koskov approached. Her eyes narrowed. She growled and pushed herself off the ground, lunging. Koskov let out a surprised cry, abruptly changing direction while trying to bring her cricket up. The woman's eyes burned with rage, her hands like claws reaching. Dirty fingers wrapped around her cricket's barrel, pulling Koskov off balance. She jerked away, yanking her weapon free, and just as the woman recovered and pressed her attack, something slammed into her chest, sending her reeling. Before she could bring her cricket to bear, the woman's body spasmed twice, flopping lifeless to the ground. She slowed to a stop and found the Asian man standing several meters away, his heavy rifle leveled toward the dead woman. His name, Sakato, finally registered. He held her gaze for a moment, then nodded before heading off, following his men. Koskov took a final look at the corpse as the heavy footsteps of Williams's rig came to a stop behind her. "You okay?" he asked, his voice carrying a slightly mechanical edge through the Nasserhorn's external speakers. She shook her head and let out a slow breath, watching as blood began streaming from her ears.
No, I'm not.
Gunfire erupted somewhere to her right, accompanied by shouts for someone to put their weapons down and surrender. Koskov weaved her way through a line of storage silos and transfer stations, finally emerging onto the compound's main road leading up to the mine. Several exosuited fighters moved from cover to cover, exchanging fire with an enemy Koskov couldn't see. The battle was short-lived, ending just as she reached the first pair of soldiers, who slowly stood from behind their cover and nodded acknowledgement to her.
"Clear!"
someone shouted. "Mine entrance secure, ma'am," one of them said.
"You shouldn't be here,"
Sakato said, walking up to her, his heavy rifle held around his chest, barrel down. Koskov squared her shoulders.
"There isn't anywhere else for me to be, Mr. Sakato. My husband is down there, and I intend to help him."
Sakato scoffed and nodded at her cricket.
"With that, lady, no offense, but that ain't going to do shit to the Queen. Besides, Lander is already—"
An ear-splitting, guttural scream ripped through the air around them, reverberating through the ground and surrounding buildings. Koskov dropped the cricket, cupping both hands over her ears, doubling over as the sound seemed to penetrate her being, overpowering her senses and blurring her vision. The soldiers around her reacted similarly, covering their ears, ducking away from the terrible noise. A bone-rattling hum followed, making the hair on Koskov's arms stand on end. Grimacing, she opened her eyes and saw some of the exosuit soldiers pointing at something in the sky. She turned and caught a glimpse of a brilliant column of light shooting up from somewhere inside the mine, stretching through the clouds and into the void. "What the fuck is that?" someone screamed, though Koskov could barely hear the words. She gritted her teeth together, trying to combat the vicious pounding in her head. Her stomach turned, and for an instant she was afraid she was going to vomit. Then, almost as soon as the event had begun, it was over. The screaming ceased, and the light disappeared above the clouds. Koskov straightened, but felt uneasy on her feet, like she'd stood up too fast. She took a moment to compose herself, then looked around at the surrounding troops, all seemingly recovering from whatever that had been. Her disc comm came to life.
"Natalia, I am detecting a surge of energy coming from deep inside the mine."
Despite herself, Koskov laughed.
"Yeah, no shit, Cam. What the hell was it?"
"I do not know. I am currently reviewing the Starlifter's sensor reading. However, the onboard systems are limited. To conduct a full examination, I will need access to either the colony's computer core or Colonial One's enhanced sensor suite."
"What is it? A weapon?"
"I do not believe so,"
Cam answered.
"Right now, that's all I need to know. Can you reach Lander?"
"Negative. I am not reading his discom, but the mine is likely interfering with the signal."
She turned to the mine entrance. On any other day, the metal structure would have been just another unimpressive part of life. This might have even been the mine Lander would have been assigned to, but today it seemed like an ominous gaping maw, threatening to swallow her whole. She didn't want to go in there. She was terrified at what she might find, but she went anyway.
"I strongly encourage you not to do this,"
Cam said through her disk.
"I have to do this."
It was everything she could do to keep from charging headlong into the fray. Despite herself, she slowed to allow Sakato and his exosuited soldiers time to clear the staging area, then followed them down into the mine proper. The transfer station was in shambles, which, when she thought about it, was par for the course here on Tranquility. Some of the equipment didn't belong, however, and some of it appeared downright alien. Sakato's men found a few bodies lying among the rubble. Hive people, from what they could tell. Signs that the rigs had been through here were readily apparent, and gave Koskov hope. "Got a live one over here," one of Sakato's men called out, looking over one of the waist-high racks of electronics. Koskov joined the rest of the team pressing in to see. A man's grime-covered face looked up at them from where he sat against the rock wall, blood trickling down the side of his head. At his feet lay a nasty-looking parasite smashed in a puddle of violet goo. A woman knelt in front of the man, checking his vitals.
He's stable.
All right, Sakato said.
Let's check out the rest of it.
His men formed up on either side of the next tunnel and started down without another word, lights from their rifles dancing along the rocky corridor ahead. Koskov followed them down, repeating a single prayer as they descended further into the mine. Please be okay. They stopped at a junction, debating which direction they should take first. After a minute of discussion, Sakato decided to split his forces.
Stay in contact as long as you can, he said. By the look of these tracks, it looks like Lander headed this way. If you encounter resistance, fall back and seal off this shaft. We'll deal with it later.
Koskov had her doubts about what the small force of soldiers would be able to effectively deal with, but she kept her comments to herself. Instead, she continued to follow Sakato's squad through the mine, wondering how much deeper it went. She got her answer about 10 minutes later. The soldiers slowed as the shaft leveled out, focusing their weapons on an opening on the right side of the tunnel. An auto miner had been shoved to the side, the remains of its metal chassis crushed and dented by something smashing into its side. Divots and rig footprints in the dirt indicated there'd been a fight here, but there still wasn't any sign of Jay. Sakato motioned to his men to approach and hold at the edge of the opening, then jogged back to Koskov.
Not sure what's on the other side of this. I want you to stay back until we've figured it out.
Koskov nodded. The exosuits filed through the opening a moment later, calling out targets. She heard someone shout something about a rig and couldn't help herself. Koskov ran through the entrance and stopped short. Sakato's men were moving around the outer edge of the cavern, identifying several people in need of medical attention, but Koskov barely heard them. The only thing she could see were the two rigs huddled together, 20 meters away, unmoving. Her legs went weak as her stomach turned. She fought the urge to vomit and forced herself to keep moving. The smell of smoke and ozone filled the air, and something else Koskov didn't recognize. She stepped over charred remains of plants and weaved her way through a debris field of rock and electronics, stopping near the back of the first rig, not wanting to look. A cough made her heart lurch in her chest. Koskov lunged around the rig, and what she saw made her step back in shock. She covered her mouth, eyes wide at the sight of Jay leaning against the back of his cockpit, eyes closed, grimacing in obvious pain. Half of his face looked like it had been burned away, his hair and eyebrows and beard gone. His shirt was torn and burnt, and his right arm was covered in blisters and scarred skin. "Oh, my God," she breathed. He coughed away, his entire body tensing, face contorting in horrible pain. Koskov pulled herself up on the rig's knee. "Jesus Christ, Jay." Lander opened his left eye. The right, too swollen and blistered, remained closed. He let out a long breath and whispered, Did we? She reached out to him, but held back from touching him, not wanting to cause him any more pain. "Your face." Tears welled in her eyes. He coughed, his voice weak and strained.
"Is it as bad as it feels?"
"Worse. We need to get you to a doctor."
"Rodriguez?" "I'm here, boss. Got a fucking bitch of a headache."
"Here,"
Koskov shouted to Sakato's men. "I need help here."
"The Queen,"
Lander croaked.
"Is she dead?"
Koskov looked over her shoulder at the alien mass she'd barely registered before. The ghastly alien lay in a heap, tentacles splayed out across the rock, purple blood seeping from multiple wounds. Her eyes, now dark orbs, stared up at the ceiling, unmoving and unseeing. An overwhelming hatred swelled inside Koskov at the sight of the creature, not only for what it had done to her new home, but for what it had done to her husband. She couldn't stop the tears. She sobbed, both for his life and what he'd just been through.
"Shit, boss," Rodriguez said,
opening his cockpit cage and unfastening his harness.
"You look like shit. Feel like shit."
Rodriguez hopped to the ground and climbed up next to Koskov.
"Rig's fried. Looks like they took some kind of EM hit when that bitch croaked."
An energy beam shot out of here a few minutes before we came down, Koskov said.
Yeah, that was probably it. Come on, boss. Let me give you a hand.
Lander groaned as Koskov and Rodriguez helped him to the ground. He sat down and leaned back against his rig steel leg, resting his head against the chassis before letting out a pained breath.
Fuck me.
One of Sakato's men jogged up beside them, cursing as he saw Lander's condition.
I can bandage the wounds and give him something for the pain, but that's about it. We need to get him back up to the stork,
Koskov said. The medic nodded.
Let me wrap him up before we try and move him. Might want to get a rover down here.
Koskov tried her comm disc, but this far down she doubted she'd be able to get a channel. She shook her head.
No dice.
Damn, this bitch is ugly,
Rodriguez said, walking around the alien. He stepped on one of the longer tentacles and made a disgusted sound as oily amethyst goo poured from a wound next to his foot.
Oh man, that's fucking disgusting.
Lander!
Conley appeared around the back of the rig, eyes wide in shock.
Holy shit.
Nice of you to finally show up,
Rodriguez said. He motioned to the dead creature at his feet.
Don't worry, we took care of it.
We took a wrong turn back in the mine shaft,
Conley explained as Sabatini joined her.
What the hell happened? Are you okay?
Lander coughed.
Yeah, great. Never been better. He's a fucking machine,
Rodriguez said. Conley shook her head.
I guess. Come on,
Koskov said.
Let's get you out of here.
47. Lander didn't recognize the man staring back at him in the mirror. 2/3 of his face, as well as most of his right side, was covered in medicated bandages and skin grafts. His prosthetic had been all but destroyed during the battle, and the natural arm was now encased in a biorejuve cast, the exposed skin hairless and pink. It had been a week since he'd fought the Queen, and despite having seen her dead corpse laying on the ground, he couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Most of the last week had been spent in and out of surgeries, repairing his damaged skin, and much of the time was nothing but a blur. The painkillers had reduced the agonizing throbbing to a dull roar, and the doctors said the skin grafts would take a few weeks to do their work. It had taken almost 2 hours of constant arguing to convince Major Keller that the threat had been eliminated and it was safe to stay. But despite remaining in orbit, he'd still waited the better part of a day before releasing the dropship and allowing travel between Colonial 1 and the surface. He'd ordered all of Trank 2's medical personnel taken out of stasis first in order to help the wounded. Lander crossed to the small window overlooking the square in front of the colony's town hall, where a temporary hospital and shelter had been set up. Several large tents had been created where medical staff were treating former Hive people and resistance fighters alike. For the most part, things had been relatively calm, but occasionally tempers flared, and fights broke out among the survivors. Newly formed security teams, brought down from Colonial 1 to bolster Sakato's forces, had their hands full, and Lander didn't envy them one bit. The anger and resentment for what had been done to them ran deep, and those feelings wouldn't go away overnight.
You shouldn't be out of bed.
Lander turned to find Tally standing near the foot of his bed, arms folded across her chest. Can't lay there anymore. I should be out there helping.
I'm pretty sure you've done enough.
How's everything going out there?
Shitty. But about as well as can be expected. Williams and Scholes are working out the logistics of bringing everyone down, but it might be a while. Especially since there doesn't seem to be anywhere to put them. Keller still isn't letting anyone back up except for the pilots. Well, except for Ferro. She's still in quarantine.
How's she doing?
She'll be fine. Doing better than a lot of the others are. A lot of people are having problems dealing.
Can you blame them?
No,
Tally said.
No, I can't. It's going to be a long road for a lot of them, that's for sure.
Any good news?
They found Erstein.
Lander spun and immediately regretted it as pain flashed across his body. He grunted, putting a hand against the bed in front of him, steadying himself. Tally rushed to his side but stopped herself from grabbing him, obviously weary of causing him any more pain. She helped him sit instead. He let out a pained breath. You didn't say Erstein's body.
She shook her head. He's alive. Banged up, but alive. He's been unconscious since they brought him in. Judging by his condition, they were torturing him, looking for information about our situation and what we were planning.
Fucking bastards. What about Ross?
He's recovering. Last I heard, they were releasing him this afternoon.
Good.
Williams wanted to know if you decided yet.
Lander sighed and clenched his jaw. I told him no already.
Yeah, you did, but...
I'm not doing it, Tally. I'm no general. I didn't come here to fight another war. Now, I did what I had to do, and that's all.
I know.
To her credit, she didn't press the issue, even though Lander could tell she wasn't totally in agreement. The push to put Lander in charge of Tranquility's new military had been Williams's idea, but it had almost immediately been backed up by the colony's Provisional Leadership Committee. The only one who'd been opposed to the idea had been Shoals, who'd wanted to keep the military under his direct control. Fortunately for everyone, Lieutenant Williams had been the second choice, and though he'd reluctantly accepted the responsibility, he'd made it a point to try and relinquish his command to Lander at every opportunity. Changing the subject, Lander said, Keller still pissed at you?
Tally laughed. Shit, what do you think? I don't think he's ever going to not be pissed at me. But at least now he's let off on the whole arresting me for mutiny kick. Says he's still going to write it up as a bad judgment call, and recommend forfeiture of pay and rank reduction to the coalition, though.
He's such an asshole.
True, but in his defense, Cam did practically ruin his ship. And since he can't do anything to the AI, I'm his next best target.
Lander clenched his fist. Let me find him in a dark alley one time.
Oh, you're not going to do anything, Tally said. He'll be gone in a few months anyway, and I highly doubt anyone will have anything to say about anything, considering what we've been through.
I wouldn't count on that.
Well, there's nothing we can do about any of that right now anyway. We've got the colony to rebuild.
A knock at the door drew their attention. Applin stood just outside, leaning in, a smile on her face. She waved.
Hey, Lander.
He waved back and groaned. Hey.
Good, you're here,
Tally said. She smiled at Lander.
I've got a surprise for you.
Surprise? Applin came in holding Kirsten in her arms. The toddler brightened up at the sight of her mother. Then her eyes fell on Lander, and she immediately recoiled, arms wrapping tightly around Applin's neck.
Oh, it's okay, honey,
Applin said, bouncing her slightly.
It's Daddy. You know Daddy.
Tally crossed the room and took Kirsten, holding her close. Kirsten nestled her face into her mother's shoulder, refusing to look at Lander. It's okay, Lander said. He wanted nothing more than to hold her close, but he knew she didn't understand. She's fine, babe. I'm sure I look scary like this. Daddy's okay, baby. He just has some ouchies. Kirsten turned her head slightly, looking at him out of the corner of her eye, cautious. To be honest, I don't want to look at me either, he said. He touched his stomach and smiled at her. I know one thing. Daddy's hungry. Are you hungry? You want some food? Without lifting her head from his wife's shoulder, Kirsten nodded. Lander pushed himself off the bed, blowing out a breath. Come on, let's find something to eat. I'm starving.
Are you sure you're up for that?
Tally asked, stepping back and giving him room. I haven't had anything but pudding and ice chips for days. I need something solid.
I think...
Tally cut herself off, eyes flicking to the ceiling, obviously listening to something Lander couldn't hear.
Yeah, Cam, go ahead.
Lander frowned as he waited for the AI to finish whatever message she was relaying.
That's impossible. Re-verify that...
Lander exchanged confused looks with Applin and mouthed, What's wrong? To Tally.
Does Williams know? Okay. Yeah, we'll be down shortly.
She tapped her disk, terminating the call. What the hell's going on? Lander asked.
We just received an emergency message from Earth, Tally said. The ACA. They're heading our way.
The ACA? That's impossible. They don't have a ship, Lander said. Tally shook her head.
Well, TC has reason to believe otherwise.
They say they've denounced the Coalition's claims on the planet, calling them xenophobic and racist, and have claimed it for themselves. They're crazy, Applin said.
Despite the news, Lander laughed. Yeah, well, no one's ever said they weren't. What do they expect? Do they think that everyone here is just going to roll over and bow to their demands? I mean, do they have any idea what's been happening here?
I don't know, Tally said. My guess is they don't.
Well, they're going to be in for one hell of a surprise when they get here. 2 years is more than enough time to fortify our positions. We'll kick their asses all the way back to Earth. Tally shook her head.
You better hope we can work fast. They're going to be here a lot sooner than that.
This has been an Audible Studios production of Blood and Steel, Tranquility, Book 1. Written by Josh Hayes and Devon C. Ford. Performed by Scott Aiello. Executive producers Catherine Stewart and Mike Charzik. Producer, Kat Lambrix. Copyright 2021 by Athen Books. Sound recording copyright 2021 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.